All right, it is our final day, final countdown, however you want to say it. It's the Super Bowl, live at the Reserve, $1 million guaranteed prize pool. We went way over that, Vic.
Yeah.
We're down to 27 players. You were here on day 2 yesterday. You were calling the action. I got a good time tuning in. It seemed like a great start, but here's the day where we finish it all up and we crown a champion.
It's really exciting. And first place turns out to be $218,800. We had between the two clubs, our good friends down in Dayton, Ohio, Mad River Club, Poker Club, 2,992 entrants between the two clubs. And we've got 3 tables now in this final room. We've got a feature table, and we are going to be here until we crown a champion. This tables start to break down, and we'll get down to 2. Then we'll get down to our final table with 9 players at each table. And it's just very, very exciting. This has been a great success for both clubs. And when we have events like this, we do something very special. We do what we call pop a cork, and we're going to do that right now to celebrate. We did it when we hit the guarantee, and I hope you heard that pop.
I love that pop.
And grab your glass there, Dom.
Thanks, buddy.
We'll pour a little bit into our glass and do a toast here. And the toast is to everybody that participated in this as players, and almost more importantly, everybody that helped put this together between the two clubs. We've got dealers, we've got security, we've got Geo in the booth, we've got the owners of Mad River and the owners of the Reserve, and this one is for all of you. Thank you so much, and we're about to have just a great time calling all this action, and good luck to all the final 27 players in day 3.
Definition of max value, Vic.
Cheers, everybody.
But also, now that we got a little cheers and we're getting just about 1 to 2 minutes away from the action to start, we have some characters here. I do want to bring up who's been taking the Midwest poker by storm, Mama Dozer. Is she at the feature table? I'm not seeing it, but
no, she's over on table 15. We're going to refer to these tables as number 17 is the feature table to our left. As you look, is table 16. To the right is table 15.
But Mama Dozer's popularity is growing. I think that there's one celebrity from the poker players at this tournament, the legend, the myth, Mama Dozer just seems everyone's rooting for her.
Yeah.
What can you say?
And go to our Facebook page, and there we did post the final 27, their chip counts, their seat assignments, and you can open that up. But we do have everybody's bio here tonight, so we're going to be talking about these players, where they're from, how they got started into this game, shout-outs to their family and friends, and all the like. And we're going to keep you informed as much as we can. So please keep the questions coming there on the chat. We really appreciate your participation in this. It's very important.
Also, I think we do need to do one shout out though to Jose too, who is the chip leader. I mean, this gentleman has gone through all the day 1 flights, day 2, and now we're down to 27 players left, and Jose is right now in first place as we get the first hands underway.
Yeah, and just some quick numbers going from at the top and then going to the bottom. But seat 1 at table 16, as he said, Jose, 11,750,000. Alec Magden, who's in seat 9 here at table 17, 10 million. And then bringing. I don't want to say bringing up the rear because, boy, you get to this level and you have done quite a bit. But James Nowazik, 1.2 million. Mark Davis, 1.5 million. And we've got Kyle West. He goes by K West if you watched last night. He is at 1.9 million, and then all kinds of stacks in between. But this is the feature table, 27 players, as you can see up on the right-hand corner. And hand number 1 at this feature table, Buck now, ace-4 clubs against Tim with king 10 and a king right in the window and a 4, so they both hit a piece of this. Buck's going to check, and they're going to check to a free card. And now Queen of Diamonds.
There goes Tim leading out with king 10. Nine of clubs. That doesn't change anything. Tim's still with the check mark.
So Tim is
There
from,
it is.
there we go. Thank you so much, Gio and the Wizard, for that. Tim is from Columbus, Ohio. He's doing a shout out to the boys in my fantasy football league. He's missing his draft day today.
Oh,
and
wow.
He's come to us from Mad River. He's been playing this game for 20 years. He prefers to play tournament, no limit hold'em, and started playing in the dorms at Ohio State.
Really?
Other hobbies are golfing, spending time with the wife and kids, and his favorite teams: Ohio State, Browns, Cavs, Guardians, and Crew. So that's a story on Tim, who's in seat 2. We're going to do a little bit of bio each time a player wins a pot here, so that we can get everybody up to speed on the background for the players that we've got here.
Do we have that sheet back there of the players' first and last names? Because we do have the profile sheets. Mike Mobley or Mike Williams. I want to know if that's Mike at the main. Not a last name guy.
Okay, I can find that for you real quick.
Thank you, sir. Well, there's the $25K in a day. It's a $240 buy-in. Started at noon. Registration is still open if you're in the area. Looks like we have 9 tables rocking and rolling. Vic, I said I think we're going to hit 40K in that. Wizard in my ear, do you know what we're projected to so far? I know it's over 25. But no, excellent turnout on Labor Day. Here's Fresh. Pocket sevens. Quinn now. Pocket queens. The ladies. $350 the call. Both players have a lot of chips. 3 bet it up to 900K. So we have 3 pairs now going to the flop. 2.9 million. Didn't have to wait long for a hand that impacts the rest of the day, Vic.
Yeah, this pot size is as much as the 16th biggest or 15th biggest
Oh,
stack.
wow. What an action flop here. 4, 8, 6. Set of 6s for Brian Quinn with the overpair. Fresh also flops a gut shot. Quinn is in serious trouble right now. Fresh, right now 800K with the worst hand.
Good luck, Owen.
And how much money you got?
I started with 5.3. Anybody over there want one? I'll take one. I'll take one. I appreciate it.
2.2. Raised to 2.2 million.
2.2 million now from Quinn. Now over to Brian. Flopped mid-set with pocket 6s, licking his chops as a raise on a re-raise hits. Yeah, you have to love this situation, Vic, if you're Brian. First 3 hands of the day, and you get an all-in situation. Here we go. Fresh gets out of the way quick. What a tough spot for Quinn here.
like that. 6 eyes, guys. I gotta show 6 eyes.
12 million in the pot so far. King Quinn, find the hero fold.
Give him a little more credit.
Oh, I see.
When we get through this hand, we'll get to some of these questions that have come up on the chat board. Thank you so much.
That's out there. Very good. Are you trying to say you're 10 years?
Guess I get to see.
And Quinn,
Let's it
great
go.
fold.
That's Brian Morey from Michigan. And a shout out to his dad, Brian Morris, excuse me, and to Dominic and to his girlfriend Robin and sister. He's from Mad River. Been playing this game for 30 years. He likes to play both cash and tournament, prefers no limit hold'em. And he got started watching his dad and his friends when he was just a kid. His favorite athlete is Tom Brady, and he's a
Excellent
Michigan
choice.
fan. He's a Michigan fan.
I knew he has great taste. Right when I saw that beautiful hat.
There's a question about whether this is still one hand at a time. No, that was last night to get down to the final 15 here at Toledo. Now we are back. This is just running like a tournament down to the final 27 players. We've got 9 players at each of these 3 tables.
And pocket aces, I want to give a shout to some of the people watching on the message board. We'll get to that soon, but action is continuing here is Eric picking up pocket aces. Michael now, 6-5. Quinn Cement Mixer 9-4, going in the muck. Now over the Buck and Dub. Buck has a great story when he wins his first hand about actually his son that we got. Looking forward to sharing that story. And Eric takes it down. So nice hand, Eric, a.k.a. Sarge.
Eric for being on the chat quite often as Sarge. Also, his son, Eric Jr., deals here at the Reserve. And a shout out to his son and his wife Stacy, and BFW post 2898. He's from here at the Reserve, and he played 2 satellites and bagged then once. Just played in one day 1. Final table. He's finished a final table. 250,000 is one of his top wins. Oh, I'm sorry. He won 2,500. Excuse me. And how did he get started playing poker? He started watching it on TV and loved it. He's a Steelers fan, and his favorite player is Daniel Negreanu, and he's Marine Corps in quotations. Hoorah!
All right, we got another hand going on. Just want to go to the message board real quick, and we have a lot of people. Brent Milton, thanks for tuning in. Tony Halt, Terry Cool, Kenneth Barker. Got Rain in there. Virginia Wayne, Shimmy. Critical Gravy, Cheeseburger in the house, TK Money, Terry Cool, Geo doesn't count, Thomas Carroll, Walter, got Smoke in here.
Yeah, he let us know that there's 133 entries in that 25K so far.
We appreciate that, brother. Justin, also thanks for tuning in. We got B World, James.
We got heads up action here between Dub and Joel the Jedi.
Joel the Jedi back for more. He was in the
takes
force.
down that
I called him last night
pot
like midnight.
right after the flop.
A nice hand, Dub. Also shout out to and we got Atlas Patch, Dwayne Justice. We got Wheelchair Dan in the house.
Wheelchair Dan.
When he pulls his head down, he definitely hits like a
So thanks everyone. Smash that thumbs up, that like button.
He loves that.
Hit that subscribe too if you're new to the channel. We have shows every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Also, we pop up on Sunday, Monday for big tournament events like this, usually once every 5 to 6 weeks. Eric, a.k.a. Sarge, getting out of the way.
You don't talk like that, but he's a good boy.
15 million is the most chips at this feature table currently by Brian. Quinn raised it up with pocket threes. Puck gets out of the way, now on over the dub.
Cost 350.
Lines are at 75, 150, and 75. Got a raise with those pocket threes to 350.
Fresh is in for a discount. He's going to see it. We're going to go
Fresh is going to
three-handed.
come in. Brian coming in good position with 9-7 of diamonds.
And we have a 10 ace 10 board. 2 pair for Quinn. We'll see bet action going on.
It's an amazing play.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to afford 8 jack.
350 is the bet.
I would have been able to afford 2-4.
And a nice pickup for Quinn, who made an excellent fold early on if you're just tuning in.
Yep, and
There was a 8-high board, queens versus sixes. Sixes hit a set, and Quinn got away from those ladies.
that previous hand was taken down by Buck, right? So it
No.
was
I don't think so.
Bud.
Yeah, Bud.
Dub.
Oh, Dub.
Excuse
Yeah.
me. Dub, a.k.a. Alec Magden from Warren, Michigan. Plays poker full time. Shout out to his mom and his friend Frank and his Michigan punters. And he did 230 on the second day one. And he's been playing this game for 6 years. He prefers to play cash and no limit hold'em. Plays online as well. He started seeing this game on TV and decided to take it up. Likes to do fitness and weightlifting. Favorite team is Detroit Lions, and his favorite poker player is Phil Ivey.
Great pick for poker player. He's one of my favorites. Eric now ace queen after Buck raised it with Jack 10 up to 300K. So we call heads up action 750 in the middle. And we have a 4-6 board, couple of spades. Sarge still in the lead, aka Eric. Now the flush draw comes in for Buck with that 8 of spades.
That's 425. Got a raise. 1.5 million.
Buck's going to put the pressure on here.
Nice timing.
Very nice timing. Got position, and he's going to play it. Eric looking like he's going to get sticky here.
He's got the best hand right
He
now.
does have the best hand.
Gotta be careful. You got a Jedi at the table. All right. We're going to go to the river. 3.8 million is in there. And the king, scare card for both players.
And the check mark goes to Eric at this point.
All of it.
And he's all in.
Oh, and Buck pushes all in.
Aggression. Takes it down. Nice hand. And a big bluff for Buck.
Buck, a.k.a. Chris. Shout out to his 6-year-old son, Hunter. Manifest hands and the WSOP Super Senior flop quads on day 2. His way to the final table.
It's a good.
Shout out also to his brother Keith, his son Hunter. As we mentioned,
in a game.
he's got 2 WSOP rings and 10 final tables. Over an 18-month period, he started playing tournament poker full-time in January of 2023 after he closed his pheasant hunting club. And he prefers tournament play. He started playing 3 years old with his grandma. And he loves his German short hair pointers.
I know you're gonna want to have.
His girlfriend Amy is his spiritual coach. And Mario in Germany is his tech coach. Played varsity baseball at MSU. His favorite team,
Really?
of course, is the Spartans.
Played college baseball?
And he counts himself as his favorite professional poker player.
I like that.
I like that.
You should always be your biggest fan. Love yourself.
Yeah.
Quinn bumping it up to 350 with sevens. Still 27 players left. We haven't had anyone go out. So four-handed, 1.5 million in the pot. And we have a queen, 4-5 board, couple of clubs, flush draw for Eric, flush draw for Doug. We have the king and ace high flush draw. This is a big hand alert, folks.
525.
Doug with a little semi bluff. 525. Eric coming along. Folds around. We're going to get heads up action now. 2.5 million. There's a 5 of diamonds. Eric's going to check.
Maybe on that shelf over there. Take it
And a free card going to the river. Oh, and it's a 10. Eric hits 2 pair. That's 550.
Oh my God, how they fall.
It's a very welcoming bet amount with a pot that size.
The wall and the You need a water next time, bro. Just ask me. Just ask me. I'll get it for you. Man. You're trying to say
You like fucking trip over the carpet, hit my head on that. You guys really want my trip.
You almost hit that camera too.
Yeah, I seen it. I got him.
And we get a fold, and Eric Sarge takes it down for a 1.7 million profit. He's up to 6.3.
Well, you end up with a concussion, can't play my cards.
Actually, he used to be a lot more dangerous. He used to get shot.
Technique really intrigued me.
Buck now, 10-6. Dub, though, right behind him with pocket 9s. Blinds are at 75, 150.
Raise to 300.
And a min click.
Fold. Fold.
Fresh looking at king, queen.
Cost 300. Fold.
There's, if you saw in the background too, we always hear, if you watch this live stream, the Moose 8-5 suited. He's got his USA flag shirt
He does.
right behind seat 3. So the Moose making a nice run in here.
Heads up action now between Dub and Fresh. 9s versus King Queen.
And we have a king, 8, queen flop, and Fresh smacks top 2 pair. Dub slowing down. Straight and flush draw out there.
That's 450.
450. Nice pickup for Fresh there. 600K profit.
And Fresh, a.k.a. Daryl Brooks. A shout out to his kids because I'm winning this for them. And then Debo. He's here from Mad River. Been playing this game for 20 years. And he's got a total earnings, he says, of about 100K. He started playing in home games, like a lot of us. And his other hobby is playing Madden and 2K. His favorite team is the Bengals. Favorite poker player, Phil Ivey.
Raised to 300.
Dub now, after getting the nines, is going to pick up ace-jack offsuit.
Michael on the button. His Dub bumped it up 300K with ace jack. Oh, Buck picking up pocket aces.
Crazy. 950,000.
Looks like 950 total. Just shy of $1 million. And he takes it down. Nice hand for Buck. Buck up to 7.8 million right now. Made a very nice bluff earlier. Gets the goods. So it looks like we have a player move. So we are below 27 players left in the tournament. Get that updated shortly.
I would like to say on this one. Smash.
Actually, we might have lost two. If we're moving a player, get down to 26.
Jack of spades is going to be the first burn on everybody. Jack of
Quinn now folds all the way around to Quinn, and he's got ace-7 of hearts. Gonna bet this, raise this up to 350. Buck now picking up fives after those aces. Yeah, Jay, the first place, $218,800 and a handsome trophy.
350.
And there's the call. A string call, but that's allowed. Brian, does he want to protect his big blind with Jack 3? And he does. 14 million.
So the action's been real nice. We've seen a lot of three-way pots here. 1.1 million in the middle. We have a king 4 deuce board. Nut flush draw for Quinn. Fives for Buck still.
Still in the lead for Buck here.
He has the best hand currently.
375.
Quinn bets out here, 375. Buck's going to come along, and Brian's quickly going to fold. Now this pot going to the turn is 1.9 million. Oh, and there's the heart for Quinn.
Great card for Quinn. Taking the lead. $825,000. And Buck's not going to give him another dime. Quinn take it down, but nice hand for Quinn profiting. 1.2 million. Back up over 5 million in chips.
And the question was, what was the buy-in for this tournament? This buy-in was $600. There were many opportunities between ourselves and Mad River Poker Club in Dayton, Ohio to play in satellites for the cost of $65. And there in our bios, there are maybe a couple of players here out of this total 27 players that did not win their way through a satellite. Satellites were just so popular, so well attended when we started this over 3 weeks ago. There were 3 different weekends, and it's a joint venture between ourselves and Mad River.
Raise 350,000.
So we got heads up action 4s versus Jack 9 suited.
Heads up.
Tim versus Quinn. 850 in the middle, and we have a 10-7-6 flop. Couple of hearts.
Check. Check.
Scare card.
Check.
Both players, ace of clubs. This Quinn is putting the pressure on his opponents. He does have the best hand currently. Tim gets out of the way. Quinn another pot.
2
Just
pots in a
shy.
row for Quinn
Yeah, just shy of 6 million.
from Ohio. Won his seat into day 2 at Mad River. Big time Patriots fan. Been playing this game for 15 years. Thomas Carroll asking about tipping. You're asking a guy here with the headset on. My name is Vic Gager, and it's not tipping, I believe in. It's over tipping. So what do people usually tip? That's a good question. I myself would prefer anywhere between 5 to 8% would be what I would think. But if I could tell
Big
you
hand alert.
what would be a typical number, I really don't know that information. Big hand, though. Eric Sr. raising it up to 425. Ace King right behind him. Michael.
The Cowboys.
Pocket Kings. And Michael, as Nick, Tarantula Nick last night was pointing out, Michael does the two-handed shuffle.
Oh.
And, you know, he's got chips in each hand. It does a shuffle there.
If I'm playing against him, I don't know if I trust that. Little intimidation right there. The double shuffle.
Nick was saying as a dealer, it was just a little
It's crazy.
unbecoming. And Michael grabbed me before he jumped into the game here today and said, I got a kick about what Nick said about me doing the double shuffle.
Oh, it's like a switch hitter in baseball.
He's going to raise it up to 1.3 million. It's going to come all the way around back over to Eric.
Remember, Sarge, don't trust anyone with a double shuffle. I don't blame him, though, for seeing the flop here with Ace King. All right, we're going to have 2.8 million in the middle. We have a 10-6-5 board. Great flop from Michael. No ace. The ace magnet is not working yet.
I had one of them, so I was, as soon as I saw them, it didn't match.
2.8 in the pot. He's got 3.9 back. Looks over at Eric,
Center. 750,000.
and he's going to bet 750,000.
Yep, he's going for value. You know, you got to run good and have your big pairs hold. So what are you going to wait for? You got a 10 high board, pocket kings. Trying to build up your stack.
There's the call from Eric.
Deuce of hearts, another blank. King still in the lead.
Check.
Sarge not getting frisky. Good check.
Answer your question, Mr. Magden got moved to another table to keep the
Yeah.
tables balanced.
And now all in from Michael. I was about to say with this chip stack at 3.2, you can't really value bet half your stack. That's about the proper size. So the shove is the right play. And we are nine-handed for this table, and the final table will also be nine-handed, if anyone's wondered.
And Michael, a.k.a. the double shuffler, as I like to call him, Michael Williams, he's from Bremen, Indiana,
Oh, nice.
and he is a revenue generation is his occupation. And a shout out to his 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls, his wife Amber, son Rome, Tristan, daughters Abri and Violet. And he did this by virtue of 1 entry.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, here at the reserve, been playing this game for 30 years. And ran deep. Wyoming state champ, multiple deep runs, WSOP, MSPT, prefers tournament.
Buck
His
now
other
sitting
hobbies are
ace.
family and work, and he's a Vikings fan. Vikings are bust.
I like everything on there but that last part. Go Lions. But you know, you can't choose. He was probably born into a family, so I won't hold it against him. No, it's probably his father. No, but I wish him well. Good luck going forward. We got a hand brewing now. 400K. Brian with 5s. Tim with 8s. And fresh, yeah. He's looking at the price. A suited queen 6. He's like, I'll get in there. 1.8 million.
Look at this, 4-handed.
Yeah.
7, 10, 3, 2 clubs out there. And the 8s for Tim.
Yeah, they are best right now.
Check.
Checks are on the Tim. You're on the button. Wouldn't mind seeing a raise. Like, 700K maybe.
That. 600.
600.
600,000 into a 1.8 million pot. Check folds all the way around back to Brian now with pocket 5s.
Okay, Brian right now in his mind, was that just a position raise on the button? Does he have a couple overs? He's going to keep it modest. And a deuce on the turn. Blank. Check, check. Both players being played. Queen of spades on the river.
Brian does not catch up. It's an interesting check on the turn there from Tim.
Check. Check.
And go to showdown, and Tim's going to take this with his 8s and turn a profit here of $2 million on that pot.
The last hand, I was shaking.
Nice hand for Tim. He's up to 9.5 million.
Yeah, it's the first time in forever. I think it's because I had that energy. I had that alpha brain this morning, that Joe Rogan alpha brain, and then I got this energy.
Didn't you say Tim earlier missed his fantasy football draft for this? It's a big sacrifice.
Yeah, Tim was saying that he missed his fantasy draft.
You're probably right. Probably right. I was like, dang, big ball.
Likes to
man.
spend
Get it
time when he's not
together.
playing
You ever
poker.
told yourself that in hand?
Golfing,
Get it
spending
together.
time with his wife and kids.
Yeah, also see we got a new surge of people tuning in. If you don't mind, smash that thumbs up, that like button. If you see that thumbs up on a tablet, it's right there. If you're on your phone, you might have to back out of the chat and just hit it. It's pretty much how this channel grows. You, the viewers, are how we get our name out there.
All my friends
You're the oil to our engine. And we get in the algorithm on YouTube a little bit more with the likes. Helps us out a great deal. Also hit that subscribe. We'd love for you to be a part of our poker family.
Tim, get the 8s again, or we got a sticky field?
Well, he's going to bump it up this time.
Got a question about the fall brawl. The answer is yes. We've got a big fall series coming. Be sure to go to thereservepoker.com. We'll be updating that information shortly for the fall brawl.
Sarge with a suited king.
Protecting his big blind.
1.2 million. We have a queen 6 board. Not a bad flop for 8s again. Check, check. 2 pair for Eric on the flop. Now full house for both players. And Tim could get some value here the way this hand is played out. It's a tough spot for Sarge.
There was a six that set up the 5 there.
And Sarge is getting after it.
1,250,000.
Strong play from Sarge, checking it over twice, coming over the top. Tim's going nowhere. Now the 8. Surprisingly, that doesn't change anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Still playing the same hand.
Still queens over 8s versus queens over 6s.
Hey, Bradley Thompson, thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a good day, sir. Colonel?
Oh, and Eric is going to push all in here. Tim does have him covered significantly.
1,400,000.
Got 3-1 in chips or better.
You weren't even involved with that.
Putting the pressure on. 3 queens out there.
There's a sweet spot.
And he makes
And
the
there's
call.
the call. Wow. And that is going to be
Yeah, Sarge, excellent run,
that is going to
buddy.
be Sarge's tournament life here.
Nick?
I believe it's he's going to walk away with right around 3,200. Correct?
I think there was another price jump. So that takes us down to 23 players.
Blinds are 100, 200.
So
Nice
that
hand for
little
Sarge.
bell in the background, blinds are up to 100, 200.
Oh, no.
And a nice hand for Eric, up 14 million in chips. Quinn getting out of the way. Over the buck now.
12 million. Chipped up a little bit, but lost a huge pot, and it was just downhill from there.
You were here for that, weren't you?
Question on the message board, why can't you rewind the stream? You can rewind the stream after it is completed, fool. So you know, I'm not calling that player a fool. That is the handle he has on YouTube. I like that one, fool. But yeah, as soon as the stream is over, you can rewind.
Somebody else would be on this.
Do that too. Also, you know, players do go on break and whatnot. And we tell all the players that they cannot tune into the live stream while they are playing. So it prevents that, where if someone goes back and rewinds to try to see a hand and whatnot. especially with this type of money on the line. And Christina, the next $1 million tournament will probably be sometime in the spring, I assume. We do have our fall series coming up in just October. It's another big fall series at the Reserve. More information will be coming out in the next week about that. Brian, he's going to raise it up with Queen Jack offsuit. Get him out of the way. Joel the Jedi, suited ace. What does the 4 say?
Race.
Oh, and there comes. Oh, he's got to be on the dark side if he's putting the hood on. Yeah, he is not using the Force. He is. Hood is up.
Raise 1 million.
The Sith Lord. And he's been kind of just hanging out right now. He has the right table image. The right table image for this play. Coming out with a 3-bet up to 1.3 million. Back to Brian now. Queen Jack. So was there a pay jump on that one, Vic, or where were we at?
So he went out 24th. That was Sarge. So Sarge went to the cage to collect 2,700. Players 27 through 23 collecting 2,700. The next pay jump is at 22nd place, and that goes up to 3,200.
Okay. Getting close. All right, we're going to see a flop here. 3 million in the middle. 23 players remain. And we have a 4 queen. The ladies hit Brian. Is he going to lead out? Quick fold from Joel the Jedi.
Listen, you're a Michigan fan, yes?
All the way.
All right, so tell me, I'm a Vikings fan. We got JJ
So there's a question about why can you not rewind the stream. It is an option on the stream that we choose not to offer. We have a 30-minute delay here at the Reserve, and you covered that while I was looking for the. And then, of course, the question was, what did 24th and 23rd place pay $2,700? Yesterday, we ended at 28th place, collected 23, and then there was a pay jump to 27th place for 2,700, with the next pay jump at 22nd place being 3,200. The next pay jump after that is going to be at 17th place for 4,000.
He's not into college football yet, but he's a Vikings fan. Justin Jefferson's his favorite player.
We always talk about in these tournaments like steps and tiers, Vic. You can't. I like to break the tournament up when I'm in a long grind, and you got to think that magic 18 number, the final 2 tables, is on everyone's mind with just 5 players away. Buck now flopping a flush draw with the Doyle. Bets and takes it down. Nice win for Buck there.
And if you look up at the top right-hand corner, you can see that we're down to 23 players of a combined 2,992 players between the 2 clubs. And right now we're running the 25K in a day, and it's a great turnout for that. So it's a $240 buy-in.
They were commentating on it last night.
Really good turnout for today's Labor Day 25K in a day.
Oh, wait, you showed, yeah, I heard that too.
Our focus here, of course, is on the day 3 of our $1 million prize pool guarantee, where first place is going to take down $218,800. And we will be here broadcasting until we crown a champion.
Michael now, a 7 offsuit. The double shuffle. Brian asked if Miles is still in. This looks like he's plotting something evil with the double shuffle. Like it's like, yes, yes.
Welcome to my table.
They're like Pinky and the Brain. You know, what are we going to do today, Brain? We do every day. Try to take over the world. Buck now aces again. Second time he's had him.
Again for Buck.
Raise
1,050,000.
Michael was utilizing his position in the cutoff
Yeah.
to make a raise here.
You know, this is
And
the
it's
second.
not so much that he can't get away from this with the ace-7.
Yeah, I'm curious with the Buck because the first time it was under the gun making the raise. Now it's the cutoff, but he hasn't gotten any action. But he's still taking a nice pot down. There's a raise ahead of him, and he's come over the top. No sweat. Aces win a little something something for him, and he's up now 7.8 million, Vic.
And a dealer change coming in, and here comes a Mad River dealer.
A local legend.
A local legend.
Ashton in the house.
You Mad River viewers, very, very familiar with this legend.
I mean, he is an ambassador of poker.
Well, and it was interesting. He's expecting a lot of trolling here once he gets to the table, the feature table, and he asked us if we would please do our best to defend him.
Well, just remember this: when you're always on top,
Yeah,
when you're one of the best at what you do,
yeah,
competition's always going to try to bring you down.
yeah.
That means you're doing something right.
Somebody's always trying to poke you with a stick.
Right. You know,
Yeah.
when people are chasing you. Aces now for Tim. They're going around the table. 800K.
Do you see who checking in with us? Boots. He checked in with us last night too.
Oh, Boots. Shout out to Boots. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Whoa! Here we got aces against ace-8 of hearts.
Yeah, king, queen, 10, board, couple of clubs. Tim does have the ace of clubs in his hand.
Both of these players. Oh, and Tim's going to check this. And now the board pairs.
Anybody else want a water?
Yeah, I'll take one. Thank you, sir.
And another check to another free card.
And aces still hold after all that. Board pairing, straight card gets there. Wonder if Brian's going to pull the trigger with a bluff here. He's going to play it cautiously. Yeah, both players have a lot of chips in front of them. You don't really want to get too cute. You're in a good spot right now. You know, one's at 13 million, one's at 15 million.
Yeah, Dale, the best we can tell you is what we've got here at our feature table. We do not, and again, this is on a 30-minute delay, so any kind of intel that Dom and I might go physically in the room, or even Geo, isn't going to be able to be helpful because this is a very fluid situation. We appreciate the question, though. Thank you very much. And I like the comment here. Cooter, the dealer now. The loudest rifle in the Midwest. That's quite an honor. I can tell from the voice over there that Mama Dozer, and you can see her right there, seat 4, table 15. We're naming these 3 tables 17, 16, and 15. If you go work from the feature table and go to your left and then to your right. Dub got moved as we lost players, so I believe he's still there, as far as I know. Got a
pair now
polite
for
hand
Tim.
here. Tim now getting 2 pair. And Joel, the Jedi.
Yeah, a little semi-bluff here. He can hit a straight with an 8.
And just a call and a free card, and it's no consequence. Tim with the check mark with the 2. Now he's going to bet it out.
I kept it on.
And Joel not going to pay to see that hand. A profit of $530,000. So Tim on a bit of a run good here.
Yeah. 15 million in front of him. Has to be one of the chips, probably in the top 3 in chips. 23 players left, I would imagine.
Konzo, right now the chip leader is at, or the
To
chip
start
leader
the
that
day.
we see is here at the feature table. We are not aware of the chip counts at the other 2 tables right here in this same room.
We have had a few players get knocked out. You just saw it go down to 22
Now
players.
we're down to 22,
So there is some movement.
and that's where the next pay jump is. 22nd place now, taking 3,200.
Yeah, 4 players away of getting to the final 2 tables. Brian, King 8 in the cutoff. He's going to play his position. Tim, though, looking down on the button now. Ace King suited and diamonds. Vic.
Man, you talk about a run good here.
When you make a sacrifice like missing your fantasy football draft, you almost think some karma has to come your way.
You have to. Brian in the cutoff, utilizing his position, raises up to 450. Now Tim, even better position, ace king of diamonds, and he's just going to smooth call this. Does this open the door here for Fresh? With the blinds at 100, 200, and 100, he just needs 250 to protect his big blind, and he does. Look at all of the red cards there. 5 of the 6 cards are diamonds.
1.6 million in the pot on a 6-6-9 board. Couple of hearts.
And the ace-king still in the lead here. They're going to check, check, check to a free card, and a king hits.
Boom.
I guess you don't have to bet if your card's coming.
Well, and this is an interesting situation. Brian also hits a king. Ace king is good. If Tim wants to go for value here, he can do it. Brian might be thinking the same thing. This king 8. And here comes Tim. 1.2 million to go. 700K more for Brian.
And the rich are going to get richer here. 2.3 million in profit.
The 2 big stacks going at it. Tim up to 18 million. Vic feeling it. Okay, we got Mama Dozer is still in. We do know that. There is a possibility when we get down to 18 players, she could get moved into the feature table. I know she's got a huge fan base. Sweeping across the Midwest.
Raise 450.
Buck now, king, queen.
Yeah, under the gun. Quinn raises this up to 450,000 with ace 8-7.
Oh, you see all the 8s out there. 9-8, ace-8, 8-7 suited.
And I don't know how Tim could be compelled to fold that when he's running so good. You want to ride that heater, don't you, Dom?
Sometimes they say play the heater, but you got to also go with the inner chi sometimes. Maybe he's just saying, hey, don't get too greedy here. Fresh, though, with ace-7. Man, all the 7s and 8s were either folded or in play, Vic. Right now, Buck's in excellent shape.
Joel the Jedi, not seeing much yet, but if you watched last night's live stream, you saw just how patient he can be, and we're going to go 3-handed to this flop.
And we have a king 6-9 board, top pair for Buck. open-ended straight draw for Quinn. Especially when you saw all those 8s and 7s go in the muck.
Yeah.
That's the best he could ask for. Unless he flopped it.
Top pair, queen kicker, bets out, 750,000. Now back over to Quinn.
There's Mama Dozer in seat 3 at the outer table. And we are going to the turn, and Quinn turns the straight. Turning the nuts with 8-7, buck. So with a pair of kings, he's going to lead out. And he's all in. All in, 4.2 million. Back to buck. 3.2 the call.
Can you see it already?
And he gets out of the way, and we welcome Joey from Mad River.
What's up, buddy?
How we doing?
Congratulations to you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Coming up. But yeah, we had quite an early shift in the tables here in chips. Tim has been on a heater. Some good timing on some hands. Brian also climbing up to 12 million. We did have a player move from a table, one knockout so far at this feature, down to 22 players. I was talking about sometimes in tournaments you want to put it in tiers so you're not thinking too far. I gotta imagine that 18 is a magic number for everyone. Just get down to the final 2 tables, put yourself in a position to make that run to the final table where really you see those pay jumps start to hit.
100%. Like right now, you got 3 spots in between each pay jump, so that still matters. You still got to keep that in perspective. Definitely want to keep an eye on how many players are left. Actually, you said 22 remaining. Like right now, we should pay jump if memory serves.
No.
Oh no, we just got into the new the 3200. We just laddered.
Yeah, 3,200 is the pay jump now. But like I said, it's amazing once you get up there a little bit.
I mean, we're looking at
In the
4,000
final table,
next.
yeah, I mean the final table, everyone's at least getting 19 grand, and even really 12th place at 9,000. I mean, right now it's 3,200, just a table away from.
I mean,
some
right
nice
now you're
money.
guaranteed 6 buy-ins.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me, 5. Math is hard.
Then there's always, of course, that 218,500 first place.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Nobody who needs another 200K lying around.
We're talking about how we had a local legend in the box dealing right now.
Nothing over here. That's no wonder we guys.
Always good seeing him.
He has the claw pitch though. Which is
The claw
settles.
pitch.
The claw, watch.
All right, I got to see this. I didn't notice this.
Looks like a T-Rex dealing. But he's really good at what he does.
The claw.
He puts the cards between his index and middle finger.
Yeah, when I hit the claw, I'm thinking wrestling.
Oh, it's
The
like,
Von Erichs.
he looks like a
All right.
dinosaur. But you're not going to really find anybody better. I can say what I want, and I can make fun of it all I want, but he's
So we're supposed to be his shield. He said the kind because people are going to come after him on the message board. So I've been his shield so far.
oh yeah,
Captain
no,
America.
I'm the spear.
Fair enough. And here's fresh. He's going to bump it up to 400K. Michael right behind him with Ace King offsuit. Also Quinn with Ace Jack. Big hand alert, folks.
I'm just going to call it now. Quinn's going to let his hand go pretty quickly if there's a 3-bet here.
Just to let you guys all know, your second break is a dinner break, 30-minute dinner break on that.
A lot of great players left in this field, but Quinn's got chips, enough so.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with Quinn, especially my time down when I worked in Columbus. I said before it even started, before the field starts, he's at least in the top 10-15% of the field, no matter where you're playing in the United States. Dangerous player.
And he did let it go. But he's got 40 big blinds deep in this tournament. He can win a couple landmines, win a couple flips. He's my favorite to win.
Mine's Mama Dozer.
Yeah, she's the hometown hero I hear.
Mama Dozer.
I'm out there playing the 25K, and that's all anybody can talk about is Mama Dozer.
Yeah.
Pulled many of those today.
She seems like a very awesome woman.
Oh, she's amazing.
Hope to get to meet her later.
I was a sick ball. And I won't talk about it because they were like, dude, stop
How much
talking
of a
about
fight?
it.
Takes it down.
On the live stream.
Joel the Jedi. I might have to root for him. I'm a big Star Wars guy.
Oh, he's a big Star Wars guy himself. Yeah, Joel, he's been playing in here in our big events. Really nice gentleman. Always appreciate whether I'm dealing to him, talking to him before a live stream, before he gets on, getting information. Just really good etiquette. And here's Fresh, all in. Ace 4, 1.8 million.
Reasonable holding to do that with.
Yeah, you don't want to get blinded out too. I like this play. The blinds are coming up to him.
Easy now.
Gotta hope you get a little run good.
Hey, he's got 9 big blinds, and, you know, kind of middle of the pack. Hand
Takes it
blinds,
down.
Takes it down. Adds about 20% to his stack there. That's never a bad thing without having to see any cards. I'm rooting for Brian too, because little inside information. We do flips down at Mad River where we either like 10 people for $60 or guys at Mad River, they like to do 6-handed $100 flips, and every time I did a bunch, yeah, and I did a bunch of them, and he was always one of the guys that was always on the fence, and I'm just like, get in there, get in there, and he fired and won a bunch of just flips. So.
I was a Michigan fan. I love it.
Yeah, we won't hold that against him.
I love it. No, I got to meet him before the live stream. Real nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great dude. But given how much I harassed him over this weekend for flips, I'm happy to see him here and that those flips paid off for him.
Yeah, I know a lot of these players in this field. It's really hard for me to say root for one of the artists. Wish them all luck. There's a lot of money on the line. It's tough. Like I said, and I haven't even seen Quinn in years, but I remember when I worked in the Columbus area, I used to always appreciate him. So seeing some old faces. Brian out of the way, pocket nines for Joel the Jedi, making it 400K over the Tim now, who is the chip leader at this featured table. We could possibly be the chip leader in the tournament. We don't know what it's like at the outdoors, but I mean 17 million right now. And, trouble flop for him.
He doesn't know.
7-4 deuce.
Kind of a dream flop for Joel.
Yeah, Joel the Jedi gets the...
His opponent flops top pair with the best kicker.
Thanks, James Jenkins. Appreciate that. Yeah, smash that thumbs up, that like button, guys.
How about the 9 of clubs on the turn?
And now a 7 comes for Tim. Oh, well, you're running good. You're running good. He's playing good. When you're playing good and running good, dangerous combination. Yeah. That's what's happening with Tim so far. Check, check.
Nice check back.
And to the river is a 4, so now full house for Tim.
Can Tim get a little bit of value? I'd love to see just like a little 300K bet.
I almost want him to just pot it like 3/4 and try to make it look like a bluff. Maybe he gets paid off that way, or like you said, or an overpair. He decides
to go for half. I agree. Either go really small or really big.
Yeah.
Make a decision.
It's going to be a tough laydown for Joel the Jedi. He's really going to have to channel the Force. Seeing what it would look like with this call, his stack. Little maintenance.
He just knows it's a 7 or nothing in this spot.
Yeah.
He does pay off. Nice hand, Tim. Yeah, you see the frustration there in the fold.
That was a dream flop for him.
Nice Nice turn, River.
Good flop to get some value.
I agree with James Jenkins in the chat. Smash that like button. We're at 90. Oh, we just broke 100. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Streams are going well for you.
Need a little H2O, buddy. This one's unopened.
My good fortune you've had over the past week, over the weekend. Why don't we do the exact opposite when it really matters?
Just one hand, Jedi. Shake it off.
After 2.5 days of poker and working so hard, it'll be interesting to see how that lingers in Joel's mind.
Well, we hit 100 likes. Thanks everybody for smashing that thumbs up, that like button. Also want to give a shout out for everyone hitting that subscribe button. We've been live streaming. Not even our 2-year anniversary is like literally a week away. We start off with 0, and we're getting close to that 5K mark for subscribers. So thank you guys for hitting that subscribe button. I'd love to hit that 5K in the near future, and we're at 4.39. So we're getting there.
These Midwest balls will surely help.
Oh yeah, I hope there's some fresh eyes. Like I said, we got 3 live streams during the week. Please be a part of our poker family. Love to have you. Heads up action now. Ace 3 versus 5 deuce suited. $500,000 in the middle, and we have a 8-10-5 board. Mid pair for the Jedi. So let him see a free card. Now a 3rd spade comes up. And they're checking it down, it looks like. 5 still in the lead for the Jedi.
5th pair. Good pair.
You don't hear that very often.
I like that. I have 5th pair.
Sometimes they call that bottom pair.
I don't think you're far in that race.
A tenth of what I've lost so far.
I've never actually heard someone say that 5th pair.
I know.
It's always nice to
I've
have
heard bottom
5th
pair.
pair be the winner.
I've heard 4th pair, 3rd pair.
Yep.
I've heard someone use 5th pair.
I was surprised
Coin that
myself with the
phrase there.
25K where
Put your
I
name on it.
checked the hand with a gentleman and I announced
That's
6
first
high.
buy.
And he
There are
said you're
pairs
good.
lower if possible. So.
It's a great feeling.
I have the low board.
Might have been a
below the
first.
board. Sorry. What do you think?
That's a little run good.
Yeah, 6th pair.
Michael now, pocket 6s. Still at 22 players left in this tournament. And we're going to stay 9-handed the rest of the way. Pocket. Oh man, Brian has ace jack now, and Tim behind with pocket aces. You can't make this up.
Did you mean it as a race? Yeah. Oh, you did? Yeah.
I know that's what you
I wasn't sure, but most likely you did, but you went to put on a 5 for a 1.
And Joel the Jedi with 8s. Brian making it 600K, understandably so.
With 16
Some of
bigs.
the floor guys are just sticklers for that kind of stuff.
Depending on what Tim does here, it'll be interesting to see what Joel does. He's got 16.5 bigs, and he's about to see a bet and a 3-bet. Given the chip sizes of the tournament, excuse me, I'm gonna find my words here. Given the chip sizes in the tournament currently, 2 million goes pretty large there with aces.
Brian now.
Got the decision with the ace jack. It's a large raise to 2 million off of their effective stacks. Does make the call.
4.4 in the middle. King 3-9. Aces firmly in the lead.
Brian doesn't know it, but he's never been so happy to break a flop.
2 flush draws out there. You don't know if you're fading a gut shot either. Pay to see the last one.
That's slightly larger than quarter pot. Does fun to lay down. Gave him a nice price.
And he shows.
Him.
I think that was a respect between the 2 big stacks at the table. Like, hey, I'm not playing around. If getting a hand, no need.
That's crazy.
So Tim,
Gets you with the day, but he can't make that fair.
The bigger.
He had 5 dogs, so I have to
Top end value there.
want to say thank you to Deuce MS. Said he's been watching the stream since 2K subscribers. Easily one of his favorite poker live stream channels. Feels like it's relatable to most players. Average Joes, if you will, which is our Saturday night show.
I see what he did there.
Oh yeah, very nice. You can hear her voice in the background. Have no fear, Mama Dozer is still here, folks.
Well, given what people are saying, that seems like plenty of reason to be fearful.
It's just great when she won like a 3-way all-in on day 1, and she just stands up and goes in the most calming voice, "Ship it." It was priceless. And we have a 6 king queen board, couple of diamonds, top pair for fresh with the flush draw.
Flops the world, doesn't he? Michael lets it go.
Yeah, Michael didn't get married to it.
Only a
Nice.
couple of backdoors really working for him there. No sense to get out of line.
And we've only seen one big bluff, and that was Buck earlier with Jack 10. Shoved with Jack high. His opponent had ace high and took it down. It was a nice play by Buck early on. Pretty nice sized pot. I think he profited about 1.8 million, and that was when the blinds were lower when we very first started. A little bit of a tone setter at the table.
It helps establish confidence too. Big tournament, a lot of money in play. You sit down, start the day off, get a nice bluff through. Really
Yeah,
helps
absolutely.
you settle in.
Brian now with Dolly Parton, 9-5. Tim now suited ace-6. He's got a very good table image right now. Let's see if he uses it. I normally don't like playing ace-6, me personally, but right now when you're running that hot, you got the chip lead. And he's been showing some monsters. Ace-king, aces. Joel the Jedi picking up king-jack. He's going to bump it up. Right now he's got his opponent's
Not to
hemmed
go
up
unnoticed.
pretty well.
That was
Yeah.
a very disciplined laydown from Tim with the suited ace, chip leading. Very easily could have, made a raise, which wouldn't have been out of line. But very nice discipline. If you can maintain that discipline, pay off for him at later stages of the tournament.
Yeah. Down to 21 players who were 7-handed at all 3 tables.
More Cooter's dealing here. I just want to say, you guys are looking very sharp, and I'm sad I didn't get the tie memo. No one told me about the tie.
I gotta try to keep up with Vic. He's always professional. The way he dresses, the way he speaks, you get a lot of pressure when you're Vic's partner. It's the reason why we call him the ultimate victory cigar of poker. Queen Jack from Joel the Jedi. Fresh getting out of the way with 10-9. And Joel the Jedi is going to pick up a nice profit of 400K. That's good for him. He's had some frustrating hands, understandably so. Just get a pot, rake it in, hit the reset button. He can make a deep run in there. He's very capable of it.
It was easier or harder to shut.
I've been watching him play day 1s, day 2s for not just this tournament, but multiple big ones. You know, even when we have our quarter, 250 Ks or our 100K guarantees, he's usually here. Talented player.
And we've seen it done before on this very stream. Our last Millie, apologize, I can't remember your name, but one of our final tablists rode a stack between 3 and 9 big blinds for multiple pay jumps. He finished, what, 6th, I believe?
Yes, oh man, who was that?
And he was a Florida guy, and he very easily could have finished like 12th or 13th, but he just stayed in it.
The grinder.
Never gave up, never just clicked the F it button. Stayed disciplined and found a way to the final table.
Good spot for Quinn picking up a pair of nines. On the button, folded around. Might look a little fishy. Brian, 7-6 suited in diamonds. In the big blind. And he's going to defend. So 1.1 million now in the middle. And we have a 5 Jack 6 board. Brian does hit mid pair.
Queen's 9 still good. Deuce of clubs. Most likely freeze the action a little bit more. Quinn's gonna probe.
Yeah, that deuce might get Brian out this hand. No, it looks like he's reaching for chips. I was about to say.
He's gonna come along.
So we got 1.8 now in the middle. Juicy pot, that king. Scare card for both players. Doesn't change much.
Oh yeah, you got you.
Reasonable check from Brian. Does go check. Quinn's gonna get the good news.
And yeah, the nines are going to hold. He's going to be now up to 8.6 million on the comeback train.
No offense for everybody out there.
I'm fine staying here. I like being inside.
Love being here.
That's right, Brian. Truth be told, my friend. Truth be told, it's like when you have a big blank.
Up, and that clock means the blinds are about to be going up.
But at the same time, you should be like, oh shit, I hate
All right,
it.
guys, next 10 blinds are up, 125, 250, 125.
Oh, Spank 316 in the back. Running the show. Oh, yeah.
Gary Bauer.
Have him and Nick in here swapping out main tournament. We also have our 25K in a day. Vic, did you get any info on that, what we're up to?
Fresh does
25K
go
in a
all
day?
in. Ace 7.
I think Vic's going to go ask right now. Yeah, I'm curious on that prize
And
pool.
Buck wakes up with kings when Fresh jams. This is a dream spot.
Hey-oh. Have to love this. He might even come over the top, try to isolate. At
Question is-
4.4. You're already putting in half your stack. If anyone else wants to come in. On the button, too, that can look deceptive. You're not expecting kings on the button jam.
I'll take it.
He'll shove here, and Tim wakes up in the big blind with a reasonable hand like a ace-jack suited, or even a couple of eights. He might think he's just trying to isolate from the button.
2,225,000.
He's going to call.
And he does just call. It looks so strong.
He has me dominated.
And Fresh knows it.
Oh, well, I got a, yeah, I got okay.
Fresh is going to need a little run good here. Open for an ace or a couple of sevens. 20 players
Can Fresh
remain.
find the ace from space?
And we have a 3-6 king flop top set. And that's all she wrote.
That's going to do it for Fresh. Good run, Fresh.
Yeah, really nice run in 20th place. Congrats, Fresh. Down to 19 players, one away from the final two tables.
I would never say that. In my mind, I was like,
And then the other guy goes, and I folded an ace. And then he's like,
That's the beautiful and brutal part of live tournament poker. You play for 3 days, and it just comes down to
Right.
an ace versus a couple of kings.
Well, Joey, we start around 2 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock now, and we are one player away from final two tables.
Oh, and we're still going to be here a while. So once they get to that final 9,
Oh, yeah. It's a grind. Playing for a lot of money.
we're at 150, 120,000 versus North Dragons.
See Miles over there still grinding away. I'm not seeing Moose's USA shirt, unless he got moved.
one of the more pretty hands of poker, ace king of clubs for Michael.
Yeah, the double shuffler.
Oh, yeah, you gotta watch. Yeah, you gotta watch that one. I'm super curious what Michigan had in one of the first hands.
I was going past it.
Wish I would've got this by the last game. I make diamonds when you make it top set.
Bumps it up to 625.
625.
Ace Jack suited for Joel the Jedi. In the batter's box. On deck circle.
He's got about 15 big blinds.
They gave me
Does he put it in?
2.0.
Just call and see a flop.
You make me call like that.
There it is.
Folklore.
Mike's not really going to think about it. Just going to make sure he's got what he's got. Puts in the call.
Jedi's gonna need a little run good here.
Diamonds or jack ace?
Well, you don't like seeing it, but he's only a 2-to-1 dog, so he's got a very reasonable chance to win this hand.
And a king right in the window,
and the
but
jack
there's a
behind
jack.
it.
Okay, still some life. Now both players turn 2 pair.
Now he's got just
Jack and
a
Jack
jack
only.
only.
And Michael takes it down. They would have, I think on that turn card, if they would have seen a flop, might have gone in all in anyway. Nice run, Jedi, and we are down to 18 players now. Final 2 tables. We'll be getting some new fresh faces at this live stream.
Puts us on a pay bubble, too.
A little pay jump possible. Let's see. Yeah,
Well,
we're
we're at
up
18.
to that's
Next
from
one, excuse
yesterday.
me. 18th is still 3,200. 17th is going to take home 4K.
Oh, I can't believe he didn't know.
Yeah, that's strong.
I can't. Oh, we had to do that. I thought, like,
Yeah, 4,200, all the way up to 13th place, and you get a pay jump at 12. So yeah, from 18 to 13th, and really when you're a player and you're the low stack, kind of gives you
yeah, sure. 125
a little free will to get after it, try to build up a stack.
Sorry about that. Just seems like a 3-bet would have been better.
Oh, there is some pay jumps there. I take that back. I was looking here.
3 James. 550.
4,000, 5,000, 62. Okay, a little bit more gradual. I was wondering. I was looking a little different.
Is this the last time before you break it through?
Everybody gets a rack, then you keep all your names in the rack, when you take it.
Yeah, 18.
I don't know what time it is. I think it's 4 or 5. I don't know how much it is.
They are. When you see something.
Vic get back in here after this hand.
Yeah, and we got kind of curious of the new lineup we're going to get at this feature table. I know everyone's probably deep down rooting for Mama Dozer, the pole. I don't even know if it's her table we're breaking.
Oh, we're seeing all the luck. But I'm going to let Vic get back in here because I got a little luck to conjure my
Yeah.
own.
Good luck
I'll
out
be
there, buddy.
back.
Competing, and I think Vic, did you get some numbers for the 25K? Okay, so Vic's going to inform us on the prize pool for the 25K. I said we were going to hit 40. Did we hit 40? No. Okay.
I mean, when I got here 10 minutes in, there was already 60 entries, and it's a packed house out there. So we got a very good turnout.
I was liking. Yeah, I was about to say 9 tables I saw for that sucker. So heads up action now for our $1 million guarantee though. The big tamale. We have a 9-8-9 board, open-ended straight draw for Quinn, 2 pair for Buck. This one could get a little hairy. Buck leads out.
Those blue chips are 500K?
Yeah.
Flips in the 500K.
$500,000.
Quinn's not going to go anywhere.
You guys having fun? You get your phones over here, so you have outside.
And now Quinn does pick up a pair with his open-ender. And a gut shot now for Buck too, though. 10. Oh, there's Miles.
Check it goes.
So Buck holds.
Quinn does miss. And it does go check. Surprised Buck didn't go for a little bit of a value there.
All right, so we got some fresh faces at the table.
Nice
Miles,
hand.
who we've seen a lot on our Tuesdays, playing in our 5, 10, 20 no limit game. He's a big-time player. We've seen him make some deep runs in tournaments and in our bigger cash games. So dangerous one sitting down in seat 9.
They're all dangerous at this point.
Yeah, I was about to say all these players are dangerous at this point.
Final 18 in a almost 3,000 player field.
Yeah, everyone knows what they're doing.
Right.
Yep.
That's not all luck.
There's the victory cigar. Get some intel.
I'm going to jump back in the 25K, hopefully run it up some more.
All right, well, may the force be with you.
May
Good
the
luck,
force
buddy.
be with me indeed.
If you can just see Ash there.
All right, Vic, welcome back. Getting back in the saddle, squared up. 18 players left. We got Power Toke on the message board. Hello, good sir. Hope you're having a fabulous Monday. It's Labor Day. Thanks for joining us on the message board. Derek M. in the house.
Hungry fellows over here.
Is Derek M. Derek, is this Columbus area, Derek? Who I know, who I have on social media? Same Derek M. Hope you're having a good day, sir.
Yeah, Sarah, you're right. I was busy during my while Joey was in here going out and making sure. That's why you see me in the background getting some information. By the time I got out there, we were down to 17th players. 17th is going to take down $9,000, and I believe 18th place is $8,000. And we apologize for not getting that information correct earlier, but now we've got it correct. And yes, Fresh did bust out.
I led just about the whole thing. That's what I thought. The last day. Oh man, right here.
I thought you were.
So from the 27 players that we started with at 2 o'clock this afternoon, we are down to 18. So we're going to get these players' names and chip counts correct. In the meantime, Don was asking about the 25K in a day in the other room. We have 160 entries in that, and still waiting for the payout information, but it's not going to be 40,000, but it is going to exceed 25,000. So a really good turnout for that.
What was the total for that?
160 entries, but young Patrick, as soon as they get it on the screen, he's going to do a screenshot and text it to me since I'm in here. So we'll have that information shortly.
Beautiful.
In real time. Meantime, thank you very much for joining us here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. Our $1 million prize pool guarantee.
We got Shane G in the house too, part of the gentleman's group of my when I lived in the Columbus days. Shane, good to see you in here on this fine Labor Day, enjoying some poker action. Wish you well, buddy. let's
Now
gotta give a
we've got-
shout out to that. Chris D, also from Connecticut in the house. Chris, hope you're doing well. Yeah, Derek says that's me. Excellent, Derek. Thanks for joining us today, buddy. Hope you're having a nice Labor Day. Thanks for joining the poker action. So yeah, a lot of old buddies of mine. I've lived a little bit all over the Midwest. It's good seeing some familiar faces on this message board. Definitely want to try to make it down there one day for some cards, and I'd like to let everyone know. Be good to see some guys at the table have a couple cold drinks, beverages.
Ready. 750.
And we got a full table now. And Steve's at this table now too in C3. I respect his poker game a lot. I'm just talking about personal experience, who I've seen with my own eyes, whether I'm dealing, commentating, or just watching. Watch out for him.
You seem to be a veteran of this. One time?
Oh, I think that was like
Buck getting a little discount. Looks like we're going to have a cheap one here. We haven't seen this too often today. 875 in the middle, a few limps, and we got a deuce 7 deuce board. Right now, king high still in the lead. Mobley's going to bet 300K. Take it down.
he's 1 for 1.
Wish
Mike
him
Mobley, a very popular player down there in Dayton at Mad River Poker Club.
good. Yeah, I've got
And he's doing a shout out to his wife Angie, the 5 kids, Derek, Kenzie, Kirsten, Taylor, and Gavin, and then 5 grandkids.
Oh,
Cameron, Jazzy, Caden, Jace, Walker, and then son-in-laws. Looks like Manny, Damian, and Kieran. Been playing this game for over 25 years. He's had a few first places. Biggest at Mad River, he won 50K. He won the 50K.
Good old music.
Longtime friend Sean Perkins got him into playing poker. He loves football. He's an Ohio State fan. And he loves the Miami Dolphins. His favorite player is Moneymaker.
another great choice. Well, I've said it many times. Out of the poker pros that I've met, the 2 gentlemen that stick out the most in the poker world, they're just true gentlemen, great ambassadors of the game, Scotty Wynn and Chris Moneymaker. Out of who I've met probably around 10, and those 2 gentlemen stick out. Class acts, both of them.
Great. 600,000.
Oh,
Michael's going to get Queen Jack of Hearts here, the double shuffler. Going to raise it up in the cutoff to 600,000. Back around to Miles in the big blind. Will he protect for 350 with the 9-8 offsuit?
I was thinking about nicknaming them because we always get some nicknames. Double Dragon. It was an old Nintendo game. Very popular for anyone in their 30s and 40s and lower 50s. He double shuffles. The Double Dragon comes out. It is a niche age gap for that one.
No challengers there, so Michael's going to take that one down.
Miles, too, who got to give him some softball accolades, though, sitting down. World Series champs of the United States. We talked about that last week on here.
Under the gun, Tim, Jack 10. Lays it down.
That was a string fold. Careful with that.
You guys are gonna have to teach me. I don't know how to fold that.
Yeah, I found out Moose went out in 25th place. Good run, Moose, by the way. He wasn't on the feature table. Want to give him a shout out. Also, Mark, who plays here often, went in 27th. I believe he had the best hand he put on, and he got an ace on the river, got him. So got it in good. Nothing you can do. 2 players that play at the reserve quite often.
Down to 17th player, 17th place and 16th place are each going to collect 9,000 at the cage. And I do not want to be remiss in Getting one of our very close friends here. Drove all the way up here to help us out from Dayton. Spank, 316.
I mean, should we get him on here?
He's waiting in the wings.
All right, yeah, I was with Joey. I'll let you go with Spank for a little bit and stretch my legs.
Good.
Spank 316 live at the reserve.
And you're not seeing double images here. That is Spank in the background helping us out with
He's
this
everywhere.
tournament.
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere. Well, Spank has the mindset of he walks in the door and says, what can I do? How can I help? Right, Spank?
Absolutely.
Thanks for coming in. Sit in on this. Appreciate it very much. Give Dom a little time to go find some more food.
Yeah. You get hungry. It's long days. You need fuel.
Right now, Ash.
Raise 1.1.
Blinds are 125, 250, 125, and he's going to raise it up to 1.1 early position. Doesn't look, Spank, like he's going to get any challengers here. Miles, King 10 on the button. Suited. He's got spades, but he's going to let it go.
Yeah, lets it go.
And Brian's probably not going to protect his small blind there, nor Tim with the 7-3. So Ash takes that down, and Ash is Mad River guy.
He pops in. He plays some of our big guarantees. He's not a regular, but when we do have big guarantees, he pops in from time to time.
He's from Columbus, Ohio, and he's a data scientist. And he wants to shout out to Dom, Amani, Mom, and Dad. And he played a satellite to get into a day one. Been playing this poker just for a couple of years. And he's had a finish of 10 grand. Loves tournament play, no limit hold'em. And a friend introduced him to the game. And his favorite poker player is Danu Negreanu. And he's a soccer fan. Manchester United is his favorite team.
Yeah, Dom,
or as they call it over there, football.
Yeah, Ash definitely. He did win a satellite. The Shark Tank in Columbus, they were running satellites for us.
Oh, okay.
To help out a little bit. So we had, I'd say probably about 10, maybe 12 entries that came from satellites that the Shark Tank put on for us. So, it's good. We do some satellites for them from time to time when they have a big event coming up. So
it's good to work together, just like we're doing with Mad River and the Reserve. The second Millie this year, earlier in February, our first stab at this, and it was just a rousing success. This one as well, crushing the guarantee. Steve now, 21 million in chips. He's going to lay down the Queen Jack of Spades after a raise from Buck. And now Steve with Queen Jack of Spades, and I'm sorry, that wasn't Tim's hand. Now it's Steve's hand. And he just needs to call 250 to protect his 250 plus his 125 that's already in there. And he makes the call. Heads up action. Oh, and a queen right in the window there. He's going to check it. Will Buck put out a continuation bet? He does. 375,000. And he's going to raise this up. Nice check raise here. I'd be surprised, although Buck has shown some real aggression early on in these final three tables, but he's going to lay this down and Steve's going to pick up $1 million. Steve Stout from Milford, Michigan. He's a regional engineering director, and he wants to do a shout out to the WSOP Poker Legend crew. He is a regular, particularly for the bigger tournaments here at the Reserve. Been playing poker for 25 years. His best cash was $136,000. He loves tournament and No Limit Hold'em. And he does play online. He won a WSOP online ring event. Got started playing in charity rooms up there in Michigan, and he scuba diver when he's not playing poker. He's a Michigan fan, UM football. His favorite player, Charles Woodson. Now there's a man after Charles Woodson, I think one of the greatest players. Daniel Negreanu is his favorite, and we do have a U.S. Army veteran here in Steve Stout. Thank you for your service, Steve. Back to the action now. Brian asked, is this bigger than the first one? It is not. The first one, the first place money turned out to be $270,000. This time it's $218,800.
Yeah, last time we got 1.8 for the prize pool.
Yeah.
So a little lighter.
A little lighter, but you know, it was in February. Before this is August. It's a difficult time of the year, I think.
Yeah.
But I think really what we got, all eyes were on us in that first one. I mean, between the two clubs around the country, people wondering how is this going to go. Wound up having the biggest poker tournament ever in the state of Ohio. And we'll see some more of these coming right down our line. Now we've got coming up in October, Spank, we've got the fall, we call it the Fall Smash, and there'll be a number of tournaments throughout the week and then culminate into a big tournament at the end of the week. I'm not sure, it might be 250, it might be 350, but that's yet to be posted. What's the next big one for you guys?
Next big one coming up. We haven't really advertised much for it. I gave a little teaser at the beginning of day 2 for our guys back home. But 4-card, we're going to have, Duncan's been talking about a little 4-card, a little PLO.
Oh, all right.
A little 100K. So
wow,
something for just a one weekend type of deal. So
yeah,
you'll be seeing some infographics, and you'll be seeing some stuff pop up on our Facebook for that. So
excellent.
We had a tag team event a couple weeks ago where it was a No Limit and a PLO tag team event, and we had a good response, and the guys were clamoring for a little bit more. So we're going to decide to give them the PLO guys a big tournament. So
Miles is going to raise this up to $600,000 right into Tim with Ace Jack. Tim, the chip leader here at this feature table with 21 million. 7 times as many chips as Miles, and Tim is going to raise this up. Going to make a 3-bet of 2 million, and very expensive here for Miles to make this call with just King Queen out of position. This cadence you see from Miles is very typical. He's going to take some inventory here. He's going to think about this.
And Tim doing what he's supposed to do. He's got a big stack.
He's got to do that. Yeah.
And Tim, I like Tim a lot. He's another guy. He pops in for just our big events. I don't know where Tim's from. He might be a Columbus guy as well, but he pops in for our big events. But I like Tim a lot. He's quiet. He's chill. You know, I've seen him take some bad beats, and he just taps the table. He's a champion. So.
And you're right, Tim is from Columbus, Ohio. He's going to take that pot down, and he's got a shout-out to his boys in the Fantasy Football League. He is missing his draft today. Worth it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so.
Definitely worth it. And there we have the payouts remaining now with 17 players. You can see the next 2 players collecting 9,000, and then 3 players after that 11,500. 3 players after that 15 grand. Gio?
Right by Whetstone.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Thank you.
38 something, right?
I live on the other side of High, but yeah, same side as you.
But yeah, it's good to collaborate, us doing these together.
Yeah.
The last, this is the second one. It just lifts a lot of weight from either side because the very first millie that we did, it was crazy.
Yeah.
It was chaos. I literally lost 12 pounds at the end of it. It was a 3-week affair, and at the end of it, I was 12 pounds lighter from just running around, sweating, probably not sleeping and eating the way I probably should have been. So it just it's refreshing to just go through all this and then it be so much easier.
Now, speaking of big stack poker there, King 9 for Tim, and he's in the hijack. I think might have liked to seen a raise there. He lets it go, and his timing is pretty good because Ash is waiting there on the button with Ace Jack.
Raise 600,000.
Going to raise it up to 600,000. Mobley gets out of the way, and now back over to Michael.
So yeah, Mike's got some chips. He's going to defend.
Yes, and Michael likes to rumble a little bit. He doesn't get scared off very easily. Unfortunately, they both hit a jack here.
I just saw that you
Ash in a commanding lead with Ace Jack.
500.
Top pair, ace kicker,
That distracts me when you
continuation bet.
We were talking about the live stream last night. The dealer was saying that he hates it when I do it because that's all you can look at.
He's the double shuffler,
Michael.
And a king. Let's see how this plays out.
This king could save Michael a little bit here.
It really could. And they go check, check to a free card, but the result is the same now.
I told her, she didn't say yes. She just laughed.
Okay.
Trying to get some more money in this pot here.
1.4.
He's going to bet 1.4. A little less than half the pot here. And what's really interesting about this spank is the mix of players coming from Dayton, mixing with Toledo. Some of these players that come to Toledo, as you say, you've got players that just show up for the big ones. So there's all of a sudden a lack of familiarity. There's fresh, and these players are working hard to try to get as much information out of the other players in a short amount of time because it makes a difference.
I know we had a few of our guys that came up for your final Saturday.
Okay.
Just for that same reason, they come up to.
And and there's the call just to come up and try to get some familiarity
or to play in like a fresh field. To say, like, play with guys that they haven't played with, that don't kind of know their game, guys that they can, maybe do some things with that our guys they play with all the time could pick up on. And
Thank you, sir.
Anthony Hall points out that you guys are doing a $500K in November for $600,000. Is there $600?
That we are as well.
So that you got that coming up. And those of you, there's a lot of people on here very familiar with Spank 316. Some of you may not know. We had this conversation during one of our last live streams that Spank sat on, and we're talking to Mad Rivers,
When the bubble was going on, it was like
top cook, bottle washer, ad guy, floor guy, dealer. I mean, there isn't a hat you don't wear. Is that right?
I say it all the time. I wear many hats, but you'll never see me wear a hat. So, but yeah, I do a lot of it. I do, I can't say I do it all, but we've got a great team. We've got a great group of guys and gals that help out that do a lot of things. But yeah, I carry a lot. So
yeah.
I've got a great great crew and great team to help out. So I can't complain about anything.
Ash going to see if he can get back-to-back pots here. He's going to raise to 550 in the cutoff with King Jack. Quinn 6.8 million, and he needs 300 to complete to protect his big blind, and he does. And we got a coin toss here, Spank.
Quinn the Crusher, that's what we call him.
Quinn the Crusher. All right. Nobody really hits this, and they're going to go check to a free card. That free card hits Ash with the King Jack, and he's going to bet $500,000. And a quick fold there from Quinn the Crusher.
Yeah, Quinn's another. He's like pro, if you will. He's another guy. He comes down. He plays in big events. He's another Columbus native. But I've seen him take his lumps, and he takes them in stride.
Yeah.
Again, he just wraps the table. I like Quinn a lot. Quinn's a good guy.
And if you're just joining us, we'd appreciate you to continue to hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. And please subscribe. And when you do, there's a bell right next to it. And if you hit the bell, then when we do go live, which sometimes it's off schedule, like today, very special day, you're going to get a notification. Brian now raises up to 650. Was that Ace Jack? No, couldn't have been. Thrown in the muck.
You never know.
You never know.
Ace Jack's a tough one to play.
Yeah, we saw some interesting laydowns last night for our feature table live stream. Michael was at that table, and he is the does the double shuffle of the chips. Tarantula Nick was in here with me last night, and he just couldn't help himself. He said, I dealt to him earlier, and that just drives me nuts. So Michael was telling me today he got a big kick out of that. Here we go, 10-7 of diamonds against King-Queen of diamonds, and they're both going to hit a piece of this. Brian with the best of it. Top pair with a king kicker, but it's a rainbow board.
Backdoor flush draw will be bad for Buck.
Yes. Would be very bad. $500,000 is the bet into a $1.6 million pot. A little bit of a come on along, you're going to like the water bet. And Buck does make the call. String call. An ace. And will this slow things down? It does. So check to a free card. And no help for Buck there. Buck's got that posture like he's kind of given up on the hand. And he does check it. Brian going to Value Town here, $500,000. See if he can get a little more money in that pot. And Buck is going to make the call. So Brian's going to profit $1.9 million on that. We were talking a little bit earlier about the number. We had all 27 players fill out these bios, and curious to see how many of those folks got in via satellites. Here at the reserve, the satellites were big, and people were calling for more and more of them. Pretty sure you saw the same thing down there, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very popular. Did you have any sit and goes or any kind of showdowns for seats?
We do a lot of showdowns, a lot of flips. We do a lot of flips.
A lot of flips.
Sit and goes, not so much. We've tried. It's tough to kind of coordinate them, get them together. We've done a couple, but yeah, the flips, cold hands.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, flips and cold hands. Flip or a cold hand, basically, we just get 10 players. We get 10 people. They'll all put in $60, and then they all come to the table. We deal them all a hand, and we basically just run it out. We just run out a single board.
Yep.
And then whoever wins, whoever's got the best hand after that, wins the $600. They win the pot to get into the tournament. So those are a good time. We can get a lot of those off in a day. I think the one night, I mean, Joey G did 20 of them.
Really?
The one day. And
Wow.
they're quick. They're effective.
Yes.
They're efficient.
Right.
The guys love them because then it's easy. They're just putting up 60 to win 600.
Right.
Win their entry. So.
Miles now facing a raise of 550 from Quinn the Crusher, and he pushes all in a quick fold from Quinn. So nice opportunity there for Miles. And Miles is a regular here on the live stream. Cash Game plays typically on Tuesday nights. And Miles has that hoodie on. His Cardinal softball team this year won the World Championship. So he's waiting for his ring in the mail. Very exciting. A couple weeks ago, he's from Bloomdale, Ohio. And he's always got family watching. In particular, his mother is quite often here on the live stream, so he's doing some shout outs to Mom and Dad and Uncle Perry, to Sharon, and a shout out to his parents who are dealing with health issues right now. Plays here at the Reserve on a regular basis, been playing this game for 25 years, and he prefers both cash and tournament play. I would say he plays probably more cash games than he does tournaments, but he definitely shows up for these big ones. Started playing poker with his buddies in college. That's a familiar story, isn't it?
That is.
So they won the state and world champions this year. While he's not doing that stuff, he likes to go hunting, fishing, and golfing. Big fan of Cleveland Guardians, Denver Broncos, and of course a Buckeye fan. His favorite poker player is Nick Schulman.
They're scared of you, man.
Then we got a comment in here. I see in the comments, like, my guy Zach, he's at Sturdy Shoulders. He's referring to earlier about, me wearing all the hats, doing all the things.
Oh.
Like, I gotta give him his flowers and his props. Like, big Zach Wagama, I call him the Giant. That was one of my pillars coming up. One of my guys that helped me teach me all the things. So he helped bring me up through the ranks. So
That's
big shout out to Zach. Like,
That's
Zach's
great.
my guy. You need like the big man, little man combo, like in the WWE, the wrestling days. You had like, Kane and Rey Mysterio. You need it's always the best tag teams is the big man, little man combo. So we rock it out.
So it does look like Mama Dozer has gone out in 17th place. We're down to 16 players, which means 2 tables of 8. Mama Dozer going to the cage with a big smile on her face, I'm sure, because it's always there. She's going to be collecting $9,000 on top of the $1,000 that she collect for bagging. And what a pleasure to have her on here last night for our live stream feature table. And she walks in the room and she lights it up. People just go crazy for her.
All right, I'm getting the boot.
All right, Spank.
But,
thanks for coming in, and we're going to be here all night, so I hope you get back in here and spend some time with Dom.
All right, let's get all my 316s in the chat. Let's see where all the dating.
Where's all the 316s? Hey, we're doing a call out for the 316s. Back to the poker action. Buck's going to raise with pocket nines. He's going to 3-bet this to 1 million after Michael had raised with ace king. Now Tim looking at ace jack.
I come back in, Vic, and you just give me a big hand alert right away.
Right away. Ralph says 316. Austin says Spank 316.
There we go.
Justin. And Tim's going to get out of the way, let these two guys go at it. When you look over at Buck, who's got 4 million, and the blinds at 125, 250, and 125, I can understand that fold at this point. let some of these smaller stacks take each other on.
16 players left. Tables are 8 and 8. Nitty gritty time.
Yeah, Peach, we did just scroll them earlier. When we get closer to the final 10 players, then we will be scrolling that along the bottom. Right now I can tell you that 16th place is 9,000. Then 3 places after that are 11,500 each. And then 3 places after that is 15,000. Of course, first place, 218,500. And the players are going to be taking a break here.
Yeah, well, they're on break, but we have a big hand brewing. 4.3 million in the middle right now. I was about to say prize pool, but yeah, in the middle of the pot. And wow,
boy.
988 buck flopping it. The second nuts. Full house for Buck.
Michael taking his time here. And they're going to go check, check, and now an ace. Oh, boy. Don't look away, ladies and gentlemen. Big hand here.
Check. Check.
Playing damage control here, Michael, if anything. I mean, Buck, I could see him paying off Buck if it's a reasonable value bet. It goes like 1.6 million? 1.1?
1,500,000.
1.5.
I'm supposed to raise you here, just in case I am somehow behind.
Please raise it.
Nope. It's gonna call you.
There's a call. Full house. 9s over 8s. And a big hand there for Buck just as the break happens. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going away until we crown a champion. This is just a break, so please stay with us. Right now, 6 minutes and 18 seconds left in this break.
Oh, new break clock.
Yeah. You might have time to refresh your cup of tea.
It was a great play by you not to bet that.
But we'll be right back.
Awesome, man.
All right, we are back. We are at the final 16 players left out of 2,992 entrants for this $1 million guarantee prize pool, Vic. $218K, and I believe actually add another 500 to that. But for first place, and we're getting down to the big money. What everyone came here for, when you went through those day ones, when you went through the double bags, coming back for day 2, finally day 3, literally 7 players away from that final table.
Yes, and as Dom mentioned, we will be 9-handed going to that final table, and we will be here until we crown a champion. In the meantime, we had a great turnout for today's 25K in a day for Labor Day, and we've got some numbers here for you. We had 160 entrants. Payout total prize pool $35,000 in first place, taking down 666.71. I'll
Over
get that
10K
out.
over the guarantee.
What's that?
Over 10K over the guarantee.
Yeah.
Love it. So yeah, good Labor Day with some no limit mixed in for everyone. If you're watching from home, hopefully you're having a nice Labor Day. Appreciate you guys tuning in, enjoying some of this great poker action with us. As we're, like I said, so close to the final table, where first place is well over 200K. I believe the top 3 are pretty much 100,000. I know third place is, I believe, 99,000. But can we just count that? If you're talking to people, you could just say you won 100K. I mean, come on, how by the numbers I get it, but come on, if I win 99,000, I'm going to say I should be 100.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
So yeah, no, big money on its way, and looks like I just heard the bell in the background on here, so we're about to get the first hand out. Vic, this is the time where when you are low stack, though, you want to try to build it up a little bit going into that final table. We got a few around there, but the action at this table has been pretty well balanced. It hasn't been either tight, it hasn't been hyper aggressive. It's literally been in the middle, where we've had a couple streaks where we're seeing hand after hand, a lot of action, then a couple hands that they play pretty regularly. I'm just surprised there hasn't been a trend, I guess you could say, today so far.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, other than Tim has really had some run good, and I mean, all of a sudden he's taken down 2-3 hands at a time in a row. And they've got a question here as to whether Jose is still in. Jose, I believe, might just be our chip leader right now. He's well over 20 million. Tim at 21 million. There are 140 million chips in play. So Jose continues to run well, came into this as the chip leader, and continues to run well. He's in the other table. If you look behind the feature table, there's Jose in seat 1.
Yeah, I saw the bad news about Mama Dozer. Just want to give another shout out to her.
Mama Dozer.
She was a treat of the tournament. Again, to watch her on the live stream too for some of our earlier day 1s and day 2s. It was a great experience. Ash now going heads up against Buck. Queen 8 suited and diamonds for 6-5 suited. We got a 3-deuce-5 board. Top pair for Ash with a gut shot straight draw. 1.4 million in the middle right now. All right, getting a little adjusted. Sometimes the readers needs a little love too.
Check, check, free card, and here comes the ace of hearts.
A scare card for both players.
But Ash is going to get after it here.
And yeah, quick fold from Buck. Didn't like what he saw. Concedes.
No.
Right now, Jonathan, everybody's favorite southpaw, in the box.
I mean, local.
Like I said, we got this 1 milli coming up. If you're new to this channel too, we have another big tournament series just coming up in October. Check it out. It's going to be our fall series that we have every single year. Once again, we have live streams every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, cash games. Then usually around 1 out of every 5 or 6 Sundays or Mondays, depending on when the final day is, we live stream some pretty big tournaments. We've had a lot of $250,000 guarantees, $500,000 guarantees, 100K guarantees. It depends on the buy-in and the structure, but we have lots of tournaments around the clock, live at the reserve on YouTube, available for you to witness just from your comfy home on the couch, hanging out.
You guys are too good, man.
Sacco checking in. Hey, Sacco.
Hey, shout out to Sacco. Appreciate you, buddy. Look at this aces for Miles. Picking up Brian right behind him with Queen 10 offsuit.
He's such a nice guy.
Miles reaching down. Blinds are now 125, 250. He bumps up to 800K. Ash, 8-6. Mobley 2, Jack 4. Not a whole lot there to get overly excited about. And he lets it go. Mobley now.
Needs 550 if he wants to defend, and he doesn't. So Miles takes that down and takes a profit of 500,000.
I think that's the first dynamic. I mean, I know the blinds are big right when we start, but when you start seeing a $500,000 getting taken down just from the antes and the small and big blind, that changed the whole dynamic of the game. When you see these chip stacks where they are, multiple players at the table right around 5 million, give or take.
I mean, right there for Miles, that's a better than 10% improvement to his stack in just that one hand.
Definitely looking forward to seeing the cutoff and the button getting a little bit more aggressive here since he came back from break. Got to make a couple tweaks, a little bit of adjustments throughout the tournament, especially when you're a long marathon, a 3-day battle. Over the Tim, 8-7. Ash waiting right behind him with ace-10. On the button, Mobley, queen 10 suited and diamonds. This could get interesting. 650 from Ash.
What's happening here?
Mobley at 5.6. Not a bad hand. Small blind when the button raises. This could be dangerous if we see a 10-high board.
In the big blind now, Michael, pocket sevens, 4.5 million, and he's doing the double shuffle.
Oh yeah, the double shuffle.
Just needs 400,000 to defend his big blind. The question is, will he decide to raise this? He's just going to make the call here, so we're going to go three-handed to the flop, 2.1.
Wow. Getting after it.
And here it comes.
And we action flop here. 10 deuce 3 rainbow board, Vic. 2 players flopping top pair. There is a possibility we could see all these chips getting in for Mobley and Ash, depending on how it plays out. Not a horrible flop for sevens too for Michael. He's at 4.1 mil. It won't be a shock if he makes a stab at this, just in case both players haven't hit yet. He's going to check, though. Ash has to be loving life. Raising on the button with ace-10. It's a 10 deuce 3 flop.
That's 1,100,000.
1.1 into a 2.1 pot.
Interesting spot for Mobley, Vic. If he doesn't believe him, he might shove. I think he's just going to make the call. Mobley still with 4 million behind
A double-fisted call.
What? Double fisting calls, double fisting shuffles. I mean, there's a lot of double fisting going on right now. Shout out to the message board too. Appreciate you guys. Got Cam in the house, I see, on the message board. Sean and Mr. Hopkins. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for tuning in. DFG. So we have 4.3 million now. And a jack of diamonds on the turn.
Check. Check.
Both players check.
Check.
And a deuce. I think Ash goes for value here.
$2,800,000.
Going after it, 2.8 million. Over half of Mobley's stack. If he makes this call, this would cripple him. Such a tough hand to get away from. And he's going to see the bad news. Ash is going to profit 5.3 million now. Vic in that hand. Mobley down to 1.2 million.
That is a tough hand here for Mobley. DFG, the general, is in the 25K for a day. Kind of thought you might show up for that today, buddy.
Also, smash that thumbs up, smash that like button, guys. And by
Hey,
the way, I
Cam.
want to give a shout out to everyone that hit the subscribe button. We're up to 4.41 subscribers. Everyone watching, if you hit that subscribe button, can we get up to the 4.5K mark? That, you know, in the next hour or two? It's possible with how many we have watching. If you're new to the channel, we'd love to have you join our poker family. Like I said, we are coming up about a week or so away from our 2-year anniversary.
Two-year anniversary of live streaming.
And myself and Vic are excited to hit that 5K mark in subscribers. I know that. I know Jim is too, and Gio. Hey, we're getting close. Like I said, 4.41. Get to 4.5 by the end of the day. Ash now, ace deuce.
DFG says he's grounded. I wonder if that's a self-imposed. Did he ground himself, or?
I'm not going to put anything past DFG.
Okay.
He could ground himself, or he could be in the doghouse. Who knows?
Battle of the blinds here now. Michael 9-8 of clubs.
Yeah, 2 playable hands, blind versus blind. Yeah, Quinn, blind versus blind, Queen Jack. He's going to make him pay to see a flop if he chooses to do so. Also, looking at the stacks right here really gives you an advantage if you're the aggressor.
Michael's got 3.8 million back, 700,000 here to call. Looking Quinn up and down, up and down.
Quick check at the clock. Let's go. Quinn going to profit 250K.
Got a dealer change coming in. Talk about these profiles a little bit, and after taking that hand down, we'll talk about Quinn Richards. He's from Reynoldsburg, Ohio. Came to us from Mad River. Played one Saturday to get into a day one. Been playing this game for 15 years.
So he has max value right now.
Got started playing the game via Poker Stars. When he's not doing all this, he's playing softball. And he loves amusement parks. His favorite poker player, again, another person that says his favorite poker player is himself.
That's the way it should be. Tim, ace jack.
Raise 800.
800K.
And I don't think he's going to get any takers here. And he adds another $500,000 to his 21 million so far. Now he's close to 22 million. He's up over 15% of the overall chips in play, which is 140 million. You are watching the Reserve Poker Club here in Toledo, Ohio, down to 16 players, as Dom mentioned, out of 2,992 between the two clubs. Mad River Poker Club down in Dayton, Ohio. It took us 3 weekends to get here, but we're finally here. First place, $218,800 and a handsome trophy. Derek M. saying Quinn is also his favorite poker player. Ash up over 10% of the overall chips in play. He's going to raise this up with pocket nines. Make it 650 to go. Just a little over 2x bet here. Buck now in the small blind, pocket sixes. Right behind him, waiting in the batter's box. In the on-deck circle, and now up to bat, ace-jack for Miles in the big blind. Needs 400,000 to defend, or he pushes all in. Putting the pressure on, and Ash is going to ask for a count. Jesse in the box. $4,300,000. Oh, I forgot. DFG's in house. We can't use baseball references.
I don't count that.
Oh, all right. It's hard not to when you got Miles here, who just won his state and world champion with his softball team. He's got the hoodie on. Got to make an exception here because Miles is in the hand and he's all in. DFG.
Would be the biggest fold.
Can't talk about the hand.
Man, we got some playable hands here. How's Ash doing?
Sheila Mobley got into a big hand with Ash and was out-kicked. It put a big dent into Mobley's stack here. He's down now to 1.2 million, and the action is on Ash.
Those hats are good. They protect your eyes somehow. Huh? Those hats are good. Keeps your eyes protected. You messed it up for me, sir.
You fold the jack? I'm a
You-
small pair, I fold it. I can't.
You made
You had
me
me beat.
I had pocket nines.
Yeah, I had sixes. I know you have me beat.
No, I'm worried about you shoving on top of me, so I'm like,
The reason why I don't raise pre-flop is because I know you got a bigger pair than me. I want to set mine again.
no, I know, but once he shoves,
He squeezed.
So both Ash and Buck
and 2-3 off.
got a fold
I
here.
also-
Two big cards, but
Dirty dice.
Miles is going to
two
take
big
this
cards, you
down.
can't beat nines, for God's sake.
No, I mean, I'm thinking about it this way,
When
right?
you watch on the live stream, you'll know exactly what happened. He squeezed, man.
I mean, when I think about it, saving 4 million is not a bad thing. Like I had numbers.
Saving for $1 million. Oh my God. You had this. Yes, I said you had cards.
What did you have, sir?
Ace queen, probably. You'll see on the live stream.
I mean, I will see
got
on the live
He
stream.
got his queen. Watch.
That's why I was asking, what
Watch
did you
the
have?
show.
Watch the show. I like it.
I mean, I'm promising you, man. I read your spot on.
My read was like, I thought you were just.
The reads are not spot on.
And now the action is on Ash.
I don't disagree.
Queen Jack of clubs.
It's fine.
I wanted to call with your card. Put it that way. If I had your cards, I should have probably called him the 60s, but I mean, there's a lot more chance that he was better get a 7s or 8s possibly. You know, guy. There's no way he's jamming. He's got
Little trolling going on with the boys right now.
Yeah.
Ash raising up to 650 with Queen Jack suited.
I thought you were strong. I thought you had jams.
I had 9s, I told you.
Well, I understand that now. I really thought you had a stronger hand than me and maybe even Jack. Because you obviously did your thing.
They're talking about the last hand.
What's the thing?
You'll see it when you watch the stream.
Ash really wants to know what Buck had there. Let everybody know that he folded 9s. I thought I heard Buck say he had 6s.
You like that, Tim? Like every time you're like, oh, every time.
But what Buck was saying is that he was pretty sure Ash was stronger than 9s. In the meantime, we're on to the next hand. We got Brian with ace-8 against Ash with Queen Jack. And Ash is going to crush this flop. Brian checks it. 1.6 million in the pot. No, Brian, you're right. Miles isn't going to tell him what he had.
Look at this flop here.
That's what he wanted to know.
10. Brian could hit it straight with either a king or a 9. Top 2 for Ash. There has been a little chirping around the table between players. Curious if that's going to change the action going forward in the next 10-15 minutes. There's an ace now. Brian hitting top pair. Ash betting 1.7 million.
Did you? I thought I heard somebody get knocked out. $2,500. Oh, they haven't put it up yet.
And Ash is going to take it down. Nice little profit there, 1.5 million. He's up to 19 million. Second at this feature table.
And we're now down to 15 players, which is a pay jump. 16th place took down 9,000. 15th place is going to take down $11,500, as well as 14th place and 13th place. The next jump will be at 12th place, which will be 15,000.
That's the only thing. I'm like, I don't know what I'll do. I don't know if I'll believe you if you ship it there though. I would assume that you would just want to call me and let me bet the river, you know? Why would you ship it if you have the nuts?
Yeah. Small blind. You're blind, Brian.
Okay.
Maybe. I know.
Small blind.
Yep.
So I'm still learning. I'll learn better next time.
Oh, you're fine, dude. I just so frustrated with those.
He knows how to hit flushes on rivers.
To be fair, that was
It was a no-brainer.
it was a no-brainer for me to put it on the flop.
Yeah.
Like, I have ace, king, and diamonds. I could not fold that even if I wanted to.
It's just one of them, you have to win that hand. To win the tournament, you gotta win that hand.
I will say this though, like, even if someone had told me I'm not hitting that, I still have to put it in. Because I'm, like, higher favored than.
Free information going around the table.
Though I had asked you, like, if I'd shoved a 3 flop, I didn't know what you would do.
Buck in the cutoff, king 9 of clubs. And with the blinds at 125, 250, he is going to raise this up and make it 600,000. Brian, small blind, lets it go. Tim, 7 deuce, needs 350 to defend and does not.
That's awesome.
So Buck takes that down. And one of the things I want to add here, though, about Ash, and Ash is saying he wants to learn more. We had bios on each of these players, and Ash mentioned that he's only been playing this game for a couple of years. He is a data scientist, so you know he's very much about getting information, about getting data, and he's trying to get better and better at this game. Comes to us from Columbus, Ohio, and he's doing shout-outs to Dom, Imani, and his mom and dad.
He's not correct.
Well, he's doing a good job with just a couple years' experience playing in a tournament this size. Doing this well.
I literally thought when you just limped that you had like a big hand and you're hoping something happens that you could just take me go in. Because I was like, I could take call.
I do not normally limp from the small blind, that is true. But I had a pair, so I'm gonna try to see a flop. I almost raised, but I know you have a better hand than me, so I can't.
And we got an all-in from Mobley.
Mobley, his all-in moment here, his tournament life at stake. I don't believe that chip count is correct for him. It looks like he's got less than 1.2 million. We'll get a count here. It does get corrected according to Geo.
I got here by luck. I admit I got here by luck. I'll take it.
And no, Buck was not getting his hand back, so he could change his mind. Just want to make sure we get the cards in the rectangle in front of each player. That way we get to know here on the live stream what they're holding. All these cards have a chip in them, and right in front of the players you see that rectangle. They need to get those in the box. So there's going to be a side pot here.
Four players, one all in.
All right, 4 players seeing the flop. We have 1 all in.
Mobley under the gun decides to do this with Jack 8.
We have a 9-7-3 board. Pair of 7s in the lead for Tim.
They're going to check it around to a free card.
No, a 5 comes out there. That's a spicy one. A couple of gut shot straight draws. Come in the forefront. Does everyone have a gut shot straight draw? I believe so.
Just about,
Yeah,
yes,
all 4
I believe
players.
so.
It's like you're playing Yahtzee.
Yeah. Brian's going to take advantage of his position here with checks all around the pocket 4s. He's going to bet 450. Tim quickly coming in with his second pair and his gut shot.
Can I have everybody put the cards in the box?
So what you see in front of the dealer is all that Mobley can win.
And Tim has the check mark right now.
And now Tim has the check mark for that and the side pot.
Yeah, Mobley had 100K in front of him. Got that corrected. Nice job, Gio.
Brian's not willing to give up here. Tim checks it to him. And he gets the best hand to fold and shows the 4s. Has to show because we've got an all in here.
Mobley, nice run.
And nice run from Mobley. Crowd favorite down there in Dayton. 15th place, going to the cage to collect $11,500. Shout out to Steve Kennedy watching here tonight. Thank you very much, Steve. I'm heading up north till the 15th to do some fishing up in Canada. Gonna miss you, buddy.
I'm a fan of
You're
Mobley
in the Toledo
myself.
area, and you want to hear some great live music. Check out Steve Kennedy. Playing all over town and then some.
So we are down now to 14. Both tables 7 and 7.
I'll take one. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, those are that's like a classic wedding
That's an
drink.
old school. Yeah, that
you
was.
go to the wedding, you go to the free
Yeah.
bar. Can I get a little 7 and 7?
Yeah, I
action?
need a 7 and 7. Yeah. And we go from four-handed in the last spot to now Battle of the Blinds, 8-6, Ace-6 for Ash. Michael.
2 playable hands.
With Queen 10.
Ash getting after it.
Ash getting after it. I believe that's 1 million. All right. The Blues are, and he does. He raises it up to 1 million. And he shows the ace of clubs.
I thought about shouting, but I was like, it does the same thing. No need to shout. It's basically the same. See, I'm learning, sir. I'm getting better.
Continue. Buck and Ash just need their own reality TV show. Bottom line. 2 peas in a pod.
I think that's 2 cards. Can you track them?
Yes, it is.
And like a middling one. Enough to call a jam if you jam.
Would have been a fun race.
Huh?
Would have been a fun race.
Yeah? But he just scolded me for letting one go when I had 1 million there, so I kind of have to call now. Right?
Now looking down at Queen 10 of spades.
He said scold.
Scold.
He was scolding me. That
He was
awesome.
scolding him. Under the gun.
Raise to 7.
Gonna raise it up 700,000 here. Miles quickly gets out of the way with his 7-6. Back over to Brian now, ace-9.
Raise 1,500,000.
And instead of just calling, Brian wants to get some information now. He's going to make it 1.5 million. Put the pressure back on Buck. And it's really, it looks a lot stronger than ace-9. This is like a, I mean, there was 700K. The call. Make it 1.5. Just almost a little bit over a min click. And we have a king ace 9 board. Brian hitting top pair. Oh, free card now.
Free card. And the board pairs. Another king out there.
Yeah, Buck needs a jack and a jack only.
So, Brian, what Ron Muir was asking is, of these 14 players, how many from the reserve? We don't have a good view of the other table right now.
I'm not sure about
might
that.
be 50-50. And there's a smooth call from Brian. And this could be expensive for Buck. Hits his queen on the river, and they go check, check to showdown.
And Brian up
Brian.
to 14 million now. That side of the table's a little heavy, Vic. You got Brian with 14, Tim with 21, Ash with 19. The rest of the table is saying, hey, Sharon's carrying, boys. Bring it on this side. It's kind of crazy when you look at the dynamic like that a little bit. Just how the table gets configured. Miles now 7-4. First act, not ideal.
Gio, is that graphic correct? I'm seeing the blinds at 150 and 300, but the graphic says 125 and 250. What's that? Okay, it does get corrected. So the blinds are at 150, 300 with 150,000. Annie, that graphic down in the right-hand corner will be corrected shortly. Michael now after folds all the way around. In position, he's looking at 10-9 of hearts.
Not a bad hand to raise on your button with.
And he's going to take it up to 750. Quinn asking Michael just to lift his hand so we can see what he's got, because Quinn's got ace-jack.
Tell you what, the more and more I see some of these final tables in bigger tournaments, if you're a player, I always say defense wins championships. I would make sure your chips are in the front where your hands aren't, because a lot of players are just asking that to see the reaction you give.
Right.
I would put it out there where it's not blocked at all, and you take away that little strategy from a few players who can try to get a tell.
So Quinn is going to raise this up. $2,500,000. Buck makes a quick fold. Back around to Michael. Needs more than half his stack to make this call.
Yeah, with this race, you're pretty much saying, do you want to get it in or not? Nice pickup for Quinn there.
Yeah, very nice. And Ricky Billow, thanks for joining us. We are doing really well. We are the reserve here in Toledo, Ohio. Things got kicked off today for day 3 at 2 p.m. with 27 players. We're going to be here until we crown a champion. The champion looking to take home $218,800.
Thanks for the kind words, Steve Kennedy. Appreciate it. Ricky Billow in the house. Tim now ace-4 suited in diamonds.
750.
King 3 for Mike. Quinn with 9-6. No thank you. Over the buck, picking up ace-3. Man, at Miles, ace-deuce. It's an ace-rag special.
But he needs $500,000 here to defend. Basically 10% of his stack.
And not to mention, Tim raised that in pretty early position, making it look a lot stronger than just ace-4. Nice hand for Tim. Nice pickup. Big stack poker at its finest.
And you missed it yesterday. MGM Bob, he's a 3-bag guy now. And so he says from now on the live stream in the cash game, his handle is going to be Triple Bag Bob.
Triple Bag Bob has a nice ring to it. I like it.
I still like the artist formerly known as MGM Bob. Bob Emright joining us. Speaking of Bobs.
Ash now. Pocket jacks. Looks like he makes it 675. Michael with the suited king, taking his time right now, doing a chip count management count, because I was about to say, with the hand he has a smooth call, it doesn't seem to really be in play. It's either you think your opponent's just playing bully ball, and you want to shove and try to take it down now, or you think you're ahead.
Inventory, guys. I'm sorry.
Doing a quick inventory.
And he lets it go. Over the Queen with 10-8. Fold. Another fold. Quinn and Buck get out of the way.
Miles folds the 10-8.
And he takes it down.
Ash takes that down. And he's almost close to joining the 20 million club. There he is, 20 million for Ash. Yeah, Bob, today's 25K in a day was a really good turnout. 160 entrants. First place, 6,600.
Over 35K, right, in the prize pool?
35K in the prize pool for our Labor Day 25K in a day. $240 buy-in. And the time for late reg is over, long over, about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Hour and a half, I guess. They started that tournament at noon today. We are closed tomorrow, so that means we will not have a cash game live stream tomorrow night. Going to take the day off, and everybody's going to catch their breath. A well-deserved day off.
A little USA time
for this team. So Brian's going to complete with ace-8 of diamonds, and Tim's going to check the moose, and Brian's going to hit his ace here, and there's the chime in the background, meaning the blinds are going up next hand.
Boy.
Oh boy is right.
We're getting close. You always wonder, when are we going to hit that 500,000, 1 million blind level? That's going to when it's going to really start getting wild. It was almost like on day one, Vic, when we had the 10,000. We always said that was kind of like a D-Day.
Brian's still in the lead, and comfortably, because all Tim has right now is a gut shot, but Brian's going to check it, and they're going to go check to a free card, and the board pairs.
Yeah, ace-8 still in charge. Does he check one more time and see if he takes the bait? It won't be a horrible play. You're only getting called with the hand that beats you right now. There's a lot of missed draws. He elects to.
Yeah, Tim just about had the cards in the muck before Brian's chips hit the felt.
There you go. Lines are now 2 and 400. 800K in the middle, Vic. Ash taking it down with 8-6. Has to be a good feeling. Especially now. Our blinds are 200, 400K. Any win is a win.
Coffee would be even better. Do they have coffee?
I just see Tim and Ash tied for the chip lead at this feature table.
Yeah, Brian, we got coffee here. 316 going to go out and get you a cup.
Well, that's what he does.
Quinn first to act. No thanks. Buck now looking down at ace queen. Blinds at 200, 400, and 200. And you're right, Miles, just not seeing cards right now.
$1 million to go, Michael. Now pocket nines on the big blind. This could be a shove here with 2.2 million.
An absolute pleasure, everyone.
He says it's been a great pleasure, everyone. He's going to push all in. We've got nines versus ace queen offsuit. This is Michael's tournament life at stake. If his nines don't hold up and he takes 14th place, he'll be going to the cage to collect out $11,500.
Here we go, 4 million in the middle. I'm sorry, 5.6. Take that back. 14 players left. Michael trying to stay alive. Buck trying to build up that chip stack.
Nice job. Look at that view. Very nice.
And here we go.
What will it be?
We got a 6-5-4 rainbow board. 8 on the turn. Ace or queen. Nope. And Michael doubles up.
Gonna stay alive here.
The double shuffle. Wins a big one. Nice momentum booster there. He's up to 5.6 million.
And if you watched our live stream last night for our... Was it last night? No. What is today? My gosh.
Today's
I'm way
Monday.
behind. No, it was yesterday. For the day 2. You saw Michael play. He's coming to us from Bremen, Indiana. He's doing shout-outs, 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls, and his wife, Amber. Been playing poker for 30 years. He was a Wyoming state champ and multiple deep runs in WSOP, MSPT, and other tournaments. Spends time with his kids. His favorite team, the Vikings.
There you go.
And DFG, just so you know, that's a football reference.
Oh, well played.
Miles is going to raise this to 1.1 million with ace 10, ace king suited.
Oh, here we go. Big hand alert here.
Big hand alert because Ash just makes the call. Michael, after getting the nines, now looks down at pocket sevens. He needs 900,000 to make the call.
I'm curious if he keeps pushing forward here. Nope.
Nope, he's going to let that go. So here we go. Heads up.
3 million in the middle, and we have a 4-Jack-6 board.
Good flop for Ash. Unfortunately, not a very good flop for Miles. And he's going to push all in, put the pressure here on Miles. Miles doing a quick inventory here.
And he lets it go. Ash picks up another pot with a 1.9 million profit. Adding up to now 22 million for Ash. Congratulations, buddy.
Let's just say this. I was willing to put all my stacks on that app.
Feeling it.
Yeah. I'm just laughing because. Yeah, no.
Out of curiosity, if I shove that pre-flop, you calling? It's gotta be 800. 800 to be exact.
Yeah, Tim makes it 800K. Going around the table, not a lot to see there. Buck, 8 deuce. Yeah, you're not getting excited about playing that hand. Tim, nice pickup again. The final 14. So close to the final table, just 5 players away. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we will be 9-handed, playing down the 9 for the final table. I know some tournaments it's 9, some it's 10. We'll be going down till 9.
When can you rub those in that box? Alright, you're good.
No, he wants them. No, he wants them.
Over the Quinn now with 10-3 on the button. Folds all the way around. Buck picking up an ace. Blind versus blind.
Get the what?
I got the moves.
I don't know.
Deuces. Oh no.
Yeah, that's a move.
Nice hand for Buck. Just got a feeling like we've had a calm before the storm in the last 15-20 minutes. And you know, when you watch tournaments like this, there's a certain blind level, even at a half level to that, where not a lot of movement, and then all of a sudden you see 2-3 players put their tournament life on the line in a 15-minute span. I'm kind of getting that vibe right now. Tim first look down, seeing Queen 3, Ash 8 deuce. Michael though, ace 10.
You win the most TV time so far. Well, it's on you.
Thanks. I'll take it.
You win.
Backhanded comment by
more
Buck.
time than anybody, no matter if you're folding, calling, or whatever you're doing. You just take a lot of time.
I got a lot of thinking to do, you know?
I get it.
I agree with that. I'm a little unsure why Buck has to make that comment. You know, if a guy wants to take his time to think, it's not outrageous time. He likes to think about what he does. He has a steady cadence.
Thank you so much.
Maybe Buck's just trying to get in his head a little bit.
If I folded there, you would be like,
A little psychology warfare.
Well, that's
See, man, they took our phones away.
that's a part of Buck's game. I can say that for sure.
Yeah, are you not gonna watch?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta watch.
Then he's gonna tell me here if the 9th fold was again bad after I watch.
Ash still not letting it go. He's a competitive young man. Michael now, 9-8. I think Michael should have took it a few extra seconds after
I think
that
so.
comment. I'd have cracked up.
I think so.
If he would have done it, that would have played out well. Brian now, King 7, blind versus blind. Tim right behind him with Queen Jack of spades.
Dan, just for clarification, that was Dom that said that. Heads up action. And Tim's going to hit the best of this top pair with the jack kicker, battle of the blinds. Brian first axe going to check, and they're going to go check, check to a free card. Third diamond comes out.
Yeah, Tim's still with the lady. He's not alone. Brian put on his bluffing shoes right now. It's a king and a king only. Quick call by Tim. Send a message. Zero hesitation. Now a 7. That might slow Brian down. He does get a little showdown value. And Tim, having nothing of it. Bets $500,000, 500K. It's not that easy. These two have been battling over and over again.
Yeah.
It's surprising when you see two players. Now, Ash just came to the table, like 45 minutes ago?
Yep.
I believe. And Tim and Brian have both been like first and second place in chips. Now third place, but still in the top tier of the table all time today. We've seen a lot of heads-up battles with them. And we've had tournaments before where the two chip stack leaders, don't get me wrong, they'll lock horns. But usually it's when both has a really good hand. But these two have been mixing it up.
Motor City Poker says thanks to the reserve Mad River for throwing this event again. Michigan players will continue to support you guys if you keep this going a couple times per year. I think that's more than likely going to happen. And Motor City Poker, another shout out. I did a shout out to you yesterday. You came in here the other day, and the
Excellent
pictures that you took were just fantastic. Thank you so much for doing that and posting that. As you saw, I reposted that on Facebook. Great job, and thank you very much for the support. We really appreciate it.
I was rooting for Mr. D, who runs Motor City Poker. He is the Vince McMahon of he's the general of that establishment, and he was playing good poker. Actually, I got a deal to him one time. I could definitely say he had more chips when I left the table when I went there, so I didn't deal him bad. But no, he's a good player. I definitely thought it was a strong possibility we could see Motor City Poker being repped at this final table.
Heads up action now again, battle of the blinds.
And we have a 9 ace 5 board, couple of diamonds. Ash with mid pair. Tim with the gut shot. Using his table image. And once again, he's going at another big stack. And Ash almost looks offended.
Just had this conversation the other day with Jackie Flynn, as we were talking about people sitting down with sunglasses, the hood, the whole work, and that kind of thing. But Jackie says she likes to wear sunglasses, particularly when somebody gives her the glare, and then they can't get a look at what her eyes are, and she really doesn't want to look at somebody glaring at them.
Did we just lose a player?
It looks like we did just lose a player. We may be down to 13 players. If that is the 14th place player, they're going to the cage to collect $11,500.
Yep, it's official. It's in the
and
circle.
That'll be the same payout for 13th place. The next jump at 12th place at $15,000.
I always love when I'm playing, though, and like you have the number 13 Vic and you're at the 7-handed table, you feel like you're beating the system a little bit. You know, the other guys are playing, one less, and the blinds aren't coming along as fast. You're like, all right, I'm in a good spot here.
And I think we just saw an all-in here from Buck with the King 9 of clubs. And 9 Miles gets in the muck, and now we're waiting for the graphics to get caught up here for a minute. And that is an all-in. And folds all the way around. Ash was considering that with the ace-7 offsuit. with 22 million in front of him.
Kyle, we're not in the final 7. We just have 7 at the featured table. We're at 7 and 6 right now.
13 players left. Our final table will be 9-handed.
He's exaggerating because he has a weak hand.
I had an ace. I just couldn't call with the ace.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When I got 10 bigs, I could be bowling in 2 cards.
I
Could even have a pair of 9s right there.
I hardly doubt you're going in with any 2 cards.
Buck, mystery
That's
hand.
my favorite hand. I'm a dog trainer, so I play King 9 a lot. So if
I
have
do like
King 9
King 9.
suited, bam, I'm in there all
I
in
like
every
King 9
time.
suited.
King 9 suited was a winner. That's what he told.
Brian now, A7.
I always hit the Kings and the 9, so I'll play it. Most people lie about their hand, but you can't lie about your hand when you're live streaming.
All right, looks like we got some cash.
That's what I had, yeah.
Cash talk being started in the reserve. Shimmy
Basically, I had ace-7.
posting out there.
You had a little advantage there, but I was definitely suited and I definitely was going to hit
And we used to call that mark money back in the day, and it used to attract hundreds and hundreds of players around the state of Michigan. There's actually a Facebook group where what you would do when you spent mark money, like rent, vacations, groceries, fixed your car, what you did with the mark money. So come on, folks.
You know what? Sorry. Yeah, they probably had to stay in license.
Mark money available, live at the reserve.
He's yelling at me and make sure I say it nice.
My bad. I apologize. I'm
And
sorry.
he ate it up. He loved it. He's like, hey, anything you can do to get more action while I'm in a hand, I'm all for
Oh,
it.
Gino said sorry, Gino. My bad.
Vic, I think it's still around, too. I almost want to look it up and show you real quick. I know it hasn't been like an active group.
That's wild. Tom's the last person.
Been a while, but I think it's still going. Yeah, oh, yeah, look at that. Hey, just so you can officially see it. Mark, look at young Mark right there.
Oh, my goodness.
That's how long ago it was. There's still 86 members in the Mark Money group.
Huh. You have to win some money from Mark to get into that group?
Either that or you at least play at his table, you know? I could send you an invite.
Keith, the buy-in for this tournament was $600. $600 got you a starting stack of $40,000. We did an add-on, optional add-on of $20 for $10K. So almost everybody starting with 50,000 in chips, which makes our total chips in play right now at 140 million. This all began a few weekends ago. We had 10 day 1 flights here at the reserve.
So while we're in between a hand, I got to
Yes.
read this to you. So Dwayne Justice, you know Dwayne Justice?
Yes.
A 2012 thing about Mark Money. So I went to the dealership today and told the salesman I'd like to order a Dodge Ram, and I gave him money and said this should cover it. He goes, sir, this is only half of what the truck costs. He goes, it's Mark Money. He goes, I love Mark Money, and sent me on my way with a 2012 Dodge Ram. Thank you, Mark Money. ...
Clever kid here. Brian now under the gun, waking up with pocket kings. He's got 13 million. The blinds are at 200, 400, and 200. We're down to 13-handed here. Next player out, going to the cage to collect $11,500, and then a pay jump to $15,000 at 12th place. So we're raised to 1.1 million. Miles, who not too long ago was up over 5 million, but just not seeing the cards, and he's down to 2.5 million. So Brian takes that one down and collects 800,000 to add to his stack.
Now the Cowboys getting it done. There's Spank, making sure law and order is abided between the two final tables. 13 players left, a lot on the line. We even got deputies in here for today.
Yes, we do.
Escorting players out. Love
Lucas
seeing
County
that.
Sheriff.
Yeah, I saw Mama Dozer getting walked out and everything. True
Yeah.
gentlemen. Want to give a shout out to
they
the
are. The Lucas County Sheriff's Department here
Yeah.
providing us with security.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout to those guys.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dom.
950 to go from
And
Tim.
I think Ash just pushed 8s into the muck.
Yeah, I think it's the player. You know, if there was a player around maybe 4.6, 4.9 million, you might have seen a flop with 8s or even put the other player all in. But
Tim raises to Jack 10. Miles now with King Queen.
yeah, Tim, I'm noticing, is raising an early position with some hands that he's almost disguising. Pre-flop is looking a lot bigger than what he's done it with, like Ace-4 suit and diamonds a little bit ago.
And he's definitely switched it up because this is not the Tim that we saw a few hours ago.
No, and I like it. He must have sat down, been at the table a little bit longer, gotten a read on some of the players, making adjustments. This is what you need to do to take down the whole thing. Not just try to make the final table, but take down over 200,000 for first place. Keith, thanks for joining us. We are down to 13 players left. Getting close to that final table and our 1 million guarantee.
1.6 million here for Tim to make this call. Got 23 million back. Really didn't commit himself too much by making this raise, but he's going to go ahead and call.
Well, he's live.
And he is live, while Miles, a 2-to-1 favorite here.
Miles always seems to put himself in a pretty good position. Can
And
they
if Miles
hold?
can take this down, he can improve his stack to 5.6 million. Otherwise, this will be his tournament life at stake. And here comes the flop.
We got a 5-6-4 board. Great flop for Miles. Tim hoping for a jack or 10.
And Miles just has to
9.
dodge a jack or a 10. Here comes the river.
And it's a 9. Miles doubling up.
Yeah.
5.6K.
He says, Miles says, yeah.
By the final table, don't get me wrong, we've seen players with just a few million enter the final table, then they finish either second, third, or first. But ideally, right now, you want to try to get, by the time we get 9, around 10 million in chips. If you're below that, you want to try to get a double up. I would say 10 million is a nice spot for you.
Yes.
That way, you're one hand away from possibly getting in the top 2 or 3 if you double up. That magic number now. Miles with that double up kind of put himself in that position, Vic, where he's at 5.6 million.
Well, and it gives him some more breathing room.
Agreed. And he's got the button right now. He has to be feeling pretty good.
Can loosen up that seatbelt a little bit now. Not as tight around his waist. DFG, that was a stock car racing reference. Ash, under the gun. Jack 6 of spades with the blinds 2, 4, and 2, and he's going to a little bit better than 2x this to 900,000. And he might have picked a really good time to do this. Not much. Oh, Buck now is going to push all in here with the pocket 7s. And if this folds around to Ash,
he loves,
expect some conversation going on here.
he loves to play his button and cutoff position really aggressively, and I respect that from him.
That for you. I should say no. Not to say.
4.5.
2 million 500.
4.775.
You take the 900, I just want to know how much more.
It'll be 3.8 if the 900 comes in.
Over there.
3.8.
Kyle Jose was at the other table in seat 1 for the longest time. Haven't looked there in a while, so I can't give you a
And
firm
it looks
answer.
like Ash is going to give him action.
He's going to give him action.
With the Jack 6 suited in spades.
And you just mentioned the 10 million mark. If Buck's 7s hold up here, he'll get to that.
Yeah, this is
10 million.
I think maybe some of the talk between the players got part of this call right here, because this is dangerous territory. You're giving a skilled poker player, if he gets this double up, he's got new life, Vic.
Yeah.
And we have a king 3-5 board. Great flop for the 7s right now. 9, a jack, and a jack only. Yep.
And the 7s are going to hold up.
Profiting 5.6K with the blinds and antes. Plus the double up, he's up to 10 million.
And Ash, who was just at 22 or 23 million, now at 16 million. Flamingo, just to follow up on your comment there in terms of the lighting, were you talking about our live stream room here or talking about the main room? Because we do appreciate everybody's feedback here. Just want to clarify.
Thank you, Hunter. Thanks, Amy. Let me give up.
All-Star, I have to agree. I think that was a little bit more of an emotional call than a mathematical call here. They were not really going at it, but they were having some friendly conversations not too long ago.
If I'm being real, I just think he wanted to try to beat him with a hand like Jack 6.
Yeah.
It got, maybe it got a little personal.
And don't be mad at me. Said avoid flips. I've been avoiding flips.
But at the same time, you know, you talk about a few of the backhanded comments he makes at the table and little jabs get under people's skin. When you're playing for 220,000 and you get a call with 7s, you know, getting a player to call you with Jack 6 suited, maybe you're seeing some results on it. I mean, you're playing for a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know, he's not breaking any rules. He's just kind of tiptoeing around them. You know, riding the fine line. But like I said, you can't, when you take emotion out of it, you can't deny the result right there when a player goes all in with 7s and he gets a call of Jack 6 suited in spades. So whatever he was doing worked to his plan.
So Reed, first place is $218,800. Second place, $144,000. Third place, $99,000. Or as Dom mentioned earlier, you know, if you take $99,000 here, you're going to tell everybody you won $100 grand.
I'm going to give a shout out to Mom for tuning in. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for your support as always.
She chimed in last night, even though you weren't here.
Yeah, I had the day off, but no, I appreciate that. She's dedicated. She always makes sure she gives a like.
Definitely a loyalist.
Oh, out of
here's a raise from Brian, and Ash is going to call with 5-3 of diamonds, and he's going to hit a piece of this, but Brian gets the best of it with the top pair and a 10 kicker. Action is on Ash, who checks it. 800,000. And a snap call here from Ash.
Reel it in, young sir. Now a 10, 2 pair. Ash just draw, but Ash gets a flush draw. What an action card. 10 of diamonds. Opening it up for possibly a huge hand.
Top 2 pair here for Brian. 2 possible flush draws out there with the diamonds and the clubs. He's going to bet $1 million into a $4.2 million pot. Spank, give him a hand there, will you?
Well, it's not like he doesn't have any right in front of him that he can't grab right now.
Oh, no, there's no way to get him caught. I was thinking you had to lift it, yeah. I had that.
He's got plenty of options right now to play the hand out. It's a good problem to have.
And he's going to make the call.
So this one is building up very nicely with a river card that could change it for either player with that flush draw now.
He needs a 3 or a diamond here to catch up to Brian's 2 pair.
Curious to see if Brian just smooth calls us.
What a pot. 9.6 million.
Sheesh. Here we go. And it's a king. Brian still with the check mark.
3.2.
Said 8.2 million.
You're good.
Brian makes the call, and Ash immediately says, "You're good."
And Ash down the
What
8.5
a
million.
turn of events here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Ash, not too long ago, 22 million.
Him and Tim were the chip leaders at the feature table.
No, I'm good.
I mean, he could have even chilled to those 9 players and be in the top 3 going into the final table, probably top 3 or 4.
Yeah, Pete, you're right. He did raise that bet on the turn. Brian quickly called it, and then as soon as the river came out, that huge bet from Ash and a snap call from Brian.
And now Brian up to 21 million. Chip leader at the featured table. Tim at 19, having a great session so far today. Buck just doubled up, got up to 10 million. The landscape of the table has changed.
Or as DFG would say, Ash with an 85-yard punt with 8.5 seconds of hang time.
Fair enough.
And I did see Lisa here. Hope you're doing well, Lisa. Go Bears. Buck's going to raise to 1 million with the blinds at 2, 4, and 2. He's got ace queen. Brian's got to make some room there to get his cards in the box and take a look at them. Waiting patiently on the button is ace king of hearts for Tim. Tim basically has Buck 2-1 in chips here.
3.2.
3.2 million is the raise from Tim. Michael, 3-4 offsuit. Back over to Buck. And you heard that all in, but that was at the other table. When we've got 2 tables in here, occasionally you can pick up on the overhead microphones, the action from the other table.
I like the clarity on that one, Vic, because I was looking down. And
I
then
know.
I heard it, and I glanced up. I'm like, what? Yeah, big hand situation here. Ace queen versus ace king. Shout out to Lisa and Steve. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Buck looking over to the clock. There is a pay jump here. 13th place, 11,500, and then 12th place, 15,000. He heard the other table somebody say all in.
I'm considering holding the better hand. I know I'm not.
I think what Buck's saying to himself is, I just got these chips.
Dude, every time I do, it's fucking knock them back over. This table's so slippery.
Speak with a big pile.
That's what I was gonna do. Just
count. I'm gonna ask you for a count though.
Come on.
Raise.
Count, please.
It was
Oh, wow.
9.9 or 10.
All in now. We're down to 12 players.
Close. I would have never done that. But
Brian's still stacking up his chips from the previous hand. What a good problem to have.
Well, I did overhear him say, you know, they're pretty slippery. It seems like as soon as he gets them up there,
Well, they're like new. I mean, these chips. I always say our chips
they're beautiful.
are so clean when you come in here and play. And I've been to other establishments where the chips are nasty. I love that about the reserve. But yes, you have to deal with a little slip and
slipperiness.
slide because
Yep.
they're like, we keep them clean like brand new.
Young Patrick's going to give a count here, an accurate count here, so Tim knows what he's up against. Oh, and I know we can get to 200 likes here very quickly with all these viewers. Please hit the thumbs up button. Means a lot to us.
Yeah, my mom even asked for it. So
She-
come on, when
she
mom
asked-
asks for it, can we get 200 likes right now? We got
She's
enough
a
people
loyalist.
watching.
She asks for it every time she's on here. Call.
Here it is. Big hand,
Announced
22
with the
million.
ace king versus the ace queen.
pretty good there. I need a queen ball. I said queen ball. I said it out loud. Queen ball.
And here comes a flop from young Patrick.
Oh,
and there's
queen
a queen
right in the window.
Right in the window.
Queen 7-9. Couple
He
of
asked for it and he
spades.
got it.
A king and a king only. He needs a dodge, and he does. And now Buck.
Wow.
Up to 22 million.
Fortunes changed that quickly in this game.
Good call, though. I mean, you're a good player. I didn't think you had it. I didn't think you had a good call. Yeah, well, I didn't think you had that. I think you had
Sometimes it's so refreshing when you're a poker player when you make the wrong read and you still get there, though.
Wake up with a big hand of button and someone
Buck was just down right around 5 million, 4.8. And they got started with Ash giving him a courtesy double up with Jack 6, and now he doubles up again, getting a little lucky with Ace Queen versus Ace
I
King.
did use my one time, so I can't.
All in pre-flop.
I'll do that twice.
And yeah, he is at 22 million, taking the chip lead at the table in a 15-minute swing, Vic.
Just like that. Got a double up from Ash, and now he's got a double up from Tim.
I was a little shocked when you had Ace King. Literally was a little shocked. And you know what it is?
And we heard the bell in the background indicating that this next hand, the blinds are going up.
I think Quinn got moved over there. Yeah, we lost Quinn.
Yeah, to balance the tables now, 6 and 6. Quinn gets moved over to the other table. We'll see if shortly here we can get a shot, kind of a background shot here of that other table. I know people are asking about Jose, who started the day as the chip leader and then continued to run very well here during the day 3.
So down two tables, 6-handed each. We need 3 more to get knocked out to get to that final table. Opportunity to win over 200,000, 218.5 to be exact.
218.8.
Oh, 8?
218.8.
Oh, I
Don't
mislooked
forget that
at
other
it.
$300.
Yeah, I don't mean to shortchange it. Sorry. Tim with the moose, suited moose.
No TV time.
And Buck gets a walk.
Right
Man,
after that, he
you're
gets a
running
walk.
Good. You're running good.
Thanks, brother. I win. I had it too. I win.
What did he show?
King 10. Yeah. I had it, man. I was gonna go all in.
Yeah, he's gonna go all in for 20 million. King 10. We're at 197 likes. Thanks, guys. Oh, we're 2 away from 200. Who wants to hit that 200th like? Appreciate you guys. Also, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. I'll be mentioning it throughout the show about every hour just because we're getting so many new viewers popping in, checking out the Millie Guarantee. We have shows every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday night cash games. And if you haven't seen our cash games yet, we really strive to set ourselves apart from, there's different niches. and we try to relate with the everyday poker player, where we have a 1-3, a 2-5, and a 5-5-10 game. The amounts that you as a player can see at any card room, at any casino, no matter where you live in the United States or the world. Love to have you in our poker family.
Absolutely. The question was about Mama Dozer. She went out 17th place today, went to the cage to collect 9,000. And you can see back there, Jose is still over in seat 1, so answering that question that somebody asked as to whether Jose was still in.
Yeah, and he came in as the chip leader coming in the final day, and he's representing. He's in the final 12.
And there we go, just like that, get to 215 likes. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. As soon as we get 9-handed, we will be at the final table.
And we'll have a dinner break at our next break. I'm sure we're going to color up those yellows. But you know I'm fiending to do right now in here. You know how I like my color ups.
Yep.
Tim now 10-9.
Under the gun. Michael down to 3.8 million with the big blind at 500,000. He's going to let that go. Buck now ace jack becomes the chip leader here at this table. Just a wee bit more than what Brian has. I'm going to raise it up to 1.2 million. Small blind for Miles, 6-3 of clubs. Brian, the Doyle, and he lets that go. And Buck takes another 1 million to add to that stack.
Another million going in the Buck stack up to 23 million.
Well, Peach, one of our most beloved players here on a regular basis is Tim, and we call him the 5-stacker. Right? Tim always stacks his stuff in stacks of 5. I was anxious to see if Buck was going to play some big stack poker there. And
Yeah, in the cutoff. But yeah, Miles now. That opens the door for Miles to shove now with ace deuce. Now Tim with pocket deuces. Be just right around half his stack. He gets out of the way. Aggression pays off for Miles, and he's going to profit 1 million. He was drawn thin.
you ask and you shall receive.
Well, I think the color really needs to go for Ash. I think 75% of his chips are.
Yeah, you got to start someplace.
There we go. A little bit more manageable when they want to do their shoves. Especially with time blinds. You want someone going all in with 90 million chips, then just losing out on the hand. Miles now, King 9 suited and hearts. Is he going to ride the wave? He's got 5.6 million, Vic. Yeah, he's all in. I like this for Miles. He's used his button,
yeah,
and his cutoff to get aggressive. And it looks like it's going to go through, and he just added another, so 2 million now in the last two hands going toward Miles. He's up to 6.6 million. Well done.
Hey, Rose. Rose says, just a shout out to say hello to everyone. Miss seeing everyone and wish I could been there to play this game. The million, absolutely, Rose.
Can you imagine if we had Rose and Mama Dozer at the same feature table?
I would be in heaven.
Ratings would be going through the roof.
I would be in pure heaven.
Shout out to Rose. We all love Rose.
And here comes another shove, I think, from Miles. Maybe he doesn't have to do it now, but he's got 9s, and he's taken his chip stack now up to 6.6 million. And he does push it all in. 3 in a row.
Yeah, Miles is on a heater, and Ash now with King Jack. The nemesis.
Well, Ash is new to this game, just 2 years in it. I'm not sure he got the memo about the nemesis.
Only made a
but
good
he lets
lay
it
down
go
there.
anyway.
Especially with Michael holding a king too. Those pocket 9s were even better shape.
Yeah. Now Miles, 7.6.
Yeah,
baby steps here, baby steps.
Happy birthday, the cheeseburger, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that on my
terrific.
social media. Sent him a happy birthday. But yeah, cheeseburger. Happy birthday. But I hope you had a juicy cheeseburger. Since your name is Cheeseburger, a good solid. I'm talking like 1 pounder. All the fixings on it.
Dripping.
American cheese.
Yep.
Since it is an American holiday, Labor Day, then we got some tomato, onion.
Grilled onions.
Yeah, grilled onions would be good. Yeah, thank you. So this is why you have a partner, guys, that really Vic tries. We talk about max value not being a poker term or way of life. Vic was basically getting me a max value burger there. Like, don't just settle for onions. Get the grilled onions. Doc.
Yes.
And I agree with my partner.
Ash now putting some raising chips out there on the button with Jack 9, but right into Michael in the small blind with Ace 10 of diamonds. 5 big blinds left.
Everybody. Thank you.
All of it for Michael. Ace 10 suited, and right now it's best from what we can see. Yeah, I think he might have priced himself in with that raise. The Jack 9, so we're going to probably see an all-in situation here.
Forgot about the small blind. It's got Ace 10 of diamonds.
And he makes the call, so Ace 10 of diamonds against Jack 9.
For now.
6.8 million in there. Michael now looking for a double up. Ash looking for elimination. 12 players remaining in this field. And we have a 7-6-7 board. Ace high still in the lead. And that queen comes into play. That does not change anything. And the 8, so ace high. Michael, second time he's been all in the last hour. Second time he's doubled up, and he's got a little more breathing room. Probably wants one more double up to be comfortable, but now up to 6.8 million.
It's working.
And now he has the button too. There's our 25K in a day. What's left of it? It looks like we're down to 4 tables, 5.
Yeah.
See that? 4 tables remain in that.
Ryan, 3 days with value. It's been a lot of fun.
25K in a day. We wound up with 160 entrants, $240 buy-in.
Yeah,
Paying out
tournament.
top 16 places, with first place being 6,600 and some change. Ace 4 of hearts now for Tim, and we're 6-handed here, so that definitely changes the dynamics from a full table of 9.
Raise.
Raise up to 1.5 from Tim with ace-4 suited. Tim back up to 10 million. We've seen these chips jostle around the table. Shifts going just in the last hour. The whole table has really been shifted. So, and also Quinn get moved to the other table just moments ago. Spank, serving justice, making sure the law is being upheld. No dastardly deeds being done. Because after all, it is Spank 316. All right, we got Joey back in the booth. Joey, welcome back, buddy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So, by you here, did you have some bad news from the 25K?
Yeah, I can't fade 3 outers. Same story, different day.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, good run, sir.
Yeah, good run. Well,
I saw there was 4 tables left. We just went to the room. No, we are on a delay. We might have, in the last 20 minutes, broke another one, but at least what we saw here 5 minutes ago, there was 4 tables left.
Yeah, I think they're going down to 3 tables right now.
All right, we got heads-up action, 2.5 million in there with Buck versus Brian, both players suited in diamonds, and we have a King 3-5 board. King high still in lead for Brian.
Sure.
Now the 10 gives Buck an open ender.
Sure. 2 million.
Yeah, about a little semi-bluff action from Buck. And the heater continues, folks. He's playing good, too, with the steal right there. We saw a big bluff earlier in the day from Buck to set the tone. Actually, Joey, when you were in here last time I talked about it, now all of a sudden, when he was down just an hour ago, down there around 4.6, 4.8 million,
I was going to say,
all of a sudden Buck is up to 23 million.
Yeah, 4.4 exactly when I left. Nice come up, Buck. It's not over yet.
Well, every big tournament, Joey, you were here at last year with, well, I say last year, last
6
spring
months
with us.
ago.
Yeah, last spring with us. When you're down to like 12 to 16 players, there's always like 1 or 2 that are in the bottom. And then by the time you're in the final 3, they're either in first, second, or third when it's all said and done. And we even saw when I was commentating with you, I think there was either 6 or 5 players. It was 6 players left, and we commented that literally the bottom 3 turned into the top 3 in about a 90-minute span, where all 3 chip leaders literally were in the bottom 3. And it all started with that ace-jack hand.
That's what makes No Limit beautiful.
Yeah.
It can all turn around very, very quickly. Discipline, discipline, discipline.
How much? 6.6.
And Rose, thank you for the kind words. We care about you too, and hope to see you very soon. I know we have our fall series coming up, so hope you can make it out for that. And right now Miles all in. Tim with ace jack. Miles has been getting a little aggressive, but he's also built up his stack this way. This time I think Tim has the goods. I could see him
It's a
keeping Miles honest here.
just a little bit north of a 13 big blind shove. Some might call this a little bit of a textbook, having ace jack and the big blind, but it's 2/3 of his stack. Been playing poker 3 days. You're here, you're the final 12. All that comes into play. He ultimately
makes the
does
call.
make the call.
Yeah, 14 million now though in the pot. This is, I mean, Tim isn't all in, but he would be down to 3 points. Whoever wins this is going to be a major player the rest of the way.
Just under, well, it's 28 big blind pot, so certainly.
And we got
Certainly
a
a
queen,
big one.
jack, 7 board, ace, jacks.
And
It's it.
basically flops them dead.
Yes,
And that'll do
and
it.
there we go. Looks Miles, nice run though, 12th place. Miles is gonna get, let's look here, 15,000 from a $600 buy-in.
GG, Miles.
Yeah, very nice game.
I know it's good, but I was like once the jack.
Very nice.
Tim takes his time, thinks it through. At the end of the day, 13 big blind shove on the button.
Yeah, John Coffey says, I played today with Joey on my right. I really enjoyed playing with you. Sorry for the mini blow-up. Mr. Coffey, a.k.a. Neil. Neil normally doesn't do that. I don't know what happened, but assuming it was for the love of the game, a little passion.
He got someone to put it in way behind and
Got sucked out
on the river. They were no longer behind.
Yeah, Mr. Coffey had a nice run on this live stream earlier this week. Right before day 1 to make day 2, he was playing some good poker.
Well, before I forget, John, it was also nice to play with you, sir.
Yeah, no, he's a good guy.
We had fun.
Yeah, I got lucky.
And like I told him when it happened, I was like, I think everybody should get a 5 to 10 second window to just.
Well, he's a good buddy of mine, too. We became close since I worked here, and I know he's probably listening, but real talk-wise, I was actually a little worried about him, though. And I know he's got a bad back because he was playing poker, but normally he's, like, cracking jokes, having a good time and stuff, and he wasn't in a bad mood. He was just quiet. And normally when he's quiet, that means he's in pain. So I don't know if he was actually playing this series where his back was just not getting comfortable for him because of what he does as a profession and whatnot.
Sure.
So I think he was playing through a little adversity this last week because just normally when he's quiet, normally that means his back's killing him and he's trying not to give it away. And he's usually cracking jokes, messing with people, having a fun time. So, Mr. Coffey, I hope whatever you're going through physically, that gets better, buddy.
My judgment to that would be he's on the mend because we were laughing it up, having a good time at the table.
Good deal.
So,
I'm glad to hear that he was back to normal today, then.
I had a minor incident where he called my, called integrity into question. Not poker integrity, but pain integrity.
That's
Phone fell off the table, and I reacted in pain. And
okay, he's acting back to normal then. That's good to hear.
Mm-hmm.
If he's doing those jokes,
you guys can fill in the blanks.
Yeah, that's normal, Mr. Coffey. That makes me happy.
He thought I dropped my phone on my toe. I did not. Yeah, we had a good laugh about it.
All right, over to Tim now. 8-4 offsuit.
I mean, if that's all.
Looks like Smoke's in the house too, watching. Smoke had a nice run on one of our day 1 live streams. He was low stack with like we were pushing like 13 ahead or 15 ahead to day 2, and he was low stack. And right when it got around 20, second place, he started going on this run. And we ended the live stream. We said we were going to end at 10:15. So we went off air probably with like a couple spots left, and he was rising up. But then all of a sudden, I see a picture the next day where he was the event chip leader. I'm like, how did that? So definition of perseverance, staying patient, grinding your way through. Good luck the next time, Smoke. I hope you hit one of these big, buddy. And Ash is going to pick up $750K.
Nice pick up there. Forgive my ignorance. Do we do this final table 10-handed or 9-handed?
9-handed.
Okay.
9-handed. But we've done 10 in the past, so it's a valid question. Yeah, I've announced it a few times. Obviously, you've been playing. But yeah, for anyone just tuning in, and we will mention this probably one more time when we go 10-handed, we are going to play till 9-handed for the final table.
Ryan's going to like what he looks down at here under the gun.
By the way, Vic's in the room with us, even though he's not on air. I got to tell you, Vic, I was dying laughing though the closing of the show last night with Nick and Gio. that was hilarious. That was just priceless.
Nice little pickup for Brian. Race take it.
Yeah, down to 11 now.
Yeah, that was why I asked if it was 10 or 9-handed, because that final table bubble really puts pressure on folks.
Well, right now, let's see. Yeah, there's no difference between 11th and 10th place though. That's why we won't be hand for hand. If anyone's wondering, it's 15,000 for 10 through 12.
Nice little 19,000 for making the final table.
Yeah, you get a nice pay jump if you make the
Technically
final
20,
three.
but they've already been paid out 1,000.
Yeah.
And if anybody has an issue with the prize pool, you can blame me. Jim and I stayed up all through Saturday into Sunday morning, fine-tuning it, trying to make it as big and beautiful as we could.
Oh, I like the payout structure.
There's something about just make the final table 20 dimes. Just sounded
I agree.
beautiful.
Ash now. Queen Jack. Michael, I believe, folded, or is he? I don't know. He's standing up.
I believe Ash went all in.
And
5,150,000.
all of it.
And Buck has
Ace 8. He's in the lead right now. And he calls.
does make the call.
These two going at it again. Brian gets out of the way.
And after 3 days of play, it all comes down to.
And I think we might have just lost one at the outer table. I heard good hand, and it sounded like somebody. I'm not 100% certain we can get confirmation. Oh, we did. So, yeah, we're down to 10 players. So this could be the final table. And we have a 3-4-10 board.
He does have the back.
Oh, there's the ace.
He does have the
needs
club draw and the king. He can still get out of it. He can get out alive.
And, oh, so we are down to the final table now. We just lost 2 players in literally a minute and a half.
Damn it.
Nice run, Ash. And congratulations, Buck. And once again, we're going to be down to the final 9 now, where everyone's going to be, like you said, making $20,000. It's going to pay out 19 today, but every player already got 1,000. So congratulations to all 9 going through a humongous field, multiple day ones. What was it? Well over 2,000 entries.
2,992.
Yeah, pretty much 3,000. Let's just round it up because it sounds better by 8. But no, yeah, close to 3,000 entries. There's the payouts right on your right-hand side. 218,800 for first place. This is what we've been waiting for pretty much since we started scheduling this, making sure that this tournament's going to get underway between both clubs, playing down to the final table, and here we are. I'm excited to be here. There's a cumulative winnings of what we've seen at the featured table. The reason why you see 3 players in the green and only 1 in the red is because if you get knocked out, you're gone. It's a little bit different than our cash games. but thank you, by the way, Gio, for throwing that up there, because you just see, I mean, like Buck and Brian and Tim playing some great poker. They're between, what is that, 20? Let me try to look at that. Yeah, 29 million and 17 million. So literally all 3 of those players have put themselves, Joey, that be in a prime spot to possibly take this whole thing down. Because, I mean, 1 double up and you're taking the chip lead if you're one of those top 3.
And 1 flip, you're at the bottom.
And we saw that. We actually saw that. Tim was up to 20,000 earlier. Put Buck all in. Ace King versus Ace Queen. And then we basically had it where a 3-outer got hit. And he went down to about 8.9 million. And now he's grinding his way back up to 17, almost back to where he was. And can you say that again in the air? Did I say 1,000? I'm sorry, 20 million. Yeah, he was up to 20 million. Yeah, the whatchamacallit thinking about. But no, I mean, that's just exactly what you said. A flip can change everything, and that wasn't even a flip. So a lot of poker to be had. We've seen multiple times where the low stacks, starting at this final table, flip-flop an hour and a half, hour later. That's what myself and Joey were just talking about on our last million. We got down to the final 6. Literally the bottom 3 turned into the top 3 in about a 60-minute span. really looking forward to this one. Is there any player that you've watched so far that you might expect to get a little surge now that we're at the final table?
A surge, not sure, but I know Quinn's in there, so
Quinn is definitely always a favorite.
He's always a favorite. He's a lot like we had Dooley at our final table last time, similar in the respect of they're going to find the spots.
Yeah, no, there's definitely...
They're going to find spots. They find spots to pick up chips, and I think Quinn's going to do the same.
And when you get this deep, everyone knows how to play, so that's when it really comes down to where the cards, who plays their position well. I think your pre-flop bet sizing probably gets a little tweaked now with the blinds getting bigger, who makes those adjustments. We've seen Buck, who had the biggest run. One thing I noticed about him is he loves getting aggressive. If it's folded around to him, he'll almost I'm not going to say blind raise, but it doesn't take him a lot to really play his position in the cutoff and on the button. And it's worked well for him so far today. So I won't be surprised if we see that continue, especially after we lose a couple of players and if he's still in once it gets down to like 6-7 handed. I could see him starting to exploit that too, picking on the blinds, getting after it.
I think one of the more interesting factors is going to be, now that we're at the final table and after 3 days of play, who is going to have the presence of mind and discipline to make slightly tighter folds. Because we've all played poker, we've played thousands of hands, but a final table of this magnitude is not something that many people get to play ever in their life.
True. Yeah.
And
the
they're
proper
under the
folds.
lights, they're on the stream, everybody's watching, and who's going to have the presence of mind to forget all of that and just realize the situation they're in and make the call or make the fold as the situation requires.
And I'm sure while they're on break and stuff like that, I mean, we take away their phones, but I'm sure they try to do a quick text to the family and friends, hey, I made the final table, make sure you tune in or something real quick, And I got to imagine that even adds a little bit more pressure when your aunts, your uncles, your cousins, mom and dad might be tuning in and watching. You get a little, but at the same time, excitement. So that's what makes it fun, being on the live stream. Your family and friends can watch. We're going to have a lot of people on here. It looks like, we have 587 watching live right now, and that number was up. Of course, we're on break, so some people step away, get a little sandwich, get a little cold beverage, whether that may be adult or non-adult beverage. Getting ready for this final table on this Labor Day. We appreciate you guys tuning in on this fine Labor Day with some no-limit action live at the Reserve on YouTube. I'm Dominic. This is also Joey from Mad River. These two poker clubs have really combined forces for 2 times this year, where we've smashed the $1 million guarantee, putting on a fine tournament, great structure for the players. Definitely, I think, the best tournament, not just in the Midwest, but there's an argument for value anywhere in the United States for a $600 buy-in. You're not going to find it. So this is going to continue to grow. Looking forward to the future with this.
Maybe Florida.
Florida has some good ones, too. I got to give a shout out to Florida.
You play a $400 million down there.
Yeah, really?
Seminole Hard Rock?
Okay.
Hollywood, Florida? Yeah.
Little cheap plug for those guys. Got to appreciate anywhere we can get a good buy-in for a good prize pool with the poker community. We stand together, So shout out to Florida down there, putting on up a good one at Hard Rock. But also, just a reminder, too, if you're new to this, I know there's a few new viewers. I want to state again, we have shows every Tuesday. We have a 5-5-10. Thursday, we have a 2-5. And on Saturday, we even have an Average Joe poker show, a 1-3. We strive on this channel to bring in poker games that are relative to the normal player, whether you're at a casino, a card room, wherever you're at in the United States, or if you're out of the United States tuning in. We have a lot of out-of-country fans that watch, especially Kiwi Colleen out in New Zealand, for example. These are try to be relatable to you guys. That's our niche. And we also have, like I said, big tournaments about every 5 to 6 weeks, normally on a Sunday or a Monday, depending on when the day 3 is. And they're always fun times. We've got the little bell for the reminders. But like I said, subscribers-wise, we are now up to 4.14. Our 2-year anniversary, Joey's coming up in like 1 to 2 weeks. And we start out with 0. So that 5K mark is a special one. So if you have a moment right now, if you don't mind, hit that subscribe button. Also, hit that thumbs up for this episode. It goes a long way. We are so appreciative of everyone tuning in. You guys are the oil to our engine that makes us run, that helps us grow, and we're just continually trying to find good content, whether it's cash, whether it's tournament, that you guys can enjoy tuning in and watching and helping this game that we like to call Texas Hold'em, and we've had some Omaha on here, just poker in general, grow the game. So coming up to Joey, is there anything down at Mad River you want to talk about?
I mean,
I'll just give you guys a
just
plug. You
from,
guys are part of this too, baby.
just a small little plug is every Sunday there's a 20K
Awesome.
for $125.
Yeah, so
Again,
if-
maximum value.
So 20K guaranteed every Sunday down at Mad River. Check it out. Dayton area, so especially Cincinnati, Columbus, not a far drive. If you're in that calendar, that's a nice one too. I know at the Reserve, we've been doing a 10K guarantee on Saturdays. That's been running very well for us. We're usually getting about 16,000, between 14 and actually 18 probably on average for that one. That's turned into a staple tournament for us on Saturdays. So there you go. You know, if you live in Ohio or in the area, you almost got back-to-back days. You got a good 10K guarantee at the Reserve on Saturday. Mad River's got a nice 20K guarantee. So, especially if you're right in the middle, you can dance a little bit.
And I don't want to talk out of pocket because Mad River never slows down. I don't have the exact dates. Check Facebook, check Poker Atlas. Stay tuned. But very, very short in the coming future, there's a 500K.
Okay.
Coming out
Big things popping. Big things are popping. So we got, it looks like a 500K going down at Mad River. We also have our fall series at the Reserve coming in October too. We're excited about that. We do that every single year. Well, and then it's funny how the holidays start hitting. We have the fall series. You almost have like the November, and then the winter series pops up. So it's going to be an active time at both clubs.
Any
like
bounty tournaments in that fall
I'm sorry?
series? Any bounty tournaments in that fall
Oh
series?
yeah, we always have a single day bounty tournament. Usually Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday we have day ones, and I believe we're going to have a freeze out on one day. Then we're going to have a bounty tournament on the other, and they're usually like 10K guarantees right around there. And then on one day, I believe we're going to have we're going to have a team tournament. And then we'll probably have like a ladies tournament and like a PLO at the same time on one day.
Nice.
We usually get a ladies tournament. That way, if the guys want to play that day, we offer a PLO tournament.
Is it a no-limit tag team or
It's a no-limit tag team, and actually that one is probably the most popular one out of them all. It's a big social event. We probably get 14 tables for it in here for it. And it's just fun. You switch every 2 blind levels normally with your partner on stacks. If after registration one gets knocked out, let's say, and you can't re-enter, you still have to have your team. You still have to swap, even if it's a single tournament. But we've had times where with those team tournaments during our fall series for our free series where one team, places first place and third place in one, and those 2 gentlemen have a nice little payout. So a little bit of run good, I guess you could say. So a lot of fun activities here. But I really don't want to take away too much from. We just have a little time to kind of shoot out some of the stuff coming up at the Reserve at Mad River. But like I said, we're about to start the final 9, the final countdown, as they say. It's going to be intense, and like I said, the places. I mean, the top. Now, Grant, you did this. You did a fantastic job. I want to give you a 99%
Well, we had to have the
out of
podium
100.
All have 100.
No, I only have one gripe.
The what?
The third place. We couldn't have just said the top 3 get 100K. It has to be 99.
Well, when I'm doing it, I'm factoring in the 1,000.
I know, it just looks better. That's all I'm saying. I'm being nitpicky. I said I gave you an A-.
I wasn't aware of your 1,000
I just love saying the top 3 hits 100K on the payout. It's 1,000 off.
They do.
Actually,
they've already been paid.
They technically do.
They've already been paid 1,000.
Sure, you do get paid 1,000 after the first day.
That was how I built it.
That is true. It looks pretty up there. But like I said, he did a fantastic job along with Jim.
Hey man, you can't fault me for not understanding how you got. We work together great.
Yes. No, the payout's great. I'm looking forward to these final 9.
I had a judge tell me one time, ignorance is no excuse. So I guess it's on me.
Yeah, it looks like we got a color up 2 going on for the final table. And are these guys on a certain time break, Gio or Jim? I'm getting nothing. Nada. Just
we know
just
they'll be back
out?
at some point because we're not going anywhere until there's only one.
There's only one. So yeah. By the way, the message board. Let's go to the message board. They've been great today. We got John Coffey, Tony Paco, DFG, Vic G also is in there. Walter, thanks for tuning in. I want to give a shout out to some of these guys who have been a part of the message board, making the show great. We always say on this live stream, we try to interact with the message board as much as possible to make you guys just as much a part of the show. It's something that we think that separates us from other poker live streams. Walt, like I said, I did say Walter. Let's go up here. Geo, another shout out. Ryan Hines, Big Papa in the house. Sharon, thanks for tuning in. Chatstar Kiwi, Colleen, Alan W. Shout out to Jay Flynn also. Derek M, who's been in here all day. Shane G, who I talked with Columbus, one of my buddies from Columbus, who I dealt with actually when I worked down there. It was great seeing you on this message board. Justin L. in here. Boone. Another Chris B. in here.
I noticed Tony thinks 220 would have looked better for first, and I couldn't agree more. That's why we needed you to fire one bullet extra, and then I could have. But there was an extra 200.
Yeah, we got Enright in the house too.
So that one's on
from
you, Tony.
Connecticut.
You need to put one more bullet in.
Yeah, no, Brian's in here too. So I'm trying to find out how long this break is, guys. That's what I was kind of curious. I thought we were just doing a color up and combining tables. Vic, is there any talk about what this break? We got the victory scar right next to us. We're just so.
Should be another 15 minutes.
So we're going to be 15 minutes, guys. Myself and Joey are going to go stretch our legs for 15 minutes. We will be back very, very shortly. Once again, 15 minutes left on this break, and we're going to be at the final 9, ready to go, ripping and roaring to see who we can crown a champion of our 1 million guarantee.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. Guys, we'll be back
See you in
soon.
a bit.
All right, so we are coming back to this. It's not a 15-minute break. What they're going to be playing for is about another 15 minutes, and then they're going to take their main dinner break. And as you can see back there, there was a table set up so that some food can be brought in. We are down to the final 9, and in the main room, the 25K in a day turned out to be 36,000, paying top 16 players. And 6,600. There's a lot of sixes in there someplace. But there we go. We've got this says break, but I don't think it.
No, this is the
The real, oh, that's the real time. Okay, that's a shot of the real thing. When we're down to 9-handed, we won't be able to show you those payouts. So 9th place, $19,000, and then there's a pay jump, and you know this very well, Joey, because you worked so hard on it with Jim. There's a pay break now, or pay jump at every step of the way here until we get to $218,800 for first place. And we do have some bios, so there are a number of players that we have not had on this feature table yet. We're going to be able to talk about them, give some background, and I'm eager to see what these chip counts look like because, for instance, Jose, who was over on the other table, I could keep looking and see that he was in, but I couldn't tell what his chip count is. He came in here today, the chip leader, and continue to play really strong. So it's going to be, we've got 140 million in play here. Yeah, there's a lot of chips there. And again, we're going to be going here till the end, till we crown a champion. So please don't go anywhere. Call your friends, call your neighbors, call your cousins. This is exciting play.
Oh, it's going to be an absolute treat to see who takes this thing down, see who can bob and weave and avoid the landmines that are absolutely on the way. This is not going to be a smooth road to the end. There's going to be a lot of bumps. There's going to be some bruises.
There really is.
And we're going to see who's left standing at the very end and take home that $218,000 top prize.
Well, and as we see time and time again, the play that we're going to see 9-handed will change significantly when we get to 5, 4, 3, we get to short-handed. It's a totally different game, right, Joey?
Absolutely, because someone is always going to come out and try to assert that dominance. And while we are our champion from the spring, he had the complete opposite approach. He just kind of sat back and let the other players kind of get in the mix, and he just picked his spots, made some very disciplined folds, some might call nitty, but he played his style, and it was a very tortoise approach, and it got him the trophy.
And he wasn't necessarily the most experienced player at the table. He's had some experience. One of the things that we like to talk about when we get to a final table, specifically when we start to get to short-handed, is that it's a different game, and the players that are experienced playing short-handed, the players that don't take every opportunity to chop when you get down to 3 or 4-handed, those players that play it down on a regular basis, they have a different level of experience.
And it's just going to come down to who can recognize the situation in real time for what they are and make the right decision.
So there was a redraw here for the seats. You're going to see some folks in different seats here than when we left for this final table. Blinds at 250, 500,000. And I guess I wasn't expecting this. I thought maybe we'd see somebody sit down with 35 or 40 million. There's not a big spread right now, is there?
Very tightly packed. We got a couple short stacks in there, but everyone's pretty much around the same. Which is also going to create an interesting dynamic between Buck and Steve because they're battling for the chip lead, but they're definitely less inclined to have to tangle with each other because you have Quinn and Michael on the short stacks. You've got those medium stacks. Those are the ones that are going to be in the most treacherous scenarios because not only when they face aggression from the short stacks are they going to have to make a decision for what's most of their stack, but they've also got to keep in mind that there's people behind them that have relatively the same, so they have to just not give up and not battle, but also just not leak the chips and let them disintegrate. We got a Broadway battle here. Steve with the ace, queen, Brian, king, jack. Neither flopping much of anything. Steve continues with the 800K bet. I like this from Brian, not making any quick decisions. He might be contemplating violence, but I know he likes to think methodically and just, even when it's a rudimentary decision, not give away any timing tells. But looks like he's going to get a little crafty here. Looks like he put in, was that $2 million?
you're right. He's going to raise this up to $2 million, which puts the pressure on Steve, needing 1.2 to call.
I like this from Brian. He doesn't have anything to go on. He's just taking it to the streets. He knows Steve raised from early position, which means he should have a very strong range, but unless he has aces or kings, it's pretty much Broadway cards.
And that aggression pays off.
Nice pot, Brian. Again, he recognized the situation. Knew that every once in a while Steve will have something, but in most cases he won't have much of anything on that board. Put in a small raise. Put his opponent to the test. Picked up a few chips that other people would have just given up on. Nice pickup, Brian.
C6. Fold. Fold.
Michael with the 10-jack suited, one of the prettiest hands to want to play.
It really is.
But he is a short stack. He's only got 9 big blinds.
Fold.
And he shows some discipline and lets it go. So hard to let that hand go, but under the lights, playing for 200K. He knows what time it is.
We saw Michael make a big laydown last night. It became a little bit controversial. We'll talk about that in a minute. Where he laid down, he was heads up, and he was the chip leader, or there were co-chip leaders.
Raise to 2 million.
In the meantime,
Fold.
here comes Kyle.
Jacob quickly folds. The ace deuce suited. Getting settled into the final table. He might have thought about entertaining a jam there, a limp jam. You got to have some bluffs. But he decides to just take his time, lay it down, move on to the next hand, play his button.
And we saw quite a bit of Kyle last night for our feature table of day 2. Kyle West is from Hamler, Ohio. He's a business owner. Backyard steel building. He's doing shout-outs to Scott Singer, Dave, Nick, Alex, Lupe, Jeremy, Dwight, Greg, Joe R. I bet all these people are watching. Came to this through the reserve. Been playing poker since junior high. His favorite team is the Buffalo Bills. Interesting choice.
Quinn looks down at a couple of 5s. He's going to put it in. Got about 15 big blinds. No resistance. Picks up a few. Picks up 1 million chips.
A few. A handful. That much.
A bushel? A score?
A pocketful.
Of sunshine.
Other language rules like PG-13, R.
Cooter continues to get a little bit of razzing here for his riffle. And I cannot...
I don't know why it would be razzing. He literally has the favorite riffle I've ever heard. It's like you could hear it from another county. I've never heard somebody deal so quickly yet crack them so loud. So I'm going to defend you, buddy.
I have to defend him as well.
It's clean. You hear it. Literally, you hear it.
You hear it, but it's not messy.
Well,
right?
and that's why you hear it, because it's clean.
Because it's so clean.
How many times have you been at a card table and you see the dealer shuffling but don't hear any cards?
Yeah. Brian here, after Michael folds, he picks up pocket 7s, and he calls the $500,000.
No, it looks like he raised to 1.3.
It does
I
look
see
like
a couple
he
of blue
raised.
chips out there.
Yeah, it is 1.3. Thank you. You're right. The Nemesis suited going into the muck from the chip leader. Well, the chip leader is Buck at this point, followed by Steve, followed by Brian,
And that goes back to what I was saying earlier. Is they're the two chip leaders, a king jack of diamonds, suited hand, but he's out of position, and the guy opening has more chips than him.
But Tim is going to make this call. Oh, wow. What a great flop for sevens. However,
not in this case.
Not in this case.
And Steve would have picked up the diamond draw. But as it stands, Tim with top two. Brian's got an overpair with a gut shot. And Tim is going to just put it all in. And Brian's going to have his first decision here at this final table. And some might think this is such a close decision because, oh, he might be on a flush draw. But you got to remember, he is in the big blind. He was getting a good price.
Yeah.
And in these large field, low buy-in tournaments, you never know when someone's just going to stick around with the 4-3, the 6-4. The 6-3 might be a little ambitious, but
might be.
But even a 6-5 kind of hand, which in this case Brian would love to be against.
He'd also wouldn't mind being against a flush draw so much.
But he's going to have to call off about 60% of his stack with just one pair and a gut shot. Right now, Brian's just thinking, what hands do I beat? What hands out of the big blind just call off of his stack and don't just shove pre-flop?
Right.
What hands just call out of the big? And these are the types of hands that do that. He's trying to find a hand that he beats. And it's hard to do because there's not many. You know what hand might call out of the big blind and not shove pre-flop? King jack of diamonds.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He does find the laydown. Good fold, sir.
And Tim now joins the 20 million club again.
Mr. Fitzwell says he knew that Brian was going to fold based on the hat that Brian was wearing.
Yeah, well.
Got her with it.
EFG's got some unusual reads there from time to time.
Not for nothing, Mr. Fitzwell. They do say defense wins championships. And Brian showed some excellent defense there by letting it go.
And if you're just joining us, we are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. Our $1 million prize pool guarantee. Our second one is a joint venture here with our good friends down in Dayton, Ohio, Mad River Poker Club. Vic Gager here. I got Joey in the booth with me.
As always, thanks for having me.
Switch out. Oh, always. You're welcome. After the pocket sevens now under the gun, he's got ace jack. And he raises 1.3 million. Six-4 suited in the last hand, now 6-3 suited, but don't expect him to make this call.
I actually had the opportunity to play this $1 million event, and I can tell you Tim does like to see flops. I kind of have to root for him because he got very speculative against me and got lucky, knocked me out, so I want to just be able to say that I lost to the winner. But he is not afraid to see three.
And here comes a flop. Heads up, Jose against Brian. Brian keeps the lead with the ace-jack.
And he's yet another victim to flop delay.
They're going to go check to a free card. 10 of clubs. And another check here from Brian and Jose as well. Joey, it just seems dangerous to me to give that many free cards away.
That's one way to look at it, but the other way is that he has ace-jack. He's got a very, on that board, a relatively strong hand. And when you're out of position, you don't want to overinflate pots when chip stacks are relatively low in terms of blinds. You've got short stacks on the table, so it's like being on a boat in choppy waters. You don't like it, but you also don't want to overcharge the engine and put yourself in a position to
in a
get
bad
rolled.
situation. Yeah, I like that analogy.
Sometimes if you just stick it out, you'll get through the choppy waters just fine.
So this time it is a real break. It is a dinner break, 30-minute dinner break. And we are going to be here until we crown a champion, so don't go anywhere.
Well, Dom and I will. You're going to Canada.
I'm going to Canada, so I may be getting out of here pretty soon. I'm going to get in the car.
Well, you deserve
head
it,
north
buddy.
tomorrow morning. What's that?
So you deserve it.
Thank you. I feel like I need it.
After, what, 3 weeks of all of this?
Yeah.
I call it nonsense, but in the best sort of way.
The best sort of nonsense is correct.
Because a lot of us have played poker tournaments, but if you've ever tried to run one of this size, so many twists and turns and curveballs. But that's what makes it so beautiful. Michael looks down at a hand that he deems beautiful enough to put it all at risk. Brian in the big with a suited ace right before the break.
3.6.
Looking at a 7.5 big blind shove. You don't necessarily love it, but you just sigh, put it in.
Wow, he's going to make the call here.
It's nice. Good luck, sir. Nice pocket.
Michael with his tournament life at stake here. Ace-10, he is in the lead.
Make it sweat.
2 flush draws versus 1.
Let me ask for 2, so.
Down to the final 9, 9th place, $19,000. And here comes the flop.
And now we've got some serious chop outs. Getting closer to a chop. That's not a chop card. Michael gets the double.
And there you see the clock. We will keep that up on the screen here, 25 minutes. So use it wisely. Go out, take care of things, but do not go far away because we are coming back and there's a lot of poker action yet to go. Thank you very much, folks. Please stick around, and we will be back in about 24 minutes.
See you then. Just trying to run the math in my head. I'm like, pretty sure ace 10 off versus ace 9 is a chop like 10% of the time.
All right, thanks for coming back, guys. We are just about to get to our final 9. Final table underway after this break. I'm with Joey 2 from Mad River, Dominic DeSano here at the Reserve. We're going to be closing the show with you, bringing this action as we have a wide array of payouts, basically, but the top spot is going to be $218,800 for the top prize. You see the chip counts right there on the left-hand side in our other box. Buck is at the top of the list heading into the final 9. Quite a story, Joey. I know you've been in and out today, giving us breaks and whatnot, but now you're here full time. But he was at one time he was as low as, I want to say 4.6, 4.8 million.
Yeah, 4.4 when I was in here.
4.4, and basically within 45 minutes he got up to about 23, 22 million. Just a great comeback story. And here it is, actually, first hand coming out of the final table. There we got Jose in seat 2, who is actually the chip leader of the start today. Looks like he's at around 15 million, so a very healthy stack. But yeah, started off the day, I believe, at about 11 million. He's kept it, added to it a little bit, and here he is at the final table. Sometimes when you come into the final day, you know, the top chip leader, there's been a little thing, you know, like it's almost like a jinx in a way. He hasn't done that. Now he's in a good spot. He's at 15 million, made the final 9, and here we go.
Can you feel it? The final table energy.
All right, King Queen in the mix here for Jose. It's on Tim now. All these players have new seating locations. So I would consider now, if you're at 15 million or more, you're very healthy. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
25 big blinds at 15 million. More than enough to work with, not necessarily comfortable per se. Like, we'll have a bit more, but no need to feel like you're on fumes. Very manageable.
So we have a 4, ace, 6 board, couple of hearts.
Check. Check. 800. Fold, fold.
Didn't you have any gum right here? Olive Garden frost going on.
All right.
Thank you.
Back at it. Nice takedown.
Could be a problem here in a minute. All these garlic people, I don't need that much.
The final 9. Banging it out.
Thanks for the chat board too being active today. Welcome back, guys. Also, if you're just joining us, please hit that thumbs up, that like button. We're approaching 300 likes. Love seeing it. Also, please subscribe. We're getting close to that 5,000 subscriber mark. Our 2-year anniversary for this live stream is coming up shortly.
Raise 1,100,000.
All right, we got a raise from Buck, who's the current chip leader at 29 million in chips in C3.
Buck with ace jack raises 1.1 million. Getting out of the way quickly is the field. Michael peeling the 7-6 off.
We got Brian with the Scooby-Doo mystery hand. Must have not got his cards in the reader.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Queen, King, Jack.
I'm just
King,
letting
Queen
it go.
for Jose.
Letting go of your nemesis.
It's good full.
Weird heads up.
Look at, hey, the nemesis was hemmed up. At least King Queen is live. Anyway, oh, as we say that, the flop is 7 King Jack. Nemesis would have gotten a big suck out. But to my defense, I mean, look, it was going against King Queen and Ace Jack. It was completely hemmed up. That was about the only scenario, unless it flopped Broadway. Jose
But you
flopping
just really
top
don't
pair.
like King Jack, do you?
It's just a trouble hand. I mean, I play it. I just don't play it as hard as most players. And now we got a 9 of hearts on the turn.
Jose
still
going to
firing.
continue.
Yeah, he likes to mix up and put pressure. Not sure if you've seen Jose, but he is not a timid player. That's his game. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Blinds get bigger. It definitely advantages his style.
Looks like Buck's going to make a discipline lay down. Oh, pump fake. Rolling out to the sideline.
Oh yeah, no. Until the action gets announced to him, I wait the whole time. He's an experienced poker player. Tries to get a little reaction.
But then I wouldn't get to use my football analogies.
Fair enough.
He does throw it away.
Yeah. Nice hand for Jose. Picking up another over $3 million in profit. I think 3.4. Saw a glimpse of that. Got Spank in the background, serving justice, making sure law and order is being upheld. Right, the double hands on the side, like the Peter Pan stance. Respect it.
But I agree with you about King Jack. I've played it more than a couple times where I've regretted it, where I probably should have let it go, played it, and then decided to get sticky, and it just left me drowning in a sea of loathing.
Hey Justin, if you're having a problem with the picture or anything, this happened to me yesterday when I tuned in. Just exit out and come back in. Should be crystal clear.
Ace 10 for Kyle.
Raise 1.2 million.
Kyle, who I've gotten to know throughout our series, really experienced player. In the last year or two, he's played in all the big ones. Michael, 7-3. Gets rid of it. Back over the buck in the big blind. His discount. King 8 offsuit.
Very reasonable just to let this go, but he is our chip leader. He's got room to move. So he's going to see 3 cards.
Heads up to a flop.
Can't just let him run over your big blind.
No. We got a 3-7 queen board. Couple of clubs.
Check.
Kyle's got the backdoor flush draw and the best hand.
Now picks up a Broadway draw.
Keeps getting better.
Yeah, king would be an interesting card.
He would definitely get paid on a king.
Buck though, getting aggressive here, leading out for $2 million.
That's 2/3 pot, which is king high and a stiff poker face.
Nice
and
flush.
Kyle just lets it go.
Can't wait to see it.
I believe Jacob in seat 4. Is that a Cactus Jack old school wrestling shirt? Looks like it. Respect. By the way, Jose picked up a pot earlier. Just want to give a shout for Jose. He's finally on the live stream table. He's from Oregon, Ohio. He is a medical chemist. Studied meds for Alzheimer's. Day 1 he had 1.3 million. Day 2 he had 11.5 million. He had 1 ticket drawing and 1 buy-in for this event. He's been playing poker for 16 years.
1,500,000.
He had a WSOP satellite chop for looks like 28K. That was his biggest payout.
I love his opposite ends of spectrums for hobbies and interest.
Yeah, he prefers tournament play, no limit.
But he's also interested in research and craps.
And how he got
It's a good
started in
1-2 punch.
poker was his neighbors invited him to play. That's always nice. And then his other hobbies, yeah, research and craps. His favorite sports team is the Eagles. Favorite professional poker player, me. I love that answer.
That's the best answer.
3 hours later, I'm coming in. I'll be thinking about it tonight. Until I look at it. Coffee.
Looks like we
Jacob's
got
going to
heads-up
hang on
action
with
now.
the 10-7 suited out of the big.
Yeah, 3.6 million in the middle, and there's a ace, 4,
10
king,
flops
rainbow
his ace
board.
right away. Does go check, check, and now
Flush draw.
fun card for Jacob.
A little semi-bluff action possible?
1,500,000.
He's gonna bet about 20% pot.
It's him under-repping his hand on the flop in disguise makes the call.
No point in raising now.
Oh, what a money
And
card. The
that
flush
is
and
a
two
magic
pair.
card for Jacob.
And not to mention, it's a runner club.
He's got less than a pot size bet behind.
He could probably
He
rip
could
it in
get
here.
cute and put like 5 million, leave some back. But more likely he's going to go for the maximum.
Gotta think he just let it rip with the pot size. It's less than the full pot. Just
All of it.
There it is.
tough spot for Tim here. Really tough spot. You hit two pair on the river. It's backdoor close.
What was it?
Then the flop went check. Jacob bets the turn. So Tim's thinking, did he just bet a jack? But now what is he repping? What is he betting the turn with that can reasonably jam this river? He beats King 9. It's in the big blind. He beats King 4.
I mean, really, you're only worried about his Queen 10 or clubs.
Well, he's thinking, what did he bet the turn and then can jam river? And he gets the bad news.
Yeah, and Jacob, big double up to 18 million, 9.1 million profit, and he's the last player we got to do a little profile on. So shout out to Jacob for making the final table. And his occupation is a research scientist, computer science. He wants to give a shout out to my wife Julie and 3 cats. Looks like Olivin, Gigi, and is that Carr?
I'm gonna go with Cal.
Cal? We'll go with Cal. His parents, siblings, especially his grandmother, who turns 99 on the 7th. Nieces and nephews. So happy birthday, Grandma.
Yeah.
99 on the 7th. He says he bagged for 4.5 million. Number of years playing, he says, for fun since about 2005 to 14. And then he took a little break and he's played for the last few years. His poker career finishes. He says he's got 118. It's like live cashes, 200K online cash as well. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a
run.
player. Is his day job being a doctor? Because that's what his handwriting would suggest.
Yeah, he prefers no limit. He's an online player. How did he get started playing poker? He played with friends. $5 sit and goes in high school. Started playing
Ruggles.
Yeah, in regular in 2015. Other hobbies and interests are disc golf, video games, music. His favorite sports team or athlete, Jack Nicklaus, and favorite professional poker player, Ronnie Jr. Day.
That's pronounced J.R. You don't know?
Oh,
That's
JR.
the grandfather, man.
Oh yeah, he is the grandfather. Sorry, I dropped the ball there.
Bracelet winner, tournament of champions last summer.
Yeah, he's kind of a big deal. That was my fault. I'll take that one.
Youngest looking grandfather in the game. Terrible player.
All right, heads
No,
up action. 3.9 million.
JR's one of the best to do it.
And we have a Queen 8 ace board, couple of spades, top pair for Jacob.
Your nemesis with the gutter.
And 5 of hearts peels. Kyle's gonna put on his Jacob leading out, putting the pressure on Kyle. And all in for Kyle. Kyle all in for 7.7 million.
Can Jacob find the call? 2 flush draws out there. That 5 really shouldn't have changed much in terms of made hands.
700,000.
Kyle was in the big blind, but what 2 pairs does he reasonably have other than ace 8 or ace 5? With so many draws out there. He has the ace of hearts.
And right now, he under-repped his hand on the flop, so Kyle, sensing that he could push him off his hand.
This is where it gets tricky. When you under-rep your top pair, your pot control, you can only get 1, maybe 2 streets of value with his hand, so you got to pick a street to check somewhere. And he does make the call. He's going to get the good news, find out he's a 90% favorite to win this hand.
With 10 and a 10 only.
10 and a 10 only. And then suddenly it changes.
And nice run, though.
Good run, Kyle.
Yeah, and he's going to profit. Like you said, he got paid out. He's going to get 19 more today. He got paid 1,000 on day one, so 20,000 in total.
And Jacob is a very accomplished player, very good player, and between the flush hand and now this hand, I don't think there's any turning back for him. They've woken up the demon. He's going to put them at his mercy.
You can't make the call, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but nice one, like I said, 9th place out of a huge field. And Jacob now all of a sudden is in a blink of an eye, up to 28 million.
That's good enough to be a co-chip leader. I'm glad to see he's taking the advice that I gave him while on the dinner break.
I think the story was over there.
I gave him 3 words of advice. Don't
I call that bluff. I don't know about that.
And the message board is undefeated again. Internet wins. All right. 600K the call for Brian with a suited ace-5.
$1,400,000.
1.4 mil.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Ace queen now for Steve. 22 million in front of him.
Cooter hard at work. Keep it up, buddy.
Yeah, Cooter earned his paycheck.
Re-raise. 4,600,000.
And we got a 3-bet now from Steve. 4.6 to go.
Now this is curious to see what Brian is going to do here, facing the 3-bet. Steve had just north of 20 big blinds to start this hand, and you'd think that with a hand like aces or kings, jacks, tens, queens, Steve would just put it in, pick up his couple million chips, move on, or try to get the double up with a super strong hand. But when you have 3 bets, just reasonable size, ace-5 of hearts could look like a fun jam hand, but he's going to lay it down.
We have a dead fund in 6-5.
See me, I'm down with the sickness. I just 5-bet jam. But Brian's a player. Brian's disciplined. He knows he doesn't have to put his chips at risk like that. He could pick a better spot.
Michael now, 10-9 offsuit.
Fold.
Brian, pocket 7s. And the next pay place will be 24,000.
1,400,000.
Nice little jump there.
Fold. Fold.
And immediately, another playable. Pocket 7s. Sticks with the 1.4. That was something else I was interested to see what some of these players do. Do they have variable raise sizes for their respective hands, or do they just pick one size and stick with it?
Fold.
1.4 seems to be the opening standard in the last 5 minutes.
Fold.
Jacob going to find some discipline, lay down the suited ace.
Fold.
Over to Tim, king deuce. In the big blind. He's going to get out of the way, and Brian takes down 1.2 million. I want to give a shout to the Rebel Poker, who's a regular on here. Rebel Poker, thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a max value Monday.
I like that.
Up to 260 likes. Thanks, guys, for smashing that thumbs up, that like button.
I see we're still sitting at 4.39K subscribers. Let's get to that 4.4, guys. Click that subscribe button.
Yeah, smash that subscribe button too if you're new. Yeah, can we get up to 4.5 subscribers tonight? We're close, 4.43.
Do your best impression of the Incredible Hulk and smash it.
There you go. And the payouts are scrolling on the bottom of the screen. So if you're wondering about the jumps and everything, that way you have them available to you the rest of the way.
8th place has a certain ring to it right now, 25 dimes.
Remember, you add 1,000 to whatever the payout is because they got 1,000 at the end of day one.
Right. 1.8.
So even though it says 24, the other players will be awarded 25.
I'll keep this in mind for the next one. Make sure there's an extra 1,000 on the spot so it looks more aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah. Tim, pocket threes. After Jose raised it up with 9-8. Michael now ace-10 suited in the big blind. It's 1.2 the call. Situation here where you almost want to fold or raise, though. I mean, you could smooth call. Don't get me wrong.
You got 10.
Like
You got
hand
10
or
big
don't.
blinds at your big blind, and you're just. Discipline is definitely a good club to have in the bag, but at a certain point, you just got to pick one. Realize the situation. You got a late position raise. Oh, excuse me, I misread that. Jose raised from earlier position.
Sorry, guys.
Let's see what he decides to do.
It's a tough decision. Definitely take your time.
I mean, you've been playing 3 days. That comes down. This is your tournament life. You're putting at risk.
It's a really tough spot.
It's definitely an interesting dynamic when a player like Tim just calls out of the small blind. You're inclined to think that he has a hand like he has, like a pair, but the other hands that do it are hands that have you pipped, like an ace-jack. He takes his price, so he'll see 3 cards before he has a decision. Jose outflops them both, finds middle pair.
This is a massive pot, 5.7 million.
3 mil, 200,000.
Jose, pair of eights. Flopping them all, and he's going to make a bet. 3.2. And Jose's going to add to his chip stack now. Nice pot. Getting 2 players to call pre-flop up to 22 million. Making some noise.
There you go. Well, while Cooter's dealing, I'm going to bring him into the booth for about 15 minutes. I'm going to leave you alone with young Cooter.
All right.
And I will be back shortly.
Ashton, a.k.a. Cooter.
Enjoy.
House, who's up here with Mad River.
Worst situation, because if I fold there,
Fellow poker buddy. Gotten to know him throughout the last year.
oh, the guy
Plays poker a lot, deals poker a lot, and here he is right now. And like you said, if you're wondering how he's in 2 spots at once, we are on a 20-minute delay.
Oh yeah, like aces, right?
So we have the ability of acting like we are at the Matrix at one point. 30-minute delay. I just got corrected. So yeah, welcome, sir.
How we doing,
Welcome.
Dom?
Welcome. Yeah, and just remember, no spoilers.
No.
Because you know the action and whatnot. But here we go. We got an all-in from Quinn with Ace King. Man, you stopped right in. Look at this. King Jack, Ace Queen right behind. But it's kind of nice too when you're dealing, seeing the action. You kind of come in here because we're on a delay, and you can actually see what they were contemplating about
Right.
a little bit.
Yeah, now I get to see. There's a lot of action during my down, so.
Oh, so you're giving us a quick sneak, no spoilers, but
No.
strap yourselves in. We're in for some enticing
Yes.
poker action coming up. I like it. Jacob now ace queen. He's got 28 million. And you know, I will say this: when you're playing in these stacks, and you got ace queen. Sometimes I let it go, but I'm more enticed that when I get a low stack pushing all in.
Right.
And you're not risking your whole stack. You're just hoping you're at least in a flip situation.
Right.
If
Yeah.
not dominating them. I understand the call there, just for
Yeah.
the amount.
I see he's got 28 mil. He's got to call 7, leaving himself 21.
It's still in a good spot.
Right.
And we saw it earlier.
Ace 7 of clubs.
I mean, that was actually how Buck got up. He got it in ace queen versus ace king, and he hit a queen right in the window. Started his journey back. So here we go. 15 million is in there. Dealer doing a fantastic job getting the pot right.
Yeah, these chips are a lot slicker than I'm used to.
Oh, I told people, you know, they're a little sleek, but at least they're some of the cleanest chips you'll
Yeah,
find anywhere.
sure.
You go some places and you don't even want to touch the chips.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, take it easy. You're like, where's the gloves? So here goes, folks. To the flop, we have a Jack 10 3 board. Now players are rooting for each other's card. Now ace queen wants the king. And the queen hits. Ace king takes it down. It holds.
I don't know. I guess I prefer it that way.
And Quinn now up to 15 million. Back alive.
All right.
You've dealt to Quinn enough. I've talked to him. I actually used to deal to him, and when I floored down in Columbus area, I think he's definitely one of the most respected poker players
Yeah, he's
in
very
the whole
quiet.
state of Ohio.
Keeps to himself. Plays a lot. Crusher. I usually deal to him in either bigger tournaments or a PLO game. But he's very respectful.
He is kind of like the silent assassin at the table.
True story.
Now you get the opposite from the two-time champ, you know, Aaron, when he comes in. You know, he'll let you know. he's
Durrani
here.
makes his presence.
Yeah, Durrani makes his presence. Shout out to him if he's watching. I was really shocked, honestly, and I'm not saying this condescendingly. I was really honestly shocked that he didn't at least make day 3 because that's how good he is. I mean, he won our last 2 big tournaments that we had up here. Back to, if you think about that, 2 separate fields, multiple tables, multiple days too, like a day 2 and whatnot, and he's just been crushing. I don't know what else to say. Man on a mission.
Yeah, Durrani's the local Ohio crusher.
Just speaking the truth.
So we got.
I got to deal with
Jose.
the wizard in my ear, guys. You don't understand what do I have to go through while calling this sometimes. And try to keep a straight face. I'm just being honest.
Nah, Durrani's definitely a crusher. He came up and played the 25K.
Dale Brooks says you're the best dealer around on the message board.
Daryl Brooks is my guy, even though unfortunately I busted.
Right, yeah.
Oh, Dale Brooks.
Yeah, Dale
I said
Brooks.
Daryl Brooks.
Yep, no, Dale Brooks.
It does look. It looks normal.
Michael said Durrani is the man. Fuck, I'm the man. But then when I get over there, I gotta do it
We're getting up there in the.
You got everybody comment now that Durrani's their favorite.
We got 266 likes, guys. Let's get up to 300. We got enough people watching live. Smash that thumbs up, that like button.
Yeah, I
Here
need
we
the
go.
300 before I get out of the commentary booth.
Yeah, you hear that? Before he leaves, we need 300 likes, folks. Smash that thumbs up, that like button. Pocket Steve. Did I say Pocket Steve? Steve picking up pocket 5s.
Pocket
Jeez Louise, that lasagna got to me, buddy. Little food coma.
I had the little spaghetti and meatball.
I only had 1 slice, so you don't understand. I'm on strict watch here when it comes to the food. There's a lot of rumors going around. I told you about it.
Yeah.
At least you sided with me about the tacos. If they have a full half an hour, it's free game if it's left to the side. I got to go on the record. I have an ally here. Michael 9-4, let's go. Always keeps the same cadence whether he's raising or folding. I like that about him. King Queen times 2. Queen gets out of the way. Jose though, a little bit more of a discount in the big blind. Suited 2. So 3.2 million in the middle. And we have a 7 deuce 7 board. Steve flopping the best of it with 2 pair.
Jose though with 2 overs backdoor clubs.
Yeah, Jose is an action player. He plays here regularly, and he's normally. I'm actually almost surprised he didn't lead out just because of that flop.
Yeah, this is the first time I ever dealt with Jose, so
He's fun to watch.
Jose just lets it go.
Yeah, he will let the chips flow. They are not on lockdown. But like I said, when you get the blinds bigger and you get an aggressive player, it does. As long as you have controlled aggression, I think it advantages the aggressor most of the time. You can't get out of hand and just, I'm not saying punt.
Yeah.
But if you can pick your spots and put the pressure on players in the long run, you win a couple freebies and you're almost free rolling in a flip when you actually get a showdown. Ace queen for Jacob. Like I said, the Cactus Jack shirt, just old school WWF.
I know. I was just thinking about it when I pushed him in. I said, I like that. It's what I grew up with.
Oh yeah.
That's my era.
Little board with the nails at the end, beating people with it.
He's probably at the end of my era. I was born in '98. So
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
It's probably right at the end.
1.2 to go.
Michael keeps picking up all these ace little dangler cards. I don't know.
Yeah, the tweeners.
Yeah.
Oh, Quinn waking up with ace queen. Or I'm sorry, ace king. All of it.
Pretty sure this was just happened. Ace king versus ace queen.
Yeah. He's got to be thinking this can't happen twice. Not with the same guy, right? But now Jacob does have a little bit more in chips. Quinn also has a little bit more in chips. It's a little bit different situation.
This one kind of cripples Jacob if he loses this one.
Yeah. Understand why he's going to think about this one a little bit harder. Yeah, ace queen when he's all in for around 5-6 million is one thing.
Yeah.
What's that? 14 million. That changes things. A nice fold.
Jacob
Quinn.
lets it go.
But still, Quinn picking up 2.4 million. Didn't have to sweat anything.
Yeah. Anytime you can pick up even blinds this late in the. So was there 8 players left?
If they do, they're wrong.
They don't really give you that.
Got Concrete Dave in the house. Yes, sir. Wedding is coming up. 3-week countdown.
What's your guys' next big event?
We have fall series coming up in October.
Okay.
I'm not sure about the exact specifics of it, but I know we'll have 3 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're gonna have 3 day single day tournaments, and then we'll have day 1s on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with a day 2 on Sunday. Most likely, we're gonna have. If I have to make an assumption, I think I talked about it with the Wizard. We're gonna have like a bounty tournament, a freeze out, a team tournament. I think the team tournament for sure, and it's either a bounty or a freeze out because I think there's one day where we're gonna have a ladies tournament with a PLO.
Okay.
Yeah, Wizard, if you want to correct me on either if it's a freeze out or bounty tournament on the other day, I'm sure you know off the top of your head. Oh, and a senior. Okay, so no team tournament this time.
I was gonna say tag.
And a team tournament. He's just going to throw it
There you
all in
go.
there. And a seniors tournament most likely on Sunday, our day 2. We do that, so our final day to keep the room full. We'll have a senior tournament in the early afternoon.
You playing in that?
Yeah, I still got 10 years. I think you got to be 50. I'm 40 now.
You and Vic playing the tag team.
I want to do the team tournament, and I was actually going to talk to the Wizards sometime this year if we could maybe get some volunteers. We do have some players, and sometimes I would like to do that one time with the commentary team in the team tournament. We just have to have maybe like Nick, and it just depends on the dealers, honestly.
Yeah.
Because we really do pack the house for that. We get minimal 12, if not 14 tables for that thing.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. Every time I've been up here, the tables have been stacked.
Yeah, the team tournament is just a good social.
Yeah.
Everyone's having fun. Everyone's trolling the partners. Oh, you left me with this,
Yeah.
and everyone's having fun.
We just had one down at Mad River, 30K in a day, $600 buy-in.
Oh, that one's juicy. Yeah, we usually do. I believe it's like $100 per player for this one, right around there. But yeah, we get a full room. The payouts are always nice.
Tim limps here at the pocket fours. Gets Buck to call. Oh, never mind. I'm out of
No, that's Jose. Jose's getting in there. With, I told you, he has a wide range. He's
7-5 offsuit in the cutoff. Now Buck here at the Jack 10.
Yeah, 2 big stacks now getting involved. This one's brewing up to be nice. Steve's going to be hoping for something. He's going to look down at 9-3 offsuit.
So they're going to go 4 ways to the flop here.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting trolled by Marissa. You know, I don't request that much off. She's overblowing it. I actually cut down this year a lot. She knows it deep down. I cut down a lot.
Look at this.
Jose bottom pair.
Donk leads. Or no, just leads.
Man, but Buck smashes his flop on a 5-jack king board. He mid pair with the flush draw.
They got like a raise by Buck there.
Oh, and the 5 comes for Jose. Now 3 of a kind. Oh, Buck's all in. And a quick call. Wow, 41 million in the middle. Buck needs a jack or a club.
Yeah, Buck probably wasn't expecting to have a 5 there in a limp pot.
Yeah, Jose plays all types of hands, and this is how he gets paid off, though. I got to credit him with his playing style. This is the biggest hand of the featured table on day 3 so far. Hand 115 has 41 million in the pot. Jose's all in. Buck only has 10 million behind. Yeah, he was playing him like he had the king and maybe he could get him off of it. Maybe like a king, queen, king 10. Backfired, but he still has outs. I will say that if you're going to semi-bluff, at least give yourself some outs.
Yeah.
Jack or a club. One card to go. You see the percentages. Jose, a heavy favorite of doubling up. Here we go. And it's a 6. Jose doubles up to 41 million. He will be in first place right now with 8 players left. Buck's still at 10 million. Just a monster hand for Jose.
All the comments.
Oh yeah, the internet usually wins. And on to the next hand after a heavy shift in the rankings. It's amazing, like Steve has 25 million and you don't do anything. And all of a sudden your deficit to first place is more, just you haven't lost 1 chip. But all of a sudden
Now
first place is 15 million ahead of you. So I think you're pretty happy at 25 with this field left.
Yeah.
Second place. Brian now 15 million, ace jack.
Brian raises it up to 1.8.
Quinn, it's out of the way. Buck out of the way. Rapid folds throughout the table. Tim, king 3, nothing to really get too excited about. Let's it go. Brian picks up another 1.2 million. Nice hand. One thing this is the first time I've really watched Brian play, and I would say he's pretty consistent. I haven't seen him really donk off any chips. He's not trying to outplay the table. He's kind of taking when the money's good. He's not getting too cute with his hands. Obviously, he just took that pot down. I'm even talking about ones he's getting involved with post-flop. His pre-flop, post-flop play is pretty solid, I understand, from what I've seen so far today. Really impressed with him, first impression. Now he's down from Mad River. So do you?
I'm
do you
pretty
see
sure
him
he's
often?
from Michigan, but he's been coming down to our club a lot lately.
Okay.
But Brian's a good guy. He's been supporting us a lot. He played the tag team event with us. He actually made the final table in that.
Yeah, he seems like a really consistent player.
Limps under the gun here with ace-6.
That almost looks scary. I understand why guys. We haven't seen a limp all day, and then all of a sudden, underneath the gun, you limp in. What are you trying to pull? Yeah, I think even Michael, before he looks at his cards, is smirking like, "What is it? What is he trying to pull here?"
Fortunately, Michael don't wake up in nothing here with the queen 5 off.
And we got 3 players now going to the flop, 2.1 million, and you hear the bell. Blinds are about to go up even more. And wow, ace high flush draw for Brian.
Limp under the gun, flopped a nut flush draw.
Yeah. All the other players flop squadouche, just a gut shot for Tim. And he's going to raise.
The limp works out. Best flop takes it down. Alright, well, I'm going to do one more hand with you, Dom, and then I'm going to give you back to Joey. And I'm going to have to go get back in the box here.
Oh, yeah? Always appreciate you, brother, when you come in.
Oh, yeah. So we'll sweat one more hand together.
Remember, I'm your shield. He's the spear, apparently. He's
Joey,
gunning for
Joey
you.
likes to needle a lot.
Yeah, he's gunning for you. He just said he's got more needles than a halfway house. Is that real right now? Wow. Shots fired in the broadcast room.
Let's try to get a good hand here for the last hand. Jose with the king 9 of hearts. Jose
The more chips Jose gets, the more dangerous he is. But wow, look at this. Steve and Tim. Ace Queen and Ace King. And here he goes. Bumping it up. 3 bets it up to 4.6 million.
Tim with the snap jam right behind. 6.3. Michael rakes up with the dead man's hand suited.
It's not the Undertaker, though. It has to be in spades. Close. I named it the Undertaker on the live stream. If you get it in spades, it's the Undertaker. If you want to spread that down in your place, I'll give you permission. But it has to be in spades. So the dead man's hand has to be in spades for the Undertaker.
And a call. We've seen a lot of ace kings versus ace queens here.
Yeah, it's been. This is the 3rd time we've seen it in the last half an hour.
Of course.
A lot of chips in the middle. 16 million. We got a pot of brewing. And we have a 5 queen 7 board. Ace queen getting there. Oh my. And ace queen Tim, excellent run. You got your money in good, brother. 8th place is gonna pay 24 grand plus the 1,000. So he's gonna walk away with 25 grand. Nice job, Tim. Good run, buddy.
Oh, what a good last hand to sweat with you.
Cooter.
Unfortunately,
Always a pleasure, buddy.
Tim gets 3 outed, but
Good
congratulations. I'm going to move on back to dealing.
Yeah, if you're going to get sucked out on, at least take home 25K with you.
Yeah, it's a good day.
Yeah, not a bad pay rate. All right, we're going to get Joey back in here. Saddling up, and we're down to the final 7 now. Next place is going to pay 31K, so they're going to get a total of 32,000.
You get anything, I'm going to get you to play bad. Yeah, trying to get me to play. Yeah.
Here.
An acting career ahead of him because I just loved how he reacted to the queen hitting like he didn't know it was coming.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sometimes.
As if he didn't just watch himself deal it.
Well, action, that's all I gotta say.
Professional acting chops, young Cooter. Down to 7. 2,992 entered. 7 remain in the Midwest Thunderdome.
Brian is doing the all-in plunge. 3.8 million.
No.
Pocket threes. Quinn now.
Threes.
No.
I got a good friend of mine. They swear by pocket threes. Let's see if Michael can do some magic
Well,
with them.
Quinn might be. I mean, he's already got his big blind in.
Yeah, Quinn's
he's
not
gonna
folding
come
to
long.
4.5. Yeah, you just
So 8.3 million in there. Yeah, he's got to defend.
put it in, buckle up.
He's going to be
threes, I'm like,
shocked. He's
It's like, oh, I got
two,
overs?
Yeah,
Let's
2
go.
overs. 6-5.
I got 2 overs and 2 flush, and he covers the suits.
Michael,
All things considered, this is as good as Quinn could have
Michael
hoped
though
for.
in the slight lead, trying to stay alive. And we have, oh man, an open under 8-7 deuce. And there's an ace. One more card for Michael.
6, 5, 9, or 10. Oh, he finds
the
the 9.
The straight hits. And so back-to-back hands. We lose a player. Quinn now. Michael, excellent run, buddy.
Sent
Played some
Quinn
really
straight,
good poker
sends him
today. I'm
straight to
sure
the
we're going to be
rail.
seeing him more on this live stream. Hope he comes back soon.
that's gonna be a chat.
32,000 total. Now the next spot, pay jumps up to 41K.
This guy knows short stack.
Like I said, remember folks, whatever it says on there, add 1,000 to that because they got paid out 1,000 at the end of day 1.
And then there were 6. Sensational 6? Is that a thing? The sensational 6?
Sensational 6. We're going to go with it.
That's
And now Buck picking up. Is the heater going to happen? Just are we going to see another big hand? Buck with pocket 8s. All in for Buck.
Christmas
Ace
time,
Jack
the
for
snowmen
Steve.
are out.
Hello. This table is heating up. Smash that like button if you're loving this action at the final table. Think about this, a 1 million guarantee. We've seen back-to-back knockouts. We got a player all in, and now Steve with Ace Jack.
It's just
Less
under a
than a third
13
chip
big
count.
blind shove.
Less than a third of a stack.
Steve with over 40 bigs. It's going to cost him about 25% of his stack for what's essentially a coin flip. He doesn't know that. But it's just...
Hey-o.
Because it's not just about, big blinds and stack sizes. At the end of the day, he's thinking that I only got to risk about a quarter of my stack for, if I remember correctly, the next pay jump is 32,000. So if he can knock this player out, he's going to make himself another 7,000, and he's not going to be at risk. And he does make the call. So the Olympics are not over yet. We're going to see some world-class flipping right now. Ace Jack versus 8s. See if Steve can stick the landing or if Buck can hold on. Get the double. Cooter gets it right, organized. Alright, let's see what the flop has in store. 5 in the window with the jack right behind. 8 and an 8 only.
Oof. So 3 hands in a row now. A player has been eliminated at the final table. Buck, nice run. He's going to take 41. Can you imagine if you weren't a part of this? Let's just say you're at the table and hanging out watching the action. So you literally went from 24K in 8th place by hanging out 3 hands.
Yep.
And you went from 24K up to 55,000 just by hanging out at the table for 3 hands. That is crazy.
Yeah, a friend in me.
I mean, if you're low stack right now, yeah, like look at, actually no one's really too low though anymore. I mean, Brian's at 17 million. Yeah, he's just 3 million behind 3rd place. Like,
It's crazy.
Yeah, 3 through 5 are right there, same stacks. So what an interesting final 5. We're getting some great action here live at the Reserve on YouTube. Smash that thumbs up, that like button, guys. We're 7 likes away of 300. Who wants to help us get us to 300 likes? Also, please hit that subscribe button. We're getting close to 5,000 subscribers. Our 2-year anniversary of this live stream is coming up. 55,000. I just can't believe that we went from 24 to 31 to 41, now to 55,000 if you just literally sat out 3 hands and watched the rest of the table play.
And if you can hold on for one more, you're going to lock up 75 dimes.
Yeah, think about that pay jump. It goes from 55 to 74,000. 2 pair for Jose, 2 pair for Jacob. Jacob has him out kicked. And he makes the call. 4 of diamonds. Flush hits.
Fourth diamond hits the river.
This game is just heated up.
And
Great
you said
action.
Jose is not afraid to battle, and here he goes. He's seizing the opportunity to steal his pot away from
Yeah,
Jacob.
4 diamonds out there. Gotta love his moxie. And he makes it look like a value bet at 4.5. Literally, that's almost like a please call. The old value bluff. Gotta love it.
Well, the value bluff is when you get paid and win. If he gets called, he loses.
But it's a bluff though. The value, but it could be. It's a value bluff.
Well, but the value bluff is when you bluff your hand, get called, and it's like, oh, I'm good, and then you win.
But
That's the value bluff, because you got value for your bluff. At least that's how I understand it. But
yeah,
I've misunderstood a lot
I think
of
if
things
it's
in
a
life.
bluff, you have to be behind. That's what they call the value. It's the optical illusion. You make it look like a value bet, but it's a value bluff.
Well, the idea is like, in a lot of cases, your hand would you're bluffing because there's like, say you got a 6 on an ace king jack 6 board, so you turn your 6. And yeah, you got a pair.
Yeah, I think you and me just disagree on the terminology, but I know what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I just always think of a value bluff as when you're bluffing, you make it look like a value bet to try to make it look like you're really strong, like Jose did. There, he took down the pot. You put your hand on a mediocre hand, but he might have, like in that situation, both flop 2 pair. Both players had bad kickers. He knew he probably wasn't going to win with the check, so he makes it look like he's just begging for a call on the river, and it worked. That hand. Jose mixing it up to 50 million in chips.
That's a lot of chips. It's about over a third. If
Yeah,
my
him
math
and
is
Steve
correct.
have really separated themselves. I mean, even if Quinn doubles up through them, they would not be that far behind from Quinn. And Quinn's pretty healthy right now at 20 million. Jacob though takes a hit right there down to 6.9. He's gonna raise it up with the 9 deuce and take it down.
Supposed to double down on that, Jacob.
The old blackjack hand.
Seems like not long ago that entire ticker at the bottom had a lot more pay spots in it.
Rapid fire.
Appreciate you, Chris.
Dr. Bourne in the house. We got Concrete Dave in the house.
Shout out to the chat because you guys have some great YouTube names. Obviously, Mr. Fitzwell is
Yeah,
my
Joe
favorite.
G up in here too. I always appreciate it. Fearless Joe in the house. Joe, you got to change your tag though on YouTube. If I got one gripe about you got to put Fearless Joe on there. Come on, we got to get that trademark out there, Joe. Especially when you go in message boards, watch live streams. You got to get Fearless Joe. We got to start branding that. He was on our live stream a couple times now for our cash, and he really did earn the nickname. He does play without fear, so we named him Fearless Joe. So you can't make up your own nickname. He got that from playing on here, got dubbed Fearless Joe. You know,
I mean,
as
a
long
great
as you're
way
not
to-
giving yourself the nickname.
That's a great way to get a nickname is when you make up your own nickname, but usually that subsequent nickname is not flattering at all.
No, the Fearless Joe was a natural nickname. So we got an all-in from Brian with ace queen. Steve now pocket eights. Folks, this final table has been great. You gotta love it.
And Steve right back where he was before on the flip side of it. Now he's got the pair, trying to make a decision for a third of his stack.
And the dynamic has changed. It's five-handed. Pocket eights go so far higher up, you know, in value right now. Oh, he lets it go.
Just lets it go. He did not want to build a snowman.
No.
Oh, they always have something to say about that.
Possibility there that could have put him in first place if he would have taken out Brian. I thought we might have seen it there, five-handed.
Small blind. Those are your first facts there.
Get all that good information
For free.
For free.
A little min raise down there,
Exactly.
gets all that information.
Here we go.
David says he does everything for free. He plays poker and marriage. I mean, I don't know. Marriage can cost you half.
Brian now 6-4 offsuit.
Hingle McCringleberry, yes, this is the final five.
Quinn getting out of the way. Brian get some blinds and antes. They add up. He's up to 21 million.
I'm going to have to go home and watch Key and Peele now, based on our friends.
You know what show that I'm fiending to watch that just came out on Amazon? I haven't watched. It was the Lord of the Rings season 2.
Oh yeah,
Started.
I watched them all immediately.
Yeah, I gotta catch up. I think I'm an episode behind.
This season's gotten off to a way better start than the first season.
Good deal. All right, Jacob now ace 10. Steve right behind him with ace 9 suited.
I'm more curious to see who's going to be the Lord of the Chips tonight.
Yeah, Lord of the Chips. I like it. Trying to get their precious of over 200K for first.
Actually, what are we? Lord of the Millie.
Lord of the Millie. There we go. I'll roll with it.
Fold. Fold. Call.
And Jose coming along with 7-6.
Two heads up.
And we got a 6 right in the window. Followed with an ace and a 3. Both players get a piece of it. Jose's going to lead out here.
No fear from Jose,
No.
but Jacob's got a hammerlock on this hand.
Jose's always good leading out. He gets information at all times. And, you know, just in case he's on king, queen.
Does Jacob
Queen,
just
jack.
rip it here on this dry board, or does he call and give Jose another opportunity?
I think it's so.
I mean, I know what I would
look
do.
at it. You don't want any scare cards that happen, but I don't really think there's many scare cards that could come from this. So you can play this both with his bet sizing. All of it.
Yep,
Trying
and
to
he
get it
wants
in
it now.
And Jose gets out of the way. And Jacob picks up 4.2 now at the 12 million mark. One double up away of getting back in it.
Chip's so precious at this stage of the game. Jacob just content to take it down right there.
Yeah, I'm fine with either play. When you're that low in chips, you do have. I know that some players might be like, "Oh, you don't want to just smooth call because then he could, hit this or hit that." But when you're so low, you have to also run good. So when you, I'm fine either way. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here.
Sure.
If he smooth calls it on that type of board, rainbow flop, you think your ace 10's good on an ace 6-3 board, and you got your opponent, it's heads up and he's firing into you and you're trying to get a double up. I mean, if you think your ace 10's good, what other time? Like I said, to win these tournaments, you can't run bad. You have to run good a little bit too. So I don't mind if you're the lowest stack at the table. If you're just trying to get as many chips as you can, because then what are you going to do? Try to shove with ace queen later and get called by tens, and then you're in a flip.
That dynamic was unique though because he was under the gun. Jose was in the big blinds, so in theory, Jacob's hand range is stronger.
Yeah. No,
so
I'm
on
just saying-
ace-6-3 rainbow, pretty much any card above an 8 is a brick.
Yeah.
If Jose's leading into you.
Oh, look at this flop. Jacob getting a little rush now. Queen 6-7 on the flop. He flops top pair. Still in the lead. 4.4 in there. Quinn did not take the bait the first time with the check.
$1,800,000.
And a fold from Quinn, and now Jacob getting back-to-back cans. He's gotten back in it at 15 million.
Jason, I'm with you. I take the more on those kind of boards where I have a distinct advantage. I just call and let them hang themselves.
That's more than enough time. Oh, it'll slow down.
So there's different situations, different chip stack sizes, and I think any poker player watching can agree that it really comes down to on how you run that day. Like there's times where you played in a tournament and you played the exact same way. Like let's say they're like 2 weeks apart. In one tournament, your hands were holding, you played that style and you won. And then the next time you got annihilated and you went through 3 buy-ins before the end of registration. And you're like, what's going on? You know your queens constantly get cracked by like ace 10. They keep hitting the ace that day. It's just, that's no limit, baby. Oh, the
I
nemesis
tend
was
not to
nemesis.
get stuck in that frame of mind. I grew up basketball player, football player, and you know, at the end of the day, shoot or shoot. And just because I missed 5 in a row, I'm not going to change my strategy.
Right.
So if they get me, they get me.
Interesting hand here. Both players. I always love these when you play in big tournaments. The blinds are big, and you got 2 players with the same hand. Let's see if one
Classic game of
takes the
chicken.
wheel, takes it down. Advantage usually goes to the original aggressor if they do the C bet. We got to check. Oh, now the king hits for both players. Look at Steve slow playing this. Checking back to Brian.
$1 million.
25% of the pot.
Great size. Get a little value from a queen. Spade draw. You're in position. So even if the scare cards hits, you get to see your opponent act first.
Check. Call. 2,500,000 with a call. Chop it up. Chop it up.
Chop, chop, chop.
Really boring.
Man, it's amazing what we went to. We had 3 hands in a row getting players knocked out. Then now all the players are a little bit deeper. A little jousting going on, but no finishing blows.
Take it. Small one.
Brian's really in the most interesting position because he's got 21 million, whereas Jacob and Quinn are both on the bottom. So he's heavily incentivized to be a little bit more careful.
Well, that pay jump, like you said, it goes from 55 to 74K. I mean, and now you go from, even after that, 74K to 99. So now every position, I mean, is at least 20,000, and it gets bigger. Then it gets like a 50,000 difference between third and second. I mean, you don't even want to go where the difference is between first and second.
Well, literally every decision, every street is a $20,000 decision.
Yeah, this is when poker gets real.
Some are easier than others.
He got a walk. He shows the ace.
I just showed one.
Yeah, it's close.
But like, just as an example though, say Brian is under the gun and looks down at ace jack and he makes a reasonable raise, and then Jose or Steve just rip it in his face.
Trust me, I don't
You
like
know?
your vote.
Some say snap fold. some just call. But he's got to be the most careful right now because he should be able to make 20,000 based on the stack sizes of Quinn and Jacob.
Jose, pocket fours.
And given what you've told me about Jose and what I've seen, he is the kind of player to take advantage of that.
Yeah, 2.4 from Jose. Brian in the batter's box waiting for Steve. He's got ace-8 offsuit.
Bet sizing, right?
Brian just letting the ace-8 go, knowing there's no reason to tangle. As the 2BS stacks are so far ahead of the other three. Like, they're never going to just collude outright, but they both know what it is. They're heavily incentivized to just kind of get out of each other's way at this point.
And while Jose hits bottom set on a 4-Jack-10 board, not a whole lot for Brian there to get excited about, though. With the straight and the flush draw, yeah, Jose's not going to let a free one go by.
4 million.
He goes for a large size, bets 2/3 pot. Knowing that Brian in the small blind can have a lot of different Broadway cards. King, Jack, Queen, Jack, King, Queen. Maybe a hand like King 10 suited. Something with a pair that's just going to get sticky that won't fold to 1-bet, so he goes for a meaty size just in case. Unfortunately for him, Brian didn't have anything.
But the commentators have the delay.
They're way far away from us, too.
Okay, gotcha.
You guys, what are you guys doing?
Graphics back there.
As long as I don't see the cards, it's cool. But if it was the commentators, I'd be like, that's kind of not great.
They can see.
No, they cannot see the cards.
I mean, on the left, right?
Yeah, on the live stream, but the guys in the back.
No,
they
I know,
can't
I know.
see the cards.
But the commentators are half an hour behind like everybody else.
That's, yeah, there's no problem.
Brian, pocket nines.
$2,400,000. Fold. Fold.
Shout out to Mike Wells, favorite hand, pocket nines, calls that the Gretzky, because that's his favorite player, number 99. Well, Mr. Coffee, it's so secret, that's even a secret to me.
Mr. Coffee loves secrets.
Well, apparently I have a secret lover.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
Fold.
Well, there you go.
Is it Vic?
It might be Vic.
Fold. Yellow wall. Thank you.
I mean, that's pretty baller status when you can just get up and get enough chips so you don't care about the big blind. 5-handed. Power move by Steve. Oh, he's back.
Steve, you're absolutely insane. I miss you, buddy. I hope you're well.
About 8 steps away from
That's right. Inspector Gadget. Go-Go Gadget Arms.
Just have everybody
Is that
take
my
the
big
shit
blind
with
now?
them.
All right, Brian now pocket threes. He's getting a little rush of cards here, 5-handed.
Cost 800.
So he just smooth calls.
Raise to 3 million.
Jose bumping it up on the button in position.
Interesting to see if Brian has a plan here. Is he just going for the basic set mine, or does he have real violence
Where
in
if you see
store?
the squeeze from Steve here with ace jack?
Call.
Nope, just smooth call.
I know I'd love to see a squeeze from Brian right here. For those that live out in solver land, it definitely says you should be jamming in this kind of spot when you limp under the gun. Solver loves turning small pairs into a bluff. But as it stands right now, he's got to commit 10%, a little bit more of 10% of his stack to set mine. Makes it a little better three ways, but still ambitious to say the least.
Juicy pot here, brewing.
We got three-handed to a flop.
But, you know.
Oh, Jack right in the window.
Sometimes you just get the three.
Oh, we could get it in here.
The
Wow, top for Steve. Set of threes for Brian.
Brian
Jose
hitting
gets
Steve
the
with a
piece.
three-piece. Boom, boom, bam.
The biggest action board you could ask for.
Top pair, top
And
kicker,
Steve
final
checks.
5.
Check.
And they'll essentially be flipped.
Yeah, Jose's going to see where he's at with this pair of eights. Both players check.
And Jose is just taking his paddle, going up creek. And he's going to get the bad news.
Here, Steve might re-raise.
Little does Steve know he's in no man's land.
I mean, come on, you got ace jack. You're playing five-handed. You get a.
He's out of position with top pair against the chip leader, and little does he know that the player behind him has
giddy.
Gonna raise. 10 million.
And the hallelujah bells just went off from Brian's head.
Oh, yeah. 18 million behind.
I guess now Brian's just thinking about Vegas and the effing Hard Rock. I don't know if you know, but the Mirage is gone and it will be a Hard
All
Rock.
of it.
Sold.
No more Mirage. R.I.P.
7.7. The call.
And unless Steve finds a Superman cape, we're going to say R.I.P. to about half his chip stack.
Yeah, it's only 7.7 more. I don't know how he could get away from this. Just with the size of the pot, there's 43 million in there.
17,700,000.
Yep, he can't fold. He's got the heart draw. There's potential straight draws out there that could do this.
Nice hit.
And if you're Brian, I mean, no better spot to just be a 98% favorite, getting all your money in the biggest
Oh,
tournament
wow.
you've
Runner,
ever
runner,
played.
nines. Jose would have boated up a higher boat, and he's looking at it, shaking his head. 9-8 would have went runner, runner, nines. Hey, can you imagine if he would have just smooth called the 10 and Jose would have seen two pair? I don't know if he gets off his hand.
No.
I
we're
don't.
three-handed.
I don't. Yeah, if Steve would have done, yeah, that's just crazy to see the runner.
If Brian gets cute
Nine.
and just calls, Jose definitely calls and has 70% of the chips in play three-handed.
Yeah, you don't really put runner, nine in your queue though.
I
But
try
now-
not to.
Yeah, but now Brian at 51 million with the chip lead, just like that. Steve-O's still in third place. One double up away of getting back in it. I'm talking for the top spot, so he's definitely alive and well, still healthy.
Just forget everything I said previously about, Brian having to measure his spots with the two shorter stacks. Just flop bottom set, get the double up, and take the chip lead.
Fold.
His game plan's a lot better than mine.
Fold.
Oh, you're big.
Four.
4-8.
Fold. Option. Check. Your heads up.
Heads up action. 2.4 in the middle. We have a ace jack 5 board, couple of hearts.
Check. Check.
Pair of fives for Brian, and that's about it so far. Oh, now the 7 hits for Jose. On the turn.
Check.
Free card gets him there.
800,000.
Josh in the chat seems to think Quinn's still a 20-1 favorite. at the moment.
Look at Jose betting the min 800,000, just trying to get some value.
Check.
That was 7.
Sounds good.
And Jose gets a little bit back there. Nice hand, back up to 42 million.
Oh, what a setup that was.
I don't think Steve, that's one of those ones you just kind of throw in the back and you forget about it onto the next hand. That's a tough spot, 5-handed, brother. So, like I said, and plus 7.7 million when there's 43 million in the pot. And
Yeah, and you just got it setting home, you know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah, you are small line.
he's still good. He's in 3rd place right now.
Oh man, I should have found that up for a lot less, but 2,100,000. Didn't want to get that cheap turn, what she did. Oh. You took that turn. Oh.
What on the
9-9. River. 9.
He's probably in there too.
Oh, that one?
Jacob quietly facing adversity, clawing back to 14 million. He's also one hand away of becoming a major player in this. Kind of lying in the weeds.
Yeah, the Annie over there. Gotcha. 4. Raise 1,600,000. Oh.
On the button with ace-10, Jacob opening under their gun off of a 15 big blind stack with the suited gapper, getting after it.
Oh.
I love when you get short-handed poker, like 5-6-handed, when you get down to that area and you just see which players are going to take advantage of their position pre-flop.
We got 3-handed to a flop.
5.6 in the middle. And we have a 9-5 queen board, couple of spades.
Check.
And squadoosh for everybody. Couple of gut shots. That's about it, Joey. Ace high right now is the best made hand.
1,600,000.
Would have been interesting to see what if Brian would have just put them all in pre-flop.
It takes some kahunas though with 2 players in the hand, which is ace high.
Oh, I meant pre-flop when.
Oh, pre-flop, yeah.
Pre-flop.
No, fair enough. Yeah, 5-handed.
Ace-10. You got under the gun raise.
But now I think he's getting called with Jacob with the gut shot. Curious.
He's got his spidey sense tingling. He's like, I don't know about this. I'm just gonna stick around.
Yeah, normally when you call like this, that means you got in your plan B is to make a move.
In position, wants to see what his opponent is gonna do on the turn. Knows Jacob can have something, but also could just have absolutely nothing like he does right now.
Jacob's still firing. You got to think, no matter what comes on the river, if he gets called, he's committed. I love this play, though.
He does bet just under half.
Yeah, he's going for it with the semi-bluff. You got to mix it up from time to time, and his table image got him a nice bluff there. 8-6, gut shot, getting it done. If Jacob comes back and gets first place, don't forget that hand right there that got him up to 20 million with the 8 high.
That's a big hand right there.
I swear I started
Most people would have just folded that pre-flop, having only 15 bigs.
Yeah, that's the
But
definition.
Jacob's on a different level than some players.
As the great Prince of Poker Scotty Wynn said, I need 2 cards, baby. I need 2 cards.
Fold. 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 Right. 2,500,000.
Jacob now with Jose's hand. We've seen Jose play 9-8 multiple times where he's raised it up on the button.
Call.
So I'm going to take a little piece out of your playbook. Play the suited in hearts. 5.4 million in the middle, and we have a 9 queen 7 board action flop. Top pair for Jose. Mid pair for Jacob.
That's 2 million.
Not to mention Jose's style could get him paid off here. He's even shown he's been firing with bottom pair, mid pair, anything in between.
Call.
Like I said,
To a turn.
controlled aggression for Jose. Oh, wow. 2 pair now for Jacob.
Sometimes you just know it's coming.
Yeah, that flush and straight card, though, could slow down the action for Jose.
He
Not
does
the best
check.
turn card. And the blinds will be going up next hand. I think we're going to finally hit the old... Yes.
I'd love to see a little 3.5 million chip
1
bet
million
from
big
Jacob here.
blinds.
Bet. 5 million.
Goes with half pot.
So every time around in the small and big, you're going to have 2 million total between the small, big, and that big blind ante. And
He
here we
does
go.
get the call. And the nice thing about Jacob's size here is there's 20 million and Jacob's only got half pot behind. So
Call.
if a blank comes, he can just comfortably put it in, giving Jose a great price.
Oh, wow.
And
Oh.
great card strength-wise, but not a
does
good
Jose
payoff
try to
card.
bluff here? Does he? We saw this before. No, he
Nope,
is not going
shuts
to
down.
represent the flush. Checks it over. He did this earlier with the fork. Flush out there to get a bluff through. Now Jacob with the full house.
Jacob would have much rather have seen like a 3 of diamonds, 4 of spades.
Well, not a 3 of diamonds or a 3. That would have given Jose the hand.
Oh, I didn't notice. So,
Yeah.
yeah. It's been a long weekend. I was due for one of those at some point.
Oh, I do him too, brother.
We'll go with the 4 spades. How about the 4 spades?
4 spades.
Blinds are up. 500. 1 million. 500.
And Jacob now up to 30 million. The comeback kid. Yeah, shout out to young Patrick in here. Thanks for tuning in. Cheyenne in the house. Josh M in here. Jackie, DFG, Conan. Hope you're having a good one, buddy. Power Toke still in here. Chicken Nuggets is in the house. Yeah, if you're watching, go on the message board, guys. Try to give you a shout out. We always try to stay active. We're up to 323 likes. If you're just tuning in, can we get up to 350 pretty soon? I mean, this is great. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And also, please hit that subscribe button. Cannot emphasize how much I'd appreciate that subscribe button. We're getting close to 5,000 subscribers. Like I said, we're just about to hit our 2-year anniversary of this live stream.
All of it.
All of it now.
There you go,
for
Steve. Just put it in. Realize your equity. You got 20 bigs.
Everybody got kudos on
Big
this.
suited ace.
Nice pickup for Steve. And now, really, it's anyone's match. I mean, I know Quinn's at 12 million, but we know how much of a dangerous player he is. So I almost don't count that. He could still come back and ship this whole thing.
You can never count Quinn out.
No, I mean, but actually, all 5 of these players are dangerous. That's the best part when you get through a big field, right?
That's
right
actually
here.
what the chat has basically been saying for the last 20 minutes, is that Quinn's the luckiest player in the world.
Jacob now, suited Dolly.
Raise 2 mil.
He's getting after it. He has definitely switched gears in the last 20 minutes. I think he said to himself, what I'm doing so far is not working. Regardless of what happens, I'm going to tinker with my style.
Well, he's got about 30 bigs to start the hand, a suited hand that can flop a flush, flop a straight. Can't just fold your button when you're 5-handed and you get hands like that.
And we have a 7-deuce-8 board. Ace high still in the lead.
Jacob got the gut shot with the backdoor flush working. At the end of the day, 9 high.
He's
He'll
blocking
probably
well.
fire 2 million. Looks like it went with about 1.5. Give the graphics a second to catch up.
Post flow. 1.5.
And now Brian's firing back.
5 mil.
Checked it over with ace high. Let him shoot. Firing back the old chess game. And he's going to take it down. Brian with a 4 million profit. Nice hand.
Doing his best to Dikembe Mutombo impression. Brian did there.
And a little no, no, no.
A little no, no, no. And we love you, Mr. Coffee. Thank you for the support, buddy. Listen to that riffle from Cooter.
I'll tell you what, those cards are no joke because with the chips in them and stuff, so the card readers, they are the hardest cards to deal, in my opinion, I've ever dealt.
Oh, they're like shuffling credit cards.
Yeah, so I give a shout out to all the dealers. When you see them deal this and the very few mistakes we rarely see on here, shout out to everyone. That's
Brian got the suited wheel ace in the small. Does he limp? Does he raise?
Raise 3.5 million.
He decides to go huge. Little 3.5x, and Quinn with the suited A7 off a 10 big blind stack. He does ship it. I can't imagine for that price Brian folding. If he does call, very good chance they end up chopping, but he doesn't know that. He does make the call, and we're going to see 5 cards, everybody. 55,000 on the line at this point. That'll get you a nice sedan SUV.
There's a bunch of red cards out there. I don't care what they are. Red.
Exciting. Look at that.
And we have a Jack 5-10 board.
And
couple
Quinn
diamonds.
flops the world.
Oh, and now both players with the nut flush draw. Boom! Oh, the diamond hits.
The diamond hits.
Quinn is eliminated.
Down goes Quinn. I don't think I've ever seen him lose a hand like that.
Quinn, good run though, brother. Quinn is going to take 55,000.
5 and 2 diamonds. I mean, I didn't want to be greedy.
Quinn, good run, buddy.
Good game, man.
We'll see you in those
Very
PLO
nice run.
streets shortly.
Now we're down to the final 4.
Drive safe back to
Wow.
Columbus.
Action. Great player.
I got it switched in my head. I thought Quinn had the diamonds.
I get it. It is so fast. So now 4th place gets 74,000, which including the 1,000 after day 1, they're going to leave total of 75,000 from a $600 buy-in.
I just want to point out, when I came back into the booth for my short break, you were talking to Cooter about the ace-8 of spades being the undertaker.
Yes.
And in that time, I saw him deal 3 hands, then he left. Now he's in 4 hands that I've seen him deal, he's eliminated 4 people. So he may, in fact, be the undertaker.
He might be. And Brian now raised it up with ace-queen.
I have ace,
It's a walk.
ace 5 hands in a row. I think I've run out.
We're down to the final 4.
Brian at 62 million, and all 3 players left of his opposition are between 24 and 28 million. Anyone's game. 1 double up gets you close to Brian.
Now there's plenty of play left. Each of the players have 30 big blinds or more, but given that they all have about the same, I would just love to see Brian just put his foot on the gas and make a decision for all of their chips. Not necessarily pre-flop, but I just mean they have to be conscious of that, right? Like they're guaranteed 75,000.
So Josh, I got to go to the message board real quick. I'm sorry. He goes, maybe the for the main slow roll between the turn and river, you guys can have a few words. Josh, we normally do that. I gotta say, Ashton Cooter, who's dealing, is in Mad River. Excellent dealer, but like I said, this is his first time, I think, dealing on the live stream. Our dealers normally do that on the regular, but like I said, this is his first day in here, and he's doing a great job running his game. But I get what you're saying with a couple second delay. But if you watch our live streams, that normally is the case.
I think Keith has it right.
Keith, I just saw Keith's comment. Jeez, oh Pete's Keith. Like I said, the internet always wins. Jacob with the check. Jose giving him a little value late.
Jacob just checks back there with second pair. Doesn't go for any value at all. Interesting. And that's just a product of how close their chip stacks are. Is he's got a good hand. He's probably going to take down the pot. Every chip matters. Why put him in a position to have an aggressive player like Jose do something crazy? And
Look at these
race.
standings. And like I said, if either one of these players take out each other, then they're going to be right next to Brian.
100%.
Like in one hand. So, this, like I said, anyone's game in the final four, but Brian definitely with the advantage here.
And that's what I was saying about Brian is he's literally in the driver's seat, and I would just love to see him put his foot on the gas.
The sick part is the next pay jump goes from 74,000 to 99,000. Basically, can we just add the 1,000 that they already made? You basically are going to win a total of 75,000, and you go a total of 100,000 for the tournament so far.
Every decision at this point is a six-figure decision. Because if you make the wrong decision, you walk home with 75,000.
It doesn't sound just better. Don't get me wrong, 75,000, but the 100K mark, it just sounds tasty. You'll literally make $100,000 total.
I'm not going to say one way or the other, but I will say that at Mad River we use Poker Atlas, and we have to do it that way for it to rectify our numbers.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Gotcha.
So, like, if you were there, our payouts would show $1,500 for them in cash, even though they were paid $1,000, and we just have a disclaimer. So, but yeah, so depending on which software you're using, it would say 100K. But Brian's has total control right now, and he could definitely not lock up the tournament, but he could put himself in a real good position to take down.
Young Patrick goes, I'm starting to realize why the commentators don't interact with most of the comments. We read them. We just can't say all of them on the live stream.
Trust me, Patrick, I grew up in a household as the oldest of 4 boys, and I was in the military. Everything you guys are saying are making me laugh. I just unfortunately can't do it out loud.
Yes, but the internet wins.
But trust me, I'm a fan of
I love
this
having
strat.
a live message board. Trust me, you guys make the show awesome.
And I'll be honest, some of the things that are said are, I thought about it. And I was glad to see it in the chat. But back to the pokering. Brian's got a pair and a flush draw.
Yeah. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Jacob still with the whiff. Hoping for a 10 and a 10 only.
These players are by no means going to back down, but they just... Brian is so heavily incentivized to just make a decision. Every
Jacob
decision.
is not giving up on bluffing Brian. He's staying consistent.
But if you literally cost yourself a Honda if you make the wrong decision. 25K difference between 4th and 3rd place money. Put him to the test. Put in the raise to 8 million, Brian. My guy.
Now he's caught on to it, and this is the second time he's re-raised. He did it with ace high the first time. This time he did it with a pair of 3s, and little adjustment. And I've talked about this before in some of our cash game live streams and tournaments. I said if you think your hand's good, some players bet out and they just get a fold. The majority of the time the player just folds. If you think you're good and you got an aggressive player, check to him, get some value, and then come over the top, and you're seeing an example of Brian right now doing that 2 times against Jacob. But at the same time, I want Jacob to keep doing what he's doing, because if he didn't switch it up, he wouldn't be in this tournament still. He's made a nice comeback. He was low in chips, right around 12, 10 million. He's gotten as high as 27 million. Took a little bump there. He's still at 20 million. Right in the thick of things.
Steve going to bump it up with the ace, 2 diamonds on the button. Brian's got the Mad River aces, as we call it, Queen 10. Players down there love it.
Yeah, it's getting popularity up here, though. I was talking with Vic actually about a month or 2 ago how like every year you see a hand kind of is like the fad. You know, I think so far in 2024, Queen 10 has taken on a new level what it normally was. You know,
I've definitely seen an uptick in number of players that go broke with it.
yeah. And we have a 5 ace 8 board. Steve hits top pair, and everyone else squadoosh. They want a redraw. New flop, please.
Jose's got a little backdoor straight opportunity. Kind of a sneaky check back from Steve there. He's up against 3 players. He's got an ace, but he doesn't want to.
Open under now for Jose.
Pot's already at 8.3 million. Doesn't want to overinflate it multi-way.
Double belly buster for Brian. Ace deuce still holding on for Steve.
About the most action turn card without changing anything that you could find in the deck.
Yes.
I think Cooter's just trying to get back to Dayton, putting out all these crazy boards, crazy hands. I'm just kidding. I don't actually think he's been.
Oh, Rebel, we have not forgotten the chat. We're just trying to stick with the action, brother. And not to mention the chat has been so on fire right now, it's hard to keep up. When we get these big tournaments, the action of the chat goes way up. So we kind of like every 5-6 minutes we try to come back to it, interact with the guys. But we're reading.
And look at Steve recognizing the situation. Jose leads out on the turn, and Steve just stuffs it.
I want to see one more card.
That's why I ripped.
Knowing he's most likely got the best hand and Jose's on some kind of draw.
I might call 9.
So do you want to bet your tournament on it, bud?
Boy, I had a monster.
Well done, Steve.
Sorry, I was that. You didn't want that one. Three spades. Maybe you do want that one. Yeah, you had lots of outs. Double 3.
So just like an open.
David, you're not wrong. You bring up an interesting topic about timing tells. They are very real, and if the right player is paying attention, it is something that can make you a great amount of money.
100%. Well, I believe it was Mike who went out in 7th place, if I remember correctly, who, even if he was folding, calling, or raising, he was taking his time every action. And I love that about him.
Mm-hmm.
And it even got, I think Buck even made like a backhanded comment toward him earlier in the day, and it didn't affect him. He still did his thing, because I think when you do that, it's just way harder to get a read. And Jacob now, Queen 10, after Brian made it 3.5 million.
Pretty clear. Like ink missing. Thank. Like, and this one doesn't, for example.
All right, looks like we're going to get a new card.
And as we're talking about being observational, Jacob notices a
And over there too.
card discrepancy.
Can we get a new setup?
Is that all blue right there in your stack? Or is
Yeah,
that blue
yeah,
on top of black?
yeah. I'll put.
Top of black,
Yeah,
or
no.
with one rack?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You're good, you're fine. As long as I know.
He's saying that this part is missing a little bit. Like part of it.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty. I can see it from here.
They're saying that they can see it, they can tell the difference.
I can see it.
Oh, so we'll be getting a new card.
Other one must have been junk, huh?
Oh yeah, maybe it's not great to show.
Well, Nick, you know, I always love a fellow range
Just one.
analyst.
I had a king.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
So,
Depends on the player.
I did have a king.
Charts only go so far. Now you got to play the man. You're four-handed.
Now, I will say this. Fearless Joe has talked about this before on the thing, so I'm going to give Fearless Joe the same answer, though. And it's not out of disrespect, Joe. We will have, anytime these mixed games, we even got a 5-10 Omaha high-low every single Friday during the day. I believe we even made one on Saturday, but you just got to call up at the front desk and we put like a mass text out. We have like a group of players now that we do a mass text with, and we can get these games. But on the message board, not a lot's going to, you know what I mean? We can't really get anything done. But yeah, call up at the front desk, tell me you want to get a game, especially if you have 1 or 2 guys that you could bring with you. We have a group of players that love the horse games. The Omaha 5-10 with a kill right now. Omaha high-low. We have every single Friday here, and we've had it on a couple Saturdays too, just during the day.
Brings me.
Day games, and they're fun games to play. So yeah, I'm all for that stuff. But yeah, unfortunately on the message board during like a Millie tournament, can't, like I said, you got to call up at the front desk, but we can definitely get that ball rolling. I'm always in favor of getting mixed games. I think when you got a little diversity, something a little bit different. And same goes for the PLO live streams. Yeah, it's a full kill, by the way, Wesley, if you're asking.
Josh, we won't talk about that, please.
But yeah, we try to get PLO live streams as long as we can get enough players. But then we had it for a few times on here, and I think the game just went broke almost. Like the swings were so big that some of the players just went broke, and it kind of died off on the live stream getting players, honestly, with the PLO action.
All right, let's have a little mystery hand, Steve, with the King 10. We're flying blind. See if we can deduce.
Actually, and there's the main guy, Fearless Joe, Big Papa on here, loves the mixed games, and he knows a lot of players around here. We'll get you get a hold of us, we can get a hold of Big Papa, and he can send out the bat signal. He's got a lot of buddies that like to play. Gio, who produces this show, loves to play him. Actually,
I see Nick in the chat. I mean, we can play heads up, deuces 7 single, no limit. I got you. I'll give you some action. Big bet games. Big bet games.
Yeah, hey, I'm all for it. You don't have to twist my arm, put it that way. Steve now, King 10. Brian with the mystery hand. Didn't get his cards in the box in time, but he takes it down. Yeah, and actually Joe was here for the Saturday game that I was talking about, and I think we had another one too shortly after that. I'm not sure if he made that one or not. But yeah, Fridays and Saturdays are starting to become hot times where we get those mixed games.
Joe G, on that we agree.
Not all sorts of shit in there.
That one didn't have the reader on it.
Oh, really? It was just a normal
It
card?
was just a blank card. He didn't know what the card was.
Oh, nice.
So he was guessing it was.
Oh, yeah. So it could have been a different. Oh, because they probably have to re-register it or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. You're big.
And Brian's still holding court up to 73 million. Got more than half the chips in play.
Yeah, Brian.
Four-handed.
He's starting to pull away a little bit. Now, when you're getting up to close to if he gets to 100 million, that will be a stranglehold.
I said it once already. I'm going to say it again. You're welcome for harassing you to do those flips.
Jose now all in with pocket fives.
Man, you just got to let it go.
Profits 2 million. Jose now up to 24 million. It's crazy. 4th place to 2nd place is literally between 75,000 and 145,000, and 3 players are within just a few chips apart. That's the difference. And Tarantula Nick fiending for a mixed game on here. Don't twist his arm to play. I've seen that guy playing in a tournament, and then when he's on break, go sit down at the 5-10 high-low game for 10 minutes just to double dip. Then he won his buy-in in 10 minutes for the tournament and came back and played the tournament. He's got a little degen in him.
I love a little high-low.
Oh, yeah. I was cracking up laughing when I saw Nick do that.
We also have one down at Mad River. It's
Oh,
at 10,
and
20.
he's boasting, too. He's like holding cash chips and like double fisting cash chips in his hand. He's like, Dom, I just won my buy-in for the tournament. Playing for 10 minutes on break. Coming back, grinding the tournament away.
Hey, Spank, they asked you out there on that.
What's that?
Now, if we really wanted to get a game, we would get what I call a big O,
Oh, yeah.
a big stud game, but big O stud.
Yeah, I'm not in the stud. Too slow for me.
No.
The exchange rate might be bad for me or something.
Or sorry, I misspoke. Big O, big draw, big O draw.
That would be interesting.
So 5 cards, PLO,
Mm-hmm.
but it's a split plat game. where you have to use the
Yeah.
5 cards in your hand to make up the best 5-card poker hand?
We've on our Fridays. There's some times where if the right players are there, we change it to that if they all agree.
So when do you do your draw?
No, they just get 5 cards dealt to them.
Oh, see, no,
yeah, it's just 5-card PLO high low.
So in this, so in this variety, it's high low, but you also have another part of the pot for 5-card, like 5-card draw, like back in the day, 5-card draw. So after the flop, you get to draw, and then continue on.
Maybe we can get you some blurry glasses.
Yeah. Can you just squint and not see it?
Crazy game.
As long as we all do the same thing. Yeah. We all did the same.
The other one was worse, but like,
if you had, I mean, you can see it. It's more.
I don't see this one. Oh, sorta.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them that are.
And they're not like.
Yes, yeah, draw Maha. I was trying to remember the name.
But then they're in different spots.
Oh, are they in different spots? I thought it might be the guy.
I'm gonna throw in with this deck. I gotta get a new one put in by.
The cards are called faded spades.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, there is a couple.
Steve's got
of them
jokes.
that's-
Isn't it break right now?
Referencing the card decay, it's called them. They are faded spades.
All right.
they're just like, yeah, like
Wesley, thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. 330 likes. We're 20 likes away from 350. Let's get after it, chat. Smash that thumbs up, that like button. Appreciate you guys. Great support. Up to 4.43 subscribers too. And if we can get that 4.5, we got enough people watching right now to get like over 100 subscribers. Just takes 1 second. Hit that subscribe button. It's free, completely free. Love to bring you some poker content when you have any free time. Every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday night. Here we go. Back to the action. All right, and here we go. Three-handed, 3.5 million in the middle. And we have a 6-5-4 flop, couple of diamonds. Steve flopping bottom pair with a gut shot straight draw.
Brian with the chip lead, just watching, hoping one of them hurts the other.
Right. Get it. Let's get a pay jump going here. Jacob bets with Jack high and takes it down. Nice job, Jacob. Staying consistent with putting pressure on. Really impressed with this play.
Yeah. It's a good board for that kind of situation.
Yes.
Pocket deuces for Jose. Jacob behind him with the ace-7, four-handed.
Just gonna limp in with the pair off a 20 big blind stack. Jacob's not gonna get ambitious.
Jeff Mackey in the house. Hope you're having a good night, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. Steve now, Jack 7.
Let's see if Brian can look down at this trash hand and go, why would he limp?
What you got, buddy?
Oh, see, yep.
What's on? Just that, you only got one white there?
Yeah.
He's already thinking, like, if he had anything actually respectable, he probably would have raised. He does just check. I thought he might make it 4 million.
Jose was trying to lay a trap there with his deuces to come over the top. And now we have an open-ended straight draw for Brian on a 5-4-6 board.
And now, and if you're Brian, you may just want to bet this. Decides to check. This is a way better board for Brian's range, and let's see if he recognizes that and takes the initiative.
Jose gets out of the way. Brian with the bluff takes it down. adds to his mound of chips. 75 million in front of him. Does he have the whole other table covered? Let me see. We got 20, 46.
He does.
Yeah. He's got the whole table covered.
He's got more than 50% of the chips in play.
Well, Michigan did win the national championship. He's got the hat on. He's trying to take down this championship. Jacob, by the way, Brian now at 9-8 on the button.
Spank. Floor. Probably a call, right?
Blinds are 5 and 1 mil. Player announces 2,600.
Alright, 2,600 is not an actual bet.
So I can announce what the actual bet is.
You can announce an actual bet.
Okay.
I thought he went to the actual bet that.
The next highest will be a
Yeah,
call.
which
That's what I figured
would be a call.
We're talking whatever we move.
Yeah.
It's calls.
Let's do that.
Now you got me scared. I call.
Brian says, I'm scared. I call.
Sure ain't raising in that spot.
We yelled it like 5 times.
And we got a 5 queen 5 board, couple of spades. Right now, king high in the lead for Steve.
And credit to Spank, they're getting that floor call correct. That's an interesting spot, and I've read the TDA way more than I'd like to admit. And in those kind of spots, if the number that gets declared is a invalid amount, you round up to the closest valid amount. So he said 2,600, calls $1 million, so he can call $1 million. Great dealers, great floor. Pretty good players too. All around, just an awesome event that we've been having so far.
Yeah, fun final table. I've never seen a final table on here where we've seen 3 hands in a row of 3 players getting knocked out. Like the action during that 7-minute span was just crazy. They've been getting after it.
You got to show the wall.
Jacob has been getting a little bit aggressive four-handed more than most, though. I'm kind of curious once we get down the 3 players, when you know you're locking up 100K no matter what, if you start seeing the rest of the table kind of getting after it.
Jacob's put a lot online and live, and he just recognized the situation at the time. You know, he was the shortest in chips, so for all intents and purposes, he has nothing to lose. If he busts out in 4th, well, he's 4th in chips. That's where he's, in theory, from a computer standpoint, that's where he's supposed to lose. So he's heavily incentivized to get a little aggressive, and if he notices some situations where he thinks he can pick up chips and put himself in a better situation to win this tournament, take them. YOLO.
Yeah, he limps in with queen 8 now in the small. Steve checks. We got a king 6 board. Both players check. Free card. 3 changes nothing. Jacob's still in the lead with queen high. And it holds.
Your queen's good. Check.
Oh, Steve even says your queen's good.
That's top shelf right there. Nice read, Steve.
That's with Jack.
Technically speaking, now, Wesley, Jacob does have ICM value because now he covers Jose, but for a while there, he was 4th in chips, and that's what I was referring to. Those last couple pots when he was getting aggressive and picking up chips have put him in 3rd position, so he has to be a little more careful now because he's technically 3rd place in chips, but with only a 3 big blind advantage. I won't say it's the same thing because it's not, but when he was 4th in chips, he had all the reason to make some moves and just try to steal some pots because from the solver robot overlords, he's not going to lose any money.
Sounds intense.
Well, you know, so many people today are just like, oh, that was bad. You're not supposed to do this, or you're supposed to go this way because the computer says. It's like, this is still a game about people and human beings.
Oh,
and,
yeah, live reads.
And you're not
100%.
playing robots. If I'm playing rock, paper, scissors, and I know a guy's going to throw rock every time.
Well, everyone, when you watch it, I mean, there's some definitely, when you watch some of those, I guess the programs, the protocols, whatnot, what they have out there for poker, but everything has to be in moderation. You know, some people want to go and that's all the only style they play by. You got to adapt.
Well, Brian doesn't believe in moderation because he has 75% of the aces right now.
Yeah, that's true. He's got this on lock.
Check.
Oh, wait, never mind. We spoke too soon. Gut shot now in play.
Anytime I can have my opponent dead to 4 outs, I'll take it.
Yeah.
And he does. He's going to pick up another million here, more than likely, getting Steve to lead out. Does he just smooth?
Giving him some rope. And it's a blank.
I like it because if Steve was on a hand where he just had like one random spade and he bricks, he might bluff at it. But as we see, Steve reasons and finds some sense to check. Loses the minimum in this hand. Going for a meaty value bet, 2/3 pot.
All right. Chat was talking about sunglasses being worn. Are you wearing them just for reads or whatnot? Joey's, you've played on that table, and we can definitely both say I've been on that table one time for the employee event. You don't need the sunglasses at the table, but with the lights for the camera view and stuff, it is a little bit brighter than an average table. Some players, depending on your eye sensitivity, just like wearing the sunglasses because you can still see the table fine. And there's definitely like a spotlight type of feel when you're at that table. So when we're live streaming this, the cameras can get everything. So I'm not saying he doesn't do that, but I can't do that as a shoo-in reason why if you're going to rock the sunglasses.
I love seeing people come to my table with sunglasses.
What about sunglasses, headphones, and a hoodie over them? Plain 1, 2.
So, well, no. So, I love seeing players, especially in these lower field events, or lower buy-in big field events.
Try like 1, 2.
1, 2, 2, 5. I love seeing them in the sunglasses because they're comfortable. And they think of their sunglasses like a shield. Like, oh, now I'm wearing sunglasses, you can't read me.
Like a Captain America shield?
Well, no, it's just, when people think they're safe and they think they're, in a comfortable place with sunglasses protecting their eyes, they give off so many other things, whether it's their posture or what they do with their mouth or their hands, because they get complacent because, like, oh, I'm wearing sunglasses, they can't read me. When in fact, I find that people wearing sunglasses give off way more information. I probably shouldn't have said that for the entire world to hear, but we got to fill the space with a little bit of conversation sometimes.
Yeah, we're in between hands. Back to the poker, though, right now. Brian with King 10. He's going to bump it up, it looks like. 4 million.
Once again, this one also has the same issue.
What's wrong? You got some good fucking eyes.
Well, I don't know,
What's wrong with that? I can't see
There's
that.
a fade, and it's not symmetrical.
That's like
on
the third
cards.
one in this deck.
What's wrong?
That they've changed.
Here we go. We're gonna replace them. I got a fresh brand. This guy.
So you ring it right now?
Right here. No, after
Some people might be
Yeah, just do it.
encouraged to give Jacob a little grief for calling it out again for potentially faded cards, but we're playing for 220,000. If I'm in a hand,
Well, we're
and
getting
I
a
think
brand new deck out there.
no, I just mean anybody that's thinking about giving Jacob some
Oh,
grief
no, I
for
don't
either
think
slowing
anybody's
down
doing
the
that.
game, or I could see why they would think that, but there's a big money up top, and if I'm ever in that spot or you're ever in that spot, protect yourself. If
Oh,
you
yeah.
think there's something wrong with the cards or something that other player might notice because you've noticed it, that can
Oh,
give them an
absolutely.
advantage. Call it out.
Show it. It's the rule. We all agree. Show
it.
up.
Really?
Yeah, we all show up.
What is the rule? Yeah, I don't like knowing what they are either.
You're trying to turn this into a blind man's bluff game, Steve?
You don't have to look, just show up.
We already know.
All right, I'll do that.
Kyle, he did a lot of bet folding.
I don't To show us, don't.
A lot of checks on the flop, and then probe the turn, get raised,
Unless you get
get called, shut down river. Just got a cut that won't stop bleeding.
$2 million.
$2 million to go from Jacob. Ace-7 offsuit.
Interesting.
Your heads up to the flop. Yeah, then you go to break it.
It looks like we're going to have a 10-minute break here. Pair of fours
A7
for
still
Brian.
best. Oh. Brian found a pair. Didn't even see that.
Check, check.
Free card.
Good turn.
And the 7 now gives Jacob the lead.
Check.
I think Jacob should bet this. If you're thinking he had a jack or 10, he's probably going to bet one time on the flop. Or even the turn. Probably good here.
Check.
But he's going to check. Okay. 8 puts a 4 card straight out there.
And
now
Brian makes
hits.
it.
So we had 2 checks where Brian checked, Jacob took the lead. Then Jacob checked and a free card, and Brian took back the lead.
Check. Check. Showdown.
Oh, he tried to trap him, didn't we?
Jacob says that wins.
Yeah, so Brian, nice hand. There's the stats. Guys, we're going to be back in just a few minutes. Myself and Joey are going to take this opportunity to stretch our legs. Feel free to do the same. Like I said, a 10-minute break for the players. Looks like we're getting a brand new deck out there. Love it.
And as we go to break, Brian has 56% of the chips in play coming back to four-handed, with blinds being 600,000, 1.2 million.
Yeah.
Jose and Jacob a little on the shorter end.
Yeah, so-
They're not on fumes. The check engine light isn't on.
But yeah, stay tuned, guys. You can see the timer up on the clock. We'll be back in less than 8 minutes. right, thanks for tuning back. We are live at the reserve, and we are down to the final 4. Here we go. Strap yourself in. Some
Buckle
big
up.
action coming your way, guys. Is we're going to be crowning a champ. We're going to be crowning a $1 million guaranteed champ down the 4 players. Anyone's game. We got Jose, Jacob, Steve, Brian.
One double, I'll put you right back in it.
One double, put you right back in it. We've seen literally Jose, Jacob, and Steve kind of jostling for that second place spot. I'm curious if one of those guys takes the other one out to really close the gap between Brian. Like you said, what was it, 56% of the chips? He did
He's
a
got
quick math.
56% of the chips.
56% of the chips right now with 4 players remaining. Definitely a heavy favorite of taking this down. But like I said, all 4 players, dangerous players, very capable of making a run. It's going to be a fun, active journey to see how this thing shapes out. We're getting to the very first hand, get a brand new deck of cards in play. Also, once again, $218,800 for first place. Here we go, folks.
That's a house.
Someone's
going to win a house.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we got a little color up. It's always my favorite time in the tournament. Want to thank everyone that's been live at the reserve on YouTube. While we have this moment, guys, if you can take a split second before we get underway, hit that subscribe button. This is a great card room, the reserve, and also Matt River, who's joined us here. Family-owned business. We're trying to bring poker, just expand on it, get it more popular, get it out there with this live stream. Our 2-year anniversary is coming up. We're getting so close to 5,000 subscribers. If you can take a moment, hit that subscribe button, be a part of that growth that we have. We have weekly shows. Also, that thumbs up button goes a long way, too, for this episode, gets us in the algorithm. We just really appreciate every single thing that you guys do to help our channel grow. And we're going to constantly try to put the best product out for you guys. And thank you so much.
And we're still at 4.39 thousand. Get us that 4,400. Hit the subscribe button one more time.
Okay, and I got to take Tarantula Nick out of the wheelhouse, or out of the doghouse.
I saw that.
Tarantula Nick was not playing on breaks. It was when we had a day tournament, and it was just the tournament break. When he was on his leisure time, he is never playing on his breaks. When he's working, he is a very hard worker, and he doesn't sign the EO list. He tries to work as long as possible, and I'm not bluffing right now. I'm standing up for my guy. This is the truth. He tries to make as much money for the family as possible, and I can say that with a clear conscience. So Tarantula Nick,
is he the big guy?
Yeah, Tarantula Nick has also the facial hair. He's
So
he's a great dude and one of my friends, and I got to get him out of the doghouse right now. Yes, so yeah, he is not playing on his work breaks though for the wife. I want to make
for
that
like an
clear.
hour today.
Yeah, I want to clear the air and make sure my boy Tarantula Nick gets out of that doghouse. That was not what I meant to say. If I said, I don't think I said that. Maybe she misunderstood. But now Jacob here.
Well, we did have a break though. He was playing me in open face Chinese.
He was playing you in open face Chinese.
Kidding. I'm just trying to get him in more trouble.
Jeez, so Pete, come on.
We did not play Chinese, I promise.
Alice, we are not going to discuss the payout options over the live stream. I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, come on, man.
We're not playing that game. You get a walk.
Why not, though?
Yeah, we don't discuss what we do with payouts when there's, over 200,000 being involved to the general public.
Yeah, just cash at me, bro.
I will play that one.
Oh, you were first to act.
All right, here we go.
That brings up the top. We were talking about great dealers, great floors, great players. Also, great security here as well.
Excellent security. We actually got the sheriff deputy, here and whatnot. So, yeah,
shout out to them, too.
Yeah, thank you for the police force being here today, making sure everything goes smooth.
Poker can be very grinding, can be very boring at times, but those guys have been staying vigilant the entire time we've been here.
Steve now, Jack Deuce. All right. New hand, new opportunity.
You get free information, and I don't think you're ever getting a walk. Not really, you know what I mean?
Go figure. The guy with the
Now,
most
wait.
chips doing the
Tarantula
most
Nick
vocal.
said now she's in bed and doesn't want to come to dinner. She has to come to dinner tomorrow. I'm also bringing my fiance. I would like to introduce them to each other because me and Nick have been buddies for a while now. So you got to put Nick. You can play that card. Be like, Dominic's getting married in 3 weeks. He's bringing his fiance. We want to introduce each other. So Nick, you got that card up your sleeve. I think she can't turn that down. That's good. That's good vibes. That's good vibes, Nick. So no, I got it. Nick's my boy. Well, he's part of the broadcast team now. He anytime we have a vacation,
I thought he was going to be in here.
Yeah, I actually thought he was going to get rotated in a little bit too. I'm surprised. I think if he asked to, but he was dealing all day and he's been working hard the whole week. He probably actually wanted to get home to the family and stuff like that. Do a little family time. He's a dad. He's a husband. He owns also like hundreds of tarantulas that he breeds. That's why he got the nickname Tarantula Nick. So he's got a lot of responsibilities.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with spiders, but yeah, you enjoy your hobby there, Nick. That's all you, bro.
Here we go. Let's get back to the action with these 4 players. They deserve the spotlight right now, though. No matter what we got going on in the poker world, these 4 players have earned the right. 3 days of playing, going through day 1, day 2, all the way since 2 p.m., day 3 to the final 4. These are the superstars of the day.
We might have to rename Brian the Python because he's has a stranglehold on this table at the moment.
Yes. Brian is in charge right now. Jack 10 now on the button. Looking down.
When it folds to him on the button between Jacob and Jose, 20 million is nothing to laugh at. He just makes a small raise. You don't even have to. You don't have to put it all in. You can just. Every decision is a huge decision now, and with that many chips, make them make the decision of how many chips they really want to risk.
Like I said, who's going to jostle right now between the other 3 stacks other than Brian that try to double up and getting in that closing range where they're just one hand away of taking the lead? That's what I want to look for right now.
Well, Steve's really in jail right now because he doesn't.
Big hand alert. I'm just saying if we get someone matching Jose, he has ace jack right now.
And we have a graphics update. Jose actually only has 3.4 million.
And he's all in.
So he is all in. Jacob with a decision with the ace-10 off, but with only 3.4 million, which is less than 4 big blinds. I don't see how Jacob can fold.
Yeah, and I think his stack is slightly off, and we had our producer put that in our ear. It does get corrected.
I have to look.
I believe that is the correction.
Oh, did he already correct it? Yeah, maybe it is.
Because it did say 16 million.
Oh, yeah, he did correct it. Look at that. He got it under control. Yeah, he got it by this time.
Jacob just smooth calls.
Steve with a suited king.
Steve suited king
Yeah,
and the
try
big
to knock out a player.
Yeah,
big pay jump. I agree with the call.
He's
from
got
Steve.
1.4 invested, and there's already a call in front of him. Just take the odds.
I almost think if you're
well, the unwritten
if you're
rule.
Brian, you want Steve to win this, wouldn't you? Oh, and there's a king on the
Absolutely.
flop.
Check.
Steve can potentially knock out 2 players. It depends how this plays out. Yeah, Jacob has 14 million.
Jacob just
Yeah,
going
he's
to get
getting
out of the way.
Yeah.
Jose is going to get the bad news. Jacob just perked up because he realized more than likely he's going to get a pay jump. Jacob's thinking, wow, if everything goes the way it should, I'm going to make 25K. Oh, and Jacob would have backdoored the nut flush.
Oh.
If he stuck around.
But
he
Jose,
wisely
nice
gets
run.
out of the way.
Jose's going to take down a very nice payout. 75,000, I believe, for Jose. So excellent run, turning $600 into 75K.
Yeah, of course.
What would he call it? 40-year-old guy?
Yeah, because then I.
The next prize pool, including the 1,000 they got on day 1, will be $100,000 total. They'll get 99,000 of it today. But you could hit that 100K mark. Such a beautiful mark.
So what you're saying is these guys may have 99 problems, but a 6-figure payday ain't one?
Yes. Well played. I'll give you that one. Sometimes I don't get all the ones you throw out there, but that one I was on it, bro. I was on it right there. I was on it. Steve now, 4-3 suited. Yeah, and Jose too, one of the regulars at the reserve, represented well. See him play here often. Happy for him. And we have a ace queen 4 board.
Pair on pair violence.
That's 1,400,000.
I like this from Steve. Not getting overly careful, being in the middle between the three. Still wants to protect his hand. He's got some value there. Doesn't just want to let him peel for free. But Brian's got second pair, so he's not going anywhere. Steve wisely finds a check.
Check.
9 of spades on the turn, or on the river, I'm sorry. Brian's still with a check mark.
Check.
And the rich get richer.
I like the check from Brian there. He's got second pair. It's hard to have, for Steve to have better, but at the same time, it's hard to get called by worse. Just takes a showdown value, picks up the pot, and just continues to increase his chip lead.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did to get boxed in the chat, but he's not a fan of mine. Or she, or they.
It's okay. You're my partner now.
Well, they call me the nut low man.
All right, back to the next hand.
I mean, I play a lot of mixed games, but
Steve with the worst hand in poker dealt to him, 7 deuce. Payouts are scrolling on the bottom of the screen.
now Jacob on a 12 million stack in the big blind.
Cool.
I think he's realized that Jacob isn't going to get overly out of line and is content to just take his suited hand and see a flop.
Right now, the next pay jump is either 99,000 or 144,000. So a big difference here. If I'm Brian, I would love to see big stack poker being played, and he hits bottom pair. I think if you lead out here, you know these players are going to be playing tight to the vest with, you know, close to a 50, just under a $50,000 pay jump. I mean, right now, what is that? Yeah, we got a $45,000 pay jump here. Use it to your advantage with the chips. I'm not just saying this too. When you're the chip leader at 91 million and you see their stacks, you could almost throw out like 1.5 million where you could get away from it blind every time, because you know these two literally have a $45,000 pay jump, regardless of what the flop is. It's not a bad strategy, especially with the blinds and antes the way they are right now.
Well, especially considering the actual seating arrangement right now. Every time Brian has the button, Steve's in the big blind. Steve's second in chips. I would literally be raising every single button and make Steve make a decision, because Steve has the most ICM pressure right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Jacob behind him at 12.
Obviously, a $100,000 payday is an incredible payday, but from the current dynamics of this tournament, going out in third place would be catastrophic for Steve.
Yeah.
And Brian could just abuse his big blind at this very moment in time.
4 million.
Beautiful. 4 million. Don't know what he has, but I almost think getting 2 cards makes sense right now, like what we've been talking about, the current situation. We got it all in.
And Jacob does put it in.
12 million.
He's facing a 4 million chip bet, and he can't just call. It's all in or fold. And Brian's snap calls. Going to be very curious to see what hands get exposed here. Given with the speed at which he called, I'm guessing it
was pretty
ace
quick.
jack or better. Maybe pocket nines. Something tells me, especially three ways, Brian's got a pretty strong hand, given the speed at which he called. Look on Jacob's face suggests a suited king or maybe some kind of ace.
21 million.
And I'll be the first one to laugh if I'm just completely wrong. Oh, he said count. I thought he said call.
Yeah, he said count.
Excuse
I
me.
thought he said call also. Looks like we're going to see the goods here. Looks like ace jack
You see the look on Jacob's face. He must have.
versus ace king.
He likes hearing that, I guess. You get you. Sorry guys, I have to sweat it for a second. No problem. What? Not perfect.
Visible frustration for Jacob when he gets shown the ace king. Understandable. He thinks he got nit rolled a little bit there.
Well, I understand. Honestly, I don't know what to be honest, in that situation, if you're three-handed and you got a huge chip stack lead, and the low stack goes all in, you got ace king. That's an automatic call. I get what he's saying.
Yeah, Jacob's reaction was either he got called by like a 9 high type hand or a hand like ace king.
I'm just saying, J is my initials and my wife's initials.
Oh, there we go.
Good luck, Jay.
Good luck.
And we have a 4. Oh, there's some chop outs now. 4, 5, 3 board. Deuce would chop it for both players.
More chop outs.
More chop outs now.
Any 4, any 3.
A deuce. And the ace comes in and the kicker plays.
King does play. Jacob third
nice
place.
Run, brother.
Good run, my friend.
Yeah, Brian did a great job today. I was really impressed with the way he played. Very impressed with Brian's game. Sure, we'll see him on here again, make another deep run. He's going to get 100,000 in total between the first day and today. And now
is it too late to get 10% of your action, Jacob?
Right.
That hand was worth $45,000. I'm sure that covers the tournament.
So now we have 144K and 218,500.
She's learning now. She'd never watched a poker game.
It's a hand you hate and the hand that you love.
Exactly. I tell you, you're going to make a lot of money with it, or you're going to go broke.
You got to win with ace king.
And after 3 days of play, hours upon hours, thousands of hands, there were 2.
Down the 2.
And there can only be 1.
First free.
Looks like we're going to catch up on graphics here. It's still showing Jacob for some reason.
But this is essentially a 6-to-1 chip lead. There's 140 million in play. So 5-to-1. Can Steve battle back? Can he buckle down, catch some cards, get lucky in a few spots to even out this chip stack?
And we have a 3 ace queen board. I have no clue what's going on honestly with the cards. We'll get that situated shortly. Gio, if I can get an update. Okay.
Buttons in the 6.
There we go. Queens for Steve. Playing a little tricky there. Hit a set. There we go. There's the chip count 2 updated. 113 million. That's the thing. If
Again,
Steve
Brian with the 5-to-1 chip lead and Steve flopping middle set. Trying to get some chips back, and unfortunately for him, Brian just has nothing.
And if Steve doubles up one time, it really gets to
And
me.
Brian's taking it to the streets. Oh, excuse me. We are on the turn, and there's a jack on the turn. This makes way more sense to why Brian would be calling.
9 is a blank. Brian doesn't know it right now, but that was a great card for him. Keep him out of harm's way if he would have hit a jack or, an 8. Would have been bad news bears. And
he just ships it.
Steve's all in.
About 70% size of the pot bet. All of his chips. Brian wants to think it through, despite only having third pair. Not a lot of bluffs available here. There's no flush draw.
6, 11, 12, 13, 14.
No real straight draw.
Yeah, he was just trying to catch up the hard stacks now. Make sure everything's good.
Nice hand, Steve.
See if
He's
he can
up to
turn that into
36
more
million. Like I said, one double up, and we got a tight match. But Brian still with a huge advantage right now at 102 million. Heads up action. Does Steve and Brian duke it out for the championship?
And we could see a battle for a while.
I'm surprised Spank doesn't have the handsome trophy on like the opposite side of the table. It's a handsome trophy.
I mean, we gotta work that and get the cash out there.
Yeah, yeah. Get the bundles. I mean, that'd be
Get
nice.
the bricks. Make it real for them.
Make it rain. Brian now. Pocket tens. Whoa.
Waking up to tens. It's a beautiful thing. And Steve, he has 25 big blinds, so this could drag out. This is not over. I've only got to watch Steve play for a little bit, but he does not have the demeanor of someone who's not been here before.
Bless you.
Thank you. He looks poised. He looks comfortable.
Yeah, I've got like.
All those flowers aside, with this, I'm still not betting against Brian with 100 million in chips.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
Oh.
Both players
Oh, my
heads
goodness.
up with an ace. This could be a big hand alert, folks. I'll be shocked if this one doesn't play big. And we got a raise from Steve. Up to 4 million. Brian, does he try to end it right here and just shove all in?
Or does he raise to 8.5 million and try to induce a bluff?
He's going to 3-bet it up to 10 million now. Steve with ace 5 is 30 million behind. And
He
he's all
does
in.
shove. He does
Snap
induce
call.
the shove.
Here we go.
And Brian's going to love this, seeing he's a 3-1 favorite.
Here we go, folks. This could be the final hand. Is Steve going to double up, or is Brian going to take it down?
How hard?
And become the Millie champ. We got a queen, 4-5. Both players get a piece of it. Jack on the turn.
5 and a 5 only, or Brian's a
And
champ.
there
It is a
the
deuce.
champ. I said it when I saw the Michigan hat. You know, they win the national championship, and he comes in here and he takes down the Millie championship. It goes hand in
Brian
hand.
is our champion.
Congrats
well
to Brian.
Played.
And by the way, real quick, Steve, well played. Whole field, second place. Before we talk to Brian, we got the champ here. He's going to be coming on, giving a little interview. And but Steve, kudos to you. He's going to take home 144K today, 145K total. But yeah, we got the champ. Come on in, champ.
The big guy's here, and
Yes,
I am
yes.
out. Congratulations, Brian. So happy
Yeah,
for
Joey,
you, man.
thank you for everything. Great run, brother. We'll get the champ in here, and man, here we go, Brian. Gotta say, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, let me get this bad boy right there. We go, so that people can hear you. Congratulations once again. Like I said, I think you heard me. I did see the Michigan hat, though, so I
Yeah.
thought you had a little bit of an edge right there,
yeah.
being the national champions and everything. But congratulations on a huge win, huge tournament, 1 million guaranteed prize pool, 218,800 coming your way.
On a $60 set or a $60 coin flip.
on a $60 coin flip. That's even a better story, folks. So this man,
guy here's the one. Joey's the one talked me into the coin flip.
Joey did mention that during the stream. So I want to make this clear then for everyone watching. This gentleman just turned $60 in the $218,800 in a 3-day span.
Yep.
That's what we call max value.
Yeah. I played Saturday afternoon, and got in Saturday afternoon. Sunday ran good. Monday ran better.
Yeah, so I was told, too, you're from Michigan.
Yes.
But you live in Cincinnati.
Live in Cincinnati, yes.
What part of Michigan?
Holland.
Holland? Okay,
Right
yeah, I know
on Lake
Holland. I
Michigan.
grew up in Trenton, so a little bit far away.
Yeah.
So live in Cincinnati. And is this the first time you played at the Reserve? Because I know you
No,
do
I was
go to
up here
Mad
for the
River.
500K bounty, too. I cashed that.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Great. Is there any tournaments, by the way, I'm talking at this final table, where there was a hand that just sticks in your mind right now where you're walking back and you're starting to think, all right, I'm not just hoping and visualizing, but now after this hand, I really could see the finish line where I take this thing down.
The pocket threes. When I flopped a set, and I had one guy bet and another one raise into me, and yeah, it was incredible. I was like, what's going on? I thought it was a flush draw, so that was the hand. That was the one where I knew I was like, this is going to happen.
Yeah, it just reality kind of set in. Because in the replay for the players, the watching when the champ was in this hand, we had Jose raise with 9-8. We got a call with ace-jack. The champ here calls with pocket threes. The flop comes out, jack 8-3. All three players get a piece of it. And they both check. Jose bets. And then we have a raise from Steve. And then you're just sitting there where you see a raise and a re-raise, and you hit bottom set. And I think there's only like 7 players left
on
in the
board,
tournament. 2 hearts on the board, and they get it all in. And the scary part is, I don't know if you know about this, if he said anything.
If he stays, he hits the boat.
Yeah. And I was kind of curious just for the fact, if he just smooth called, were you going to flat the threes?
I shove.
No matter what
2
you're
hearts
shoving?
on the board.
We were curious about that
Yeah.
because I was like, how would that play out?
If the board was a little less coordinated, and there was connectors, it was jack 8, somebody could have had 9-10. I'm looking at a straight draw there, a flush draw. So yeah, I'm shoving whether he comes over the top or not.
Yeah.
So.
But no, this was an action. And also, what about the time we were talking about? I've called a lot of final tables here. 3 hands in a row where eliminations happen. Like if you're just hanging out at the poker table, you get a massive pay jump. I mean, we got it right here, 25,000 all the way up to 55,000 if you're just hanging out.
Yeah, that's it.
I haven't seen a final table where 3 hands in a row. With the pay jumps the way they are, where we see eliminations.
I love the structure of these tournaments. I mean, the payouts are great. I like the way that's a little top heavy, and the final table is obviously a little heavier, but I think that's a great structure, and it's a great tournament. It's a great place to play. Mad River's a great place. Cooter dealt me some monster hands. Got to give him a shout out. And Joey talked me into the flip, so I wouldn't even be here without that.
Is there any family or friends you want to give a quick shout out to?
Oh, yeah.
Also?
My nephew Dominic's been watching the whole time. My dad's been watching. Corey. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that have been watching.
Yeah, so friends and family, if you tuned in, we got Brian here taking it down. I'm just going to call him champ for the rest of the day because he grinded for 3 straight days. He earned it. He played some really good poker. I definitely even said it midway through, Brian, this is the first time I've really gotten to watch you play on here where I've noticed, and I just thought you were very consistent with your pre-flop aggression, even your post-flop aggression, though. You never really got too out of character, and sometimes there might be 1 or 2 hands you look back at and you're like, oh, why did I do that? That's not my normal game. I didn't see you do that at all today.
I was
very
really
even
happy.
Keel.
Yeah, I was really happy with the play. I think I had some good reads on some guys. Obviously, I picked up some monster hands. I mean,
well, you always got to pick up a couple.
Yeah, you do. And I mean, yesterday or at the day 2, I think late in day 2, I was down to 300,000 in chips when the blinds were like I think 8 and 16 or something like that. So I made a huge comeback. So it was. And threes yesterday, if I call with threes, that's what I did with the threes today. If I call a hand with threes yesterday, I knocked 2 people out and like quadruple my stack, but I folded, and a 3 came on the flop. And I seen that today, and I was like, I ain't folding to a.
Everything's meant for a reason.
That's what I'm saying. It's
the end game's great.
Right. Yeah.
So, hey, Brian, thanks again,
Thank you.
champ. Appreciate you. And one heck of a run.
Thank you.
Proud.
Appreciate it, man.
And guys, thanks again for tuning in tonight on Live at the Reserve on YouTube. Once again, Mad River Reserve Poker Club, combining forces and just providing a great tournament for the whole poker community. We got to get one more glimpse of Cooter in here. You know, he did a great job today dealing and helping, even giving us a break back here. But it was a total team effort between two poker clubs coming together. And like I said, for the good of the whole poker community. Once again, if you're new to this live stream, would love if you take a moment out just to hit that subscribe button. Be a part of our family. We would love to have you, and smash that like button. But take care, and we will be back on our normal schedule. We have tomorrow, Tuesday off, but every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday we have cash live streams. This Thursday at 6:15 p.m. we will be live at the Reserve for our 2-5 cash game.